Consciousness returns in a haze, but the ceiling above is unrecognizable. He drags himself to the mirror, and the reflection staring back is not his own. It is the face of a breathtaking prince, straight out of a novel he once read. Shock crashes over him like a tidal wave. Desperate for a reality check, he slaps his own cheek, the sharp sting proving this is no mere dream. Pain blooms across his face, but instead of fear, a wild, euphoric laughter bubbles up from his chest. Suddenly, a holographic blue screen materializes in thin air. It is the ACUP system, a divine interface granting him the ability to harvest health points directly from the vitality of his internal organs through medical treatment. By investing this spiritual currency, he can unlock legendary skills or summon powerful entities. However, a cruel twist awaits him at the bottom of the status window. His current HP sits at a pathetic 0. He stares at the number, struggling to grasp the gravity of his new existence. Memories of his past life flood back. He had been a brilliant doctor, but fate was unkind. During the pandemic, his clinic was scapegoated for infections, and the patients he tried to save turned their backs on him. Bankruptcy followed, burying him under a mountain of insurmountable debt. Broken and hopeless, he sought escape in a bottle of liquor before leaping from a bridge into the freezing darkness. That should have been the end. Instead, he has awakened in a new world, liberated from the chains of poverty and disgrace. Overcome with joy, he leaps from the bed only for his legs to give way immediately. He collapses to the floor, realizing with horror that something is fundamentally wrong with this vessel. The chamber door bursts open, and his personal physician, Gordon, rushes to his side, panic etched on his face as he begs His Highness to remain still. He stares at his own trembling hands. They are pale and frail, possessing less strength than a withered old man. Despite his youthful appearance, a cold realization grips his heart. He has possessed the body of a minor extra from the novel, a sickly prince destined to remain bedridden until his untimely death. In the original story, this character dies at the tender age of 22. With dread pooling in his stomach, he asks Gordon for his current age. The answer strikes him like a hammer: 21. He bites his lip until it nearly bleeds. The countdown has already begun. Moments ago, he was celebrating his escape from a debt-ridden hell, fantasizing about a life of royal luxury. But now, the cruel truth settles in. He has traded a life of poverty for a death sentence. He has exactly 1 year left to live. He recalls the novel's plot. The crown prince perished despite the empire's best magic and divine blessings. If supernatural healing failed, then fate is determined to kill him. Looking back into the mirror, determination hardens his gaze. If magic cannot save him, he must rely on the one thing he has mastered: modern medical science. He turns to his terrified servant and issues a commanding order: bring needles. Every needle he can find, regardless of size or shape. He will perform surgery on himself. He presses 2 fingers against his wrist, reading the faint, erratic rhythm of his pulse to diagnose the root of this curse. He focuses his mind, searching the 10 strange pulses where the malady hides. If he can detect the anomaly in just one, he can confirm it is an internal injury he can treat. Just then, Gordon returns, trembling as he lays out a set of silver needles before his master. His eyes scan the tools of his trade. He selects a long, thin needle, feeling its balance. As he sterilizes the tip with a flame, Gordon watches in confusion, daring to ask what His Highness intends to do with such a dangerous object. He replies calmly that he intends to pierce his own flesh. Gordon's face drains of color, and he falls to his knees, begging his master not to commit self-harm. The prince silences him with a look of absolute authority. He assures the servant that this is a necessary medical procedure and demands his absolute trust. Reluctantly, Gordon steps back. He strips off his shirt, revealing a frail chest, and lies back on the silken sheets. The first target is the primary respiratory organ. To pierce the lung meridian successfully, he must regulate his breathing to a majestic calm. He locates the vital pressure point near his wrist, the taiyuan, the source point of the lung meridian. With surgical precision, he drives the needle into his own skin. A sharp sting radiates through his arm, but he welcomes the pain. He does not stop. He moves to the cloud gate point, then the upper arm assembly, his hands moving with the speed of a grandmaster. As the first set completes, his eyes snap open. A notification chimes. The system has recognized his mastery, granting him the passive skill, Accurate Acupuncture. The effects are instantaneous. He feels a blockage clear within his chest, his lungs drawing breath deeper than ever before. Suddenly, a bizarre hallucination overlays his vision, cartoon lungs dancing happily and giving him a thumbs up. The system pings he has gained 100 HP, increasing his power significantly. He stares at the floating blue window, baffled by the absurdity of the display, yet intrigued by the raw data it presents. Gordon, seeing his master staring at thin air after stabbing himself, assumes the prince has finally lost his mind and dissolves into tears. The prince ignores the wailing servant. There is no time to waste. He shifts his focus to the next critical juncture near the shoulder blade. He targets the Yang Men acupoint. The needle sinks in, and the constriction in his chest loosens further, as if a heavy stone has been lifted. He proceeds to the arm meridians. The pain here is intense, a burning fire in his nerves, but he grits his teeth and endures it with the stoicism of a warrior. Witnessing this terrifying display of endurance, Gordon clasps his hands together and begins praying to the gods for his master's sanity. The prince pays him no mind, driving the next needle into the Yunmen point, unlocking the flow of energy. It is working. He stimulates multiple pressure points in rapid succession, and his lungs feel as though they are receiving a divine massage. The system continues to flash ridiculous animations, annoying him, but he suppresses his irritation. He only cares about the health points piling up. Finally, he targets the Yuji point on his palm, the fish border. He drives the final needle home, completing the grand circulation of the left lung meridian. The rewards flood in. The system grants him 100 health points instantly, and the lungs add another 200 each. That brings his total to a massive 600 points. With this surge of vitality, he finally meets the requirements to activate his hidden potential. A holographic window flashes before his eyes. Would you like to open the skill shop? His heart races. He remembers the fantasy novels of his past life, where this moment transforms the hero into a sword saint or a grand mage. Trembling with anticipation, he presses the button to enter the shop. But fate has a twisted sense of humor. There are no fireballs or aura blades here. Every single option is related to medicine and healing, as if the system remembers the burdens of his previous life. He sighs and scans the list, locking onto one essential ability, pulse reading. It is the cornerstone of diagnosis, the absolute foundation of conquering death. The price is 500 health points. He pays it without a second thought to unlock the first stage. The knowledge integrates into his mind instantly. Now, he possesses the divine ability to see the hidden truth within a patient's body. He activates the skill on himself to generate a basic overall health report. The blue screen flickers, revealing the grim reality of his condition. The system delivers a catastrophic verdict. His body is a crumbling ruin. Estimated lifespan, 3 months. A bitter laugh escapes him. His life expectancy is shorter than a cheap phone contract, but he refuses to accept this date with death. He focuses his mind on his acupressure points. He visualizes the flow of his internal energy. If he inserts the needle clockwise, applying the reinforcing and reducing method, but he exhales slowly, synchronizing his breath with the extraction, perfecting the respiratory supplementation and draining technique. He performs the maneuver with surgical precision. A notification chimes. He is amazed to see his lifespan has extended by exactly 24 hours. Drunk on this small victory, he recklessly attempts the procedure on his other hand, but disaster strikes. Blood spurts from his skin. A red warning box flashes. The system scolds him for excessive treatment and mandates a cooldown period of 3 days. A holographic projection appears, showing his internal organs trembling from the shock. He realizes his mistake. A patient needs stamina to endure such potent treatment, but his current body is made of glass. It simply cannot handle the strain. He analyzes his tactical situation coldly, even if the acupuncture works perfectly. Given his weakened state, he calculates he can only delay the inevitable by 1 month before his body collapses completely. After a moment of deep contemplation, he comes to a conclusion. Needles are not enough. He needs chemical intervention to rebuild his foundation. He turns to Garden, the palace physician attending him. When he demands a highly specific, potent ingredient, the poor doctor freezes in hesitation. "Do we have Wolf's Bane root?" he asks. Garden stammers, explaining that such dangerous items are locked away in the main palace treasury. The doctor agrees to fetch it, but fear fills his eyes. "Your Highness, what on earth do you plan to do with that?" Our protagonist looks him dead in the eye. "I'm going to eat it." The doctor nearly faints. He falls to his knees, begging his master not to commit suicide. The prince insists it is for his own healing, but Garden looks at him like he has gone completely mad. Our boy begins a lecture on toxicology. "You are aware that Wolf's Bane is a deadly poison," he states calmly. Garden nods frantically. "It is used for assassinations, not medicine. However," the prince continues, "I require the smaller daughter root specifically." Garden turns pale. "Your Highness, that alone is strong enough to stop a human heart instantly." "True," the prince admits with a smirk. "But I possess a technique to bypass that little problem." To the doctor's ears, this sounds like insanity. The prince explains the concept of detoxification, the ancient art of transmuting fatal poison into miracle medicine. He looks at the confused servant. "Do you follow me now?" Garden honestly replies that he understands absolutely nothing, but seeing his master's confidence, he decides to obey, clinging to the faint hope that it might work. As he hurries to the pharmacy, Garden's mind is plagued with worry. The prince is dying, and nothing has stopped the deterioration until now. He is willing to bet everything on this new treatment, but he secretly resolves to taste the poison first to ensure it won't kill his master. Moments later, the prince works his magic, brewing the toxic root into a dark, powerful tonic. Garden stares at the bubbling liquid in horror. It reeks of death. "Your Highness," he whispers, "that is literally poison." He starts pleading again, tears welling in his eyes. Seeing this pathetic but loyal display, the prince decides to tease him a little. "Would you like the first sip?" he asks. Garden's face instantly lights up. It isn't greed, it is relief. He happily agrees, ready to sacrifice his life as a taste tester. Seeing this man willing to die for him, the truth hits the prince hard. In the original novel, Garden was the epitome of loyalty. He started as a mere assistant, staying by the prince's side even when the famous doctors fled. While others left to save their careers, Garden remained unwavering. And his reward, a tragic execution. In the original story, he is framed for the prince's death and beheaded shortly after. The prince looks at the trembling doctor. This man deserves a happy ending, not a tragic death. However, saving Garden is one thing. Sharing this precious tonic is another. He is not quite generous enough to give away his only lifeline just yet. At long last, the alchemy is complete. He holds the ultimate tonic known as the Ephedra Aconite Asarum decoction. His loyal aide, Garden, steps forward to test the brew, but the prince stops him immediately, insisting that this divine medicine must be consumed ice cold. A shadow of suspicion crosses Garden's face. How exactly does the crown prince possess such intricate medical recipes? "A mage visited my dreams," he lies smoothly. Yet, despite his declared loyalty, Garden's eyes scream purely skeptical doubt. Ignoring the tension, he checks the time. Down the hatch, he drains the entire bowl in seconds, leaving the poor doctor frozen in shock. He flashes a look of pure innocence at his petrified subordinate. "All gone," he signals, wiping his mouth with a mischievous grin. But then thump! His heart hammers against his ribs like a war drum. He freezes, realizing a storm is brewing inside him. Ding! The system window materializes before his eyes. Consumption of the perfect decoction confirmed. Coldness expelled. Metabolism surging. But the rewards do not stop there. An ancient power stirs within his very soul. The Azrahan core energy has awakened. That name, and it captures his absolute attention. The legendary technique created by the Grandmaster Javier Azrahan and his noble partner, Lloyd. A supreme art symbolizing the imperial family, a power reserved strictly for those carrying the direct bloodline of the dragon. Since his soul now inhabits the Crown Prince's body, the muscle memory remains. He was trained in these arts since birth. The first seal shatters, a mana circle forms, wrapping around his heart, hungry to devour and amplify the ambient energy. His mana levels skyrocket to 120%, but to ascend to the next level, he requires 1,000 health points. He can feel it. Every breath draws power. The mana circle pulses in rhythm with his life force. An intoxicating rush of strength. AGH. A sudden, Searing agony pierces his chest. It feels as if his heart is about to detonate. Garden watches in horror as his master clutches his chest, gasping for air. A crimson warning flashes before his eyes. Critical alert, heart failure imminent, mana pressure exceeding tolerance levels. He realizes the fatal flaw too late. The balance between the circle and the organ is completely broken. The mana circle is too small. Instead of empowering the heart, it is strangling it like a python. He recalls the tragedy of this body's original owner, Rakiel, a frail constitution that never allowed for proper cultivation training. And now, that weakness is lethal. The circle tightens. If he does nothing, the consequences will be catastrophic. There is only one way to survive. He must force an evolution. He has to expand the size of the mana circle right now. He dives into his inner consciousness. He stands before the projection of his own beating heart, wrapped in the suffocating ring of energy. With desperate resolve, he charges forward. He grabs the reins of the mana flow and forces it to spin faster, faster. The pain is blinding. His soul screams in agony, but the terror of his past life flashes before his eyes. The memory of his ruined clinic, the patients he lost, the stress that made his hair fall out in clumps, the crushing weight of debt, the loan sharks circling like vultures, threatening to take his beautiful home. Never again. Fueled by the trauma of poverty, he smashes through the limit. He snaps his eyes open, returning to the waking world. The system chimes with a glorious sound. Heart awakening, successful due to positive stimulation. Inside his body, a bizarre scene unfolds. His heart enters like a king. The large intestine cheers, while the snarky lungs call him shabby. He grimaces at his own noisy organs, but his annoyance vanishes instantly. A new notification reveals a legendary achievement, the monocircle slot. He stares at the text, baffled. What in the world is this feature? It resembles an empty inventory slot from an RPG game, a mechanic that should not exist in reality. Your Highness, Garden's voice breaks his trance. The aide looks ready to cry, terrified by the prince's earlier agony. Was it a side effect? He demands. Our hero waves it off with a lie. Just choked on some phlegm, but Garden isn't buying it. You are clutching your chest in pain. Garden scolds him like a mother hen, insisting he should have been the test subject. Our boy rolls his eyes. Fine. Next time I brew a deadly poison, you get the first sip. The doctor sputters in protest. That is not what I meant at all. Clean this up, he commands casually. But then he pauses. And thank you. The unexpected gratitude leaves the doctor thunderstruck. As the prince walks away, the doctor trembles. The poison. It must have finally driven him mad. Walking down the hall, our hero is grinning ear to ear. This new ability, the mana slot, is a game changer. It allows him to store up to 10 liters of any liquid fused with mana. He just has to drink it to bank it. He sits in meditation, mind racing with possibilities. But now comes the real question. What exactly should he fill this legendary slot with first? His gaze locked onto the water jug, and a dangerous idea began to form in his mind. Staring at the liquid, his mind raced through the concept of the median lethal dose, calculating the exact toxicity levels. Consuming 50% of that lethal dose would either grant him death or unimaginable agony. He crunched the numbers, realizing the odds were 5%. 4 liters of water held a lethal dose for a body of 60 kilos. But for his frail frame, the limit was roughly 3.9 liters. Determined, he reached out to lift the heavy jug, but his weak, cursed body trembled under the weight, refusing to cooperate. Regardless, he forced himself to drink, activating his mana slots with a specific purpose. To his shock, even after downing 1 liter, his stomach felt completely empty. A smirk touched his lips as he decided to push his limits, targeting the 10-liter slot for his next experiment. The moment the 10-liter slot was filled, he carefully discharged 0.1 liters into his system, instantly feeling the bloat. It was a revelation. He had become a human reservoir, capable of storing vast amounts of liquid like a desert camel. Now, it was time for the real test, the tonic soup. However, a deadly problem remained. He still held 9.9 liters of water in the slot. Releasing it all at once would explode his internal organs. Inspiration struck like lightning. He would utilize the legendary Azrahan core technique, a method designed to absorb, amplify, and discharge mana, By channeling the amplification and discharge properties of this divine art, he aimed to expel the water outward into the world, rather than letting it ravage his insides. He focused every ounce of his will on projecting the water externally. To his sheer astonishment, the phenomenon began to manifest. The plan was to gently pour it back into the jug, but his control slipped. The technique surged wildly, shattering the jug with a deafening crash that alerted the guards instantly. Time seemed to slow as he analyzed the failure of his experiment with the Azrahan core. He had expected a gentle tap flow, but the amplification turned his hand into a devastating water cannon. The door burst open, Garden and the royal guards rushed in, weapons ready, fearing a terrorist assassination attempt. Panic flashed in his eyes. He quickly fabricated a lie, claiming he smashed the pottery in a fit of royal rage. The guards, terrified of his temper, bought the excuse immediately. When asked about injuries, he nervously stammered that it was merely a scratch on his foot. The guard turned to the loyal knight Garden, requesting he escort the prince to room 2. Garden bowed, agreeing to move him after treating the phantom wound. As he rode on Garden's broad back, the prince couldn't help but marvel at the situation. Even with such a pathetic lie, they didn't dare question him. Truly, the title of crown prince was a shield stronger than armor. Garden gently placed him on the bed, bowing out to rest, and the prince graciously dismissed him. Once the silence of the room returned, his mind drifted back to the volatile power of the Azrahan technique. He had merely amplified the mana to discharge it, yet it resulted in a hydroblast powerful enough to shatter ceramic. Exhaustion finally claimed him. He resolved to sleep now and tread with caution in the future. Suspicion was the one thing he could not afford. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, the emperor received disturbing reports of the prince stabbing himself with needles and eagerly guzzling poison. Fury and confusion warred within the ruler's heart, unable to comprehend his son's madness. The next morning brought a new challenge. He had successfully brewed 10 liters of potent medicine, but Garden stood watch, and the knight would surely faint if he saw the prince drink it all. Needing privacy for his secret cultivation, he ordered Garden to wait outside the chambers. Garden's face went pale. He knew the prince intended to drink the tonic, and he vividly remembered the agony it caused him last time. The loyal knight even brought up the prince's previous excuse of choking on phlegm, his voice trembling with concern over the massive quantity of medicine. Our cunning protagonist waved it off, claiming it was merely an experiment, though he lied through his teeth, promising to only take a small sip since swallowing it all was physically impossible. Garden tried to laugh, finding comfort in the impossibility of the task, but the prince, tired of the nagging, shoved his loyal servant out of the kitchen with the door locked. The act began. In a single breath, he gulped down all 10 liters of the tonic, instantly stashing it away in his mana slots. The hard part was done. Now came the assimilation. As he went about his day, he slowly began to discharge the medicine from the slot into his system. It was working. He could feel his organs repairing themselves, the medicinal energy converting directly into health points. His health points hit 500 tension, and excitement bubbled within him. Desperate to extend his life, he increased the frequency of the discharge. Meanwhile, inside the dimension of his organs, the heart grumbled to the large intestine, asking for the daily menu. The intestine sighed. It was ephedra, aconite, and asarum. Again, the same toxic buffet for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Forever. A system notification popped up, warning him that his internal organs were utterly sick of tasting the same 3 poisonous herbs repeatedly. He rolled his eyes at the notification, coldly retorting that his organs would eat whatever he fed them. Suddenly, a golden message flashed while he ate. Lifespan extended by 50 days. He now had 133 days to live. He shot up in pure euphoria, startling the maid. The poor girl trembled in fear, bowing and apologizing profusely for disturbing him. Confusion clouds his mind. Why is she trembling over a single broken cup? But then, her plea strikes him cold. She isn't just apologizing, she's begging him not to whip her again. A chill runs down his spine. The realization settles in like a heavy weight. The original owner of this body, the crown prince, was a monster who abused these servants. Desperate for a different answer, he asks if he was the one who hurt her. She shakes her head, bringing a moment of relief. Until her next words shatter it, he didn't swing the whip himself. He ordered others to do it. He demands to know the crime that warranted such torture. Her answer is pathetic and terrifying. She dared to spill a single drop of water on his royal sleeve. Disgust fills him. The man whose body he inhabits wasn't just spoiled. He was the tyrant of the highest order. Sickened by the truth, he sinks onto the bed. He orders her to clean up and leave immediately. And for the first time, a spark of hope brightens her terrified face. Once she's gone, he turns his gaze to Garden, claiming memory loss. He demands the brutal truth about how he treated the rest of the staff. Garden attempts to sugarcoat the past, but Rakiel isn't having it. He issues a dark ultimatum: speak the truth now, or watch him swallow every drop of poison in the room. The threat works. Garden finally breaks his silence, describing a history of cruelty and arrogance that made the servants' lives a living hell. Frustration gnaws at him as he listens. No wonder the guards believed his ridiculous excuse about breaking the bottle earlier. Madness was his trademark. Yet, amidst this dark history, a burning question arises. Why would someone as capable as Garden remain loyal to a monster like him? He confronts Garden directly, noticing that unlike the others, this man shows no fear in his presence. Garden's expression softens. He replies with unwavering conviction he stays because he knows the kindness buried deep within the prince's soul. A memory surfaces from the past, a young Rakiel, drenched in pouring rain, shielding a helpless chick from the storm with his own body. Clinging to that memory, Garden believes that once Rakiel's health is restored, that gentle heart will return as well. Seeing Rakiel thank him now, Garden feels his faith is finally being rewarded. Rakiel offers him a pastry, and though hesitant, the loyal servant accepts the peace offering. In this moment, a steel resolve hardens within him. He cannot die here. If he perishes, Garden will be blamed. For his sake, he must survive at all costs. Suddenly, the peace is shattered. The door crashes open, and a frantic servant bursts in with urgent news. The emperor demands his presence immediately. The scene shifts to the grandeur of the main palace, where Rakiel steps into the suffocating atmosphere of his father's court. He offers a formal greeting, but the emperor's sharp eyes miss nothing. He instantly recognizes the awakened energy of the legendary Asrahan technique within his son. The emperor senses the boy's anxiety. Meanwhile, Rakiel is physically struggling, his weak body screaming in protest as he waits for permission to rise from his bow. The emperor coldly inquires about his life in exile at the side palace. Rakiel answers affirmatively, keeping his true feelings hidden behind a mask of respect. Internally, however, he is fuming. Every second he remains bowed is torture on his frail constitution. Then comes the interrogation. The emperor demands an explanation for the disturbing rumors that the crown prince has been piercing himself with needles and consuming poison. Rakiel attempts to deflect, trying to deny the accusations. But the emperor cuts him off. He lectures him on lost dignity and delivers a crushing blow. If the burden is too heavy, he should abdicate the position of successor to his younger brother. Caught off guard, Rakiel instinctively refuses the proposal. His defiance ignites a spark of fury in the emperor's eyes. Yet, Rakiel pauses. A chilling realization strikes him: the emperor has absolute power. He could simply strip the title away without asking, but he hasn't done that. He asked instead. The truth clicks into place. This is a political play. The emperor wants Rakiel to step down voluntarily, legitimizing the younger brother's ascension in the eyes of the nobles. He sees through the devious scheme clearly now, but Rakiel refuses to be a pawn. No matter how weak his body is, he will not go down without a fight. The emperor's patience snaps. He rises from his throne, his voice thundering through the hall, accusing Rakiel of clinging to power only to bring shame upon the imperial family. Rakiel can't help but scoff at the accusation. It isn't the title he craves. He knows the future written in the original novel. The second prince, Theodore, lacks the strength to survive the coming age of chaos. If Theodore takes the throne, it spells doom not just for the family, but for the entire empire. He meets the emperor's gaze with unwavering intensity. He declares that his refusal isn't about greed, but about the survival and prosperity of their bloodline. He makes a bold counteroffer: give him one chance. One chance to prove he is far superior to the second prince. The scene shifts back to the side palace, where a nervous Guardian is desperate to know the outcome of the royal summons. Rakiel drops the bombshell. He has challenged the second prince to a sword duel. Upon hearing this, the terrified doctor immediately starts packing his bags, convinced his master is marching to his death. Meanwhile, in the solitude of the throne room, the emperor reflects on Rakiel's audacious words. Intrigued by this sudden transformation in his son, he decides to allow the duel to proceed. The day of judgment arrives. The entire empire gathers to witness the spectacle. The crowd buzzes with excitement, with the noble ladies cheering wildly for the charming second prince, Theodore. On the stage, Rakiel is already present, warming up his frail body for the battle to come. Theodore approaches him, his expression one of pity rather than hostility. He tells Rakiel that this charade isn't necessary. Feigning concern for Rakiel's health, he urges him to step down quietly. He claims he only wants to spare his brother pain, believing the result of this duel is already set in stone. Theodore's voice drips with false nobility as he declares he cannot allow his frail brother to sacrifice himself for a meaningless title. But Raquel meets his gaze with burning intensity. He haughtily informs the second prince that neither he nor the emperor understands his true power. He didn't step into this arena to die, but to dominate. As the duel looms, a wave of whispers sweeps through the terrified crowd. To them, the crown prince's challenge isn't brave. It is absolute madness against a superior foe. The power gap is undeniable. Theodore possesses the legendary Azran core within a single circle. Victory seems impossible in their eyes. In a memory from the past, we see Raquel pushing his broken body to the limit while his loyal aide, Garden, watches with a heavy heart, believing this duel is nothing but a cruel joke. Raquel, dripping with sweat, saw right through his subordinate's doubts. "No one expects me to triumph," he stated calmly. "But that is my greatest weapon. The pressure is non-existent." Garden tried to offer words of encouragement, but his voice trembled with undeniable uncertainty. The lies were written plainly on his face. Raquel simply smiled and revealed his strategy. "I do not need to overpower him. I only need to survive 3 of his strikes to claim victory." Back in the present, tension hangs thick in the air. Garden clutches his hands together, praying desperately to the gods for his master's survival. The emperor's voice booms across the arena, setting the terms: if Raquel can defeat Theodore, or simply withstand his onslaught for 5 minutes, the victory shall be his. Any other outcome results in Theodore's triumph. The two brothers face each other, destiny hanging in the balance, but Theodore has no intention of letting the clock run. He plans to end the charade instantly. The signal fires. Suddenly, gasps echo through the stadium. Raquel discards his sword. Has he surrendered before the first blow? Theodore freezes. A wave of relief washes over him. Perhaps he won't have to strike down his sickly brother after all. But then, reality sets in. Such a cowardly surrender would stain their family's honor forever. He hesitates, wondering if he should goad Raquel into fighting back. Suddenly, Raquel raises a heavy shield. Theodore realizes the truth. His brother intends to hide like a turtle and run out the clock. A cold, arrogant smirk curls Theodore's lips. If it is a test of endurance he wants, he shall fail. Mana explodes from Theodore's body as he dashes forward like a thunderbolt. Even the emperor watches with a critical eye. He calculates the force and concludes that Raquel cannot possibly survive the impending impact. Theodore leaps high. He aims a downward strike, intending to crush Raquel's defense without humiliating him too severely. Whoosh! The crowd goes silent. Raquel sidesteps the attack with impossible fluidity. The second prince is too kind. A spectator scoffs. He surely held back so his weak brother could dodge. Theodore frowns and strikes again, this time with real power. Bam! The impact sends Raquel sliding back, but he remains standing. Raquel's frail body screams in protest, trembling under the strain. Yet, his eyes burn with resolve. In his past life as a police officer, evasion was not a choice, but a necessity for survival. He hunkers down behind his customized shield. Theodore charges again, his mana output far exceeding Raquel's calculations. But hidden behind that steel defense, Raquel is grinning. While Theodore's fighting spirit ignites into a blazing inferno, the second prince channels all his power into one decisive blow. He soars into the sky and crashes down like a meteor. Boom! Dust clouds rise, but Raquel holds his ground. He braced his lower body perfectly, rooting himself to the earth. This was all part of the plan. His shield was custom forged for this exact impact, but his true weapon lies hidden within his system slots. A holographic window flashes before his eyes. System, how much special concoction do you wish to transfer? Raquel's command is swift. 0.2 liters. The transfer completes instantly. The potent liquid floods directly into Theodore's mana-charged bloodstream. In a heartbeat. Theodore's face flushes crimson red. Hic. A violent hiccup escapes him as he stumbles, utterly bewildered by the sudden haze clouding his mind. Raquel watches with satisfaction. He remembers the original novel's lore perfectly. Theodore, the genius mage, has zero tolerance for alcohol. He didn't load his slots with potions or weapons. He loaded them with the strongest spirits known to man, injecting them straight into his brother's core. Theodore sways, fighting to keep his eyes open. The world spins around him. He cannot comprehend what dark magic has invaded his body. He tries to focus on his goals, his father's approval, the people's adoration, the crown. He believes he must win for the greater good of the empire. Summoning the last shreds of his will, he charges forward again. Raquel's eyes widen. Theodore is actually fighting through the intoxication. Persistent, Raquel thinks. He triggers the system once more, injecting 0.1 liters of high-grade spirits. Reality shatters for Theodore. He hallucinates that he is trapped inside a bizarre organic realm where a personified heart offers him a drink, whispering that it is a gift. He spins around to see Raquel standing there in his vision, raising a wine glass with a mocking smile. What is this sorcery? Theodore's mind completely collapses under the absurdity of the vision. Raquel sees his opening. The second prince is wide open, drowning in a drunken stupor. It is time to end this. Raquel channels his remaining strength. He unleashes a decisive strike that sends Theodore crashing to the arena floor. Silence descends upon the Colosseum. The impossible has happened. The crowd stares in shock as the weakling stands victorious. Witnessing the fierce clash between his sons, the Emperor's gaze sharpens. He instantly recognizes the Azrahan core, a power he once thought his eyes had deceived him about. The raw energy of the Azrahan core pulses undeniably from Raquel, its presence unmistakable even amidst the throngs of hundreds. Meanwhile, as Theodore's vision clears, he finds his brother standing victorious before him. Raquel calmly declares he has purified Theodore's impure mana. Theodore's mind races, recognizing it as the legendary Azrahan core, and demanding to know how his supposedly sickly brother could wield such power. The once frail prince merely shrugs, and replying with a nonchalant air that he simply learned its secrets a little late. Glancing at his fallen blade, Theodore can only mutter, "I've lost." Raquel, ever composed, remarks that Theodore still seems to struggle with belief. Then, Theodore notices a trickle of blood on his brother's forehead. Our hero explains the injury, and a mark earned while shielding himself from Theodore's own furious assault. Hearing this, Theodore finally confronts his own arrogance throughout the duel. He realizes the overconfidence that led him to assume victory, without ever acknowledging his brother's hidden strength. With a calm grace, Raquel rises and inquires about his brother's well-being. Misinterpreting the concern, Theodore lowers his head in shame. However, Raquel quickly clarifies, reassuring him that he was merely asking about Theodore's physical condition. At this, Theodore performs a deep bow before his brother, a public acknowledgement of Raquel's skill and rightful position as crown prince, before all present. In that very moment, a dazzling screen materializes before our hero. A triumphant grin spreads across his face as he cheers. "I've finally done it." Mistaking Raquel's triumphant outburst as a celebration of his victory over his brother, Gordon, overcome with emotion, bursts into tears of pride. Raquel's system congratulates him for extending kindness to another soul. He has acquired the skill. Requested medical treatment fees. This newfound ability grants him a small measure of life expectancy each time he heals another individual. Yet, a shadow crosses his features. He notes that this method only extends his lifespan by a single day at a time, and a painfully slow process that sours his mood. Still, Raquel accepts it, recognizing it as a far more effective path to longevity than relying solely on acupoint techniques or fleeting tonics. His strategic thoughts are abruptly shattered by the arrival of his father, the Emperor. The Emperor directly questions if he unleashed the Azrahan core during the fight. Raquel admits it. Then comes the colder inquiry. How did you acquire it? Raquel answers with a half-truth, claiming he truly doesn't know. He cannot reveal the system's secret, that it was a reward skill to heal his ailing body. Surprisingly, his father seems to accept his answer, revealing that he had engraved the Azrahan core into Raquel's body at birth, but his illness prevented its activation. The Emperor acknowledges that our boy has defied destiny, overcoming his physical limitations to wield the Azrahan core anyway. Mistaking this for praise, Rakiel offers a polite thank you. But his father's words cut through the air, stating that all of this has utterly ruined his initial plan. Rakiel ponders the ominous meaning behind his father's declaration. The Emperor turns his back, assuring his son that despite his earlier intentions, he will honor his promise and acknowledge Rakiel's position as crown prince. A tense pause hangs in the air, then a chilling warning. I will be watching you closely to see if you are truly capable of succeeding to the throne. A surge of anger flares within our hero, but the Emperor, frustrated by Rakiel's lack of immediate response, roars at him to show some reaction. Instead of a direct answer, the newly acknowledged crown prince begins to offer his father unexpected advice. You should keep up your sword fighting practice, Your Majesty. Your muscles are getting stiff. He adds, you also need to eat more vegetables and quit your tobacco habit. The Emperor's fury ignites, demanding to know who his son thinks he is to speak such words. But our boy's reply is utterly sincere. I am only speaking out of genuine concern for my father. Moments later, the Emperor rides in his carriage, scoffing as he reflects on his son's baffling change in demeanor. Yet, a deeper worry gnaws at him. The reckless use of the Azrahan core could endanger Rakiel's fragile health once more. He recalls the immense expectations he once held for his son, even in his sickness. But now, after the day's astonishing events, and a faint glimmer of hope for Rakiel's future ignites within his heart. Meanwhile, on his journey home, our protagonist is lost in thoughts of his own Han father from his previous life, who tragically died of a heart attack. He remembers skipping studies to play, only to receive the devastating call that sealed his regret. It is far too late for apologies now. Thinking of the Emperor, who still has a chance at a longer life, Rakiel resolves to protect his current father as well, a decision that will also serve to extend his own precious lifespan. At that very moment, Gordon reappears, his face a mask of overflowing emotion, pleading with his master to ask him why he's crying. Feeling an awkward pang, Rakiel obliges. Gordon then bursts forth with profound pride, praising his master for winning the grueling fight. Rakiel brushes off Gordon's heartfelt concern, stating that he will rest now, for he has many important tasks awaiting him tomorrow. Sensing Gordon's confusion, he elaborates he must meet someone the next day. Later, Gordon is seen with a mysterious man at Sorrentino, one of the capital's top 10 restaurants. The man inquires if Gordon knows of this establishment. Gordon replies that he is a regular patron. It is then revealed that the man, in a subtle disguise, is none other than our cunning crown prince. When the waiter arrived, our protagonist dropped a cryptic code asking for wine devoid of grapes and a feast that would last until the dawn. It was clearly a signal from the underworld. The moment the words left his lips, the waiter's demeanor shifted, instructing him to follow immediately. Both men rose from their seats, though poor Garden looked completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Our main character simply ordered Garden to keep up, assuring him that the truth would be revealed soon enough. The waiter guided them to a hidden staircase. Garden remained confused, unable to fathom how the crown prince knew of such a shadowy place. Of course, our hero only knew this secret because he had read it all. In the original novel, Garden nervously asked why they were descending into the dark. He gave a mysterious smile, replying that he was simply there to collect some overdue treatment fees, leaving Garden even more puzzled. Switching gears, he asked Garden if the name Damien rang a bell. Garden shook his head. The name meant nothing to him yet. Rather than explaining things to his loyal doctor, the prince pushed open the heavy iron door at the bottom of the stairs. Inside, a hidden battle arena was revealed. The roar of the crowd was deafening as spectators screamed for blood. Garden asked once more what kind of hell this was. The prince grinned, declaring it a top-secret location. His eyes scanned the arena, landing on a brutish fighter standing in the ring. Garden asked if that thug was the Damien he spoke of earlier, but the prince immediately dismissed the idea. That was just fodder. Suddenly, the far gates creaked open. Out stepped the true protagonist of the novel, the one who would shape the destiny of this world. Damien Cayenne had arrived. The entire Colosseum erupted in cheers the moment the young legend stepped onto the bloody sand. The announcer dismissed the other fighter like trash, then introduced the main event, Damien, the rising star of the death matches. At merely 17 years old, he had plunged into the underworld, slaughtering every opponent for 3 months and earning the title of Sword Genius. The gates opened again, releasing Damien's opponent, a massive, roaring troll, charging with killing intent. Even our hero, watching from the shadows, felt a chill seeing a real monster. Garden panicked, convinced they were just watching a human sacrifice. In the pit below, the berserk troll swung its massive claws, but Damien was like a phantom, gracefully weaving through every lethal strike. Damien's eyes locked onto the beast with cold, predatory focus. With a single flash of steel, he unsheathed his blade. In one swift motion, the troll was cleaved in two. The crowd gasped in pure awe. Watching from above, our hero realized that the rumors didn't do him justice. This guy was even more dangerous than the story said. But it made sense. This was the main character, the sword genius destined to rival the legendary Grandmaster Swordsman of history. The prince signaled Garden to follow. They moved deeper into the facility until a hulking guard blocked their path, warning them to turn back or die. But the prince didn't flinch. He simply placed a solid brick of gold into the man's hand, and the path miraculously cleared. They entered the waiting room. Our hero tried to keep his composure while sitting across from a living weapon. Damien sat there, clutching a bottle of painkillers. The prince scoffed, asking if he really intended to rely on such cheap trash. Damien's eyes narrowed. He demanded to know if they were spies or just peddlers trying to sell him drugs. The prince gave a vague, confident shrug. Damien, clearly irritated, tried to shoo them away like flies, declaring he had no patience for games. But our boy stood his ground. He stated plainly that those cheap pills would never stop the throbbing agony at the back of Damien's skull. That caught his attention. The prince began to diagnose him, describing the specific, maddening pain that plagued the young fighter. He described how the symptoms started at the nape of the neck, spreading stiffness and a burning itch through his entire head. He asked if numbness was spreading to his shoulders. Damien glared at him with suspicion. How could a stranger know his deepest secret? The prince pressed on, detailing the immense pressure crushing the sides of his head and the piercing pain between his eyes. He spoke of the sudden goosebumps and the sensation of his eyes feeling like they would burst from their sockets. Our hero even acted out the symptoms dramatically, mimicking the agony Damien hid from the world. While Damien stared in silence, the prince continued his performance, lecturing him that painkillers were just a band-aid, not a cure for his condition. Damien's annoyance spiked. For a fleeting second, he genuinely considered just killing this noisy intruder. Finally, the prince told Damien to actually speak up, which only fueled the fighter's rage since the prince hadn't let him get a word in edgewise. Regaining his cool, Damien asked for his identity. Our hero jokingly told the truth that he was the crown prince, but Damien just scowled at the absurdity. Seeing the joke didn't land, the prince quickly pivoted to a lie, claiming he was sent by a mutual contact. He dropped the name Kuzman, a known sponsor of Damien, to gain credibility. He spun a tale that Kuzman was worried, claiming that medicinal ingredients were running low this season. Damien looked confused but listened. As Damien tried to decipher the babble, our boy cut to the chase. He claimed to have discovered a revolutionary method to cure the pain. Damien's guard lowered slightly. He asked if this involved a new kind of medicine, hope flickering in his eyes. Our protagonist shakes his head solemnly. Mere potions cannot fix this. To sever the root of this agony, he issues a command strip off the shirt and lie down. Damien obeys without hesitation. As the fabric falls away, a tapestry of brutal scars is revealed across his back. With a playful smirk, our boy asks if he is afraid. But Damien scoffs, irritation flashing in his eyes. He is a warrior who deals in death, not one who fears it. The prince scoops up a chunk of moxibustion, the herbal scent filling the air. He asks if the warrior has ever witnessed this ancient art before. With steady hands, he places the mounds of herbs precisely along the warrior's spine. He ignites the herbs. Damien remains stoic, nonchalantly claiming that such a trifle could never rattle a seasoned gladiator. However, seconds later, the heat intensifies. Damien trembles violently, his facade cracking. Our boy chuckles, praying the tough guy can actually handle the burn. His gaze falls upon the curse mark branded into Damien's flesh. This sinister seal is the chain binding him to this hellish underworld. Every swing of his sword brings agonizing torture. To survive the arena, he swallows handfuls of painkillers just to numb the screaming nerves. He borrows to buy drugs, then fights to pay the debt, a cruel, unending cycle designed to enslave the protagonist of this tragic tale. Rage boils within our boy against Kuzman, the architect of this misery. He focuses his energy, smearing the medicinal heat directly onto the cursed seal. Hope blooms in his heart. If he cures Damien here, he saves a life and gains an unstoppable ally for the battles to come. He resolves to save the other gladiators next. Once the smoke clears and the treatment concludes, he orders the warrior to rise. He examines his handiwork. The mark has been successfully cauterized. He asks the trembling warrior how his body feels now. Damien blinks in disbelief. The heavy weight is gone, for the first time in years. He feels truly light and refreshed. But the cure is not yet complete. Our boy warns that several more sessions are required to shatter the curse fully. He lists the restrictions: no touching the blisters, no oily food, and absolutely no exertion. The final rule hits Damien like a thunderbolt. No fighting. Damien protests immediately. The tyrant Kuzman would never allow his prize fighter to rest. But our boy cuts him off with a confident smile. He assures Damien that he will handle the tyrant personally. Damien finally realizes this healer is no ordinary man. With a baffled expression, he demands to know the stranger's true identity. Our boy stands tall and declares proudly, "I am the crown prince." Damien snorts, assuming it is a code to hide his real background. Realizing the truth sounds like madness, the prince drops the subject. He simply commands Damien to follow his medical orders to the letter. He issues a strict decree: avoid the Colosseum at all costs. Staying away is the only path to safety. He adds quietly that this is the only way they can continue to meet and treat the curse. Hearing this, Damien's face burns red, and he eagerly nods in agreement. Outside, Garden is bursting with questions about this illegal den, but the prince silences him. They have a target to find. The prince describes the prey: a man with raven hair, a ponytail, and sharp, slit eyes. After scouring the district, they corner their target inside a dim tavern. Our boy sits opposite the man and cuts to the chase. He is here to buy Damien's freedom. He demands the total debt and the penalty for breaking the contract. Kuzman sneers, dropping an impossible figure: 9 trillion minon, a sum only the royal treasury itself could afford. Without blinking, our boy replies calmly, "Exactly, I am the crown prince." Kuzman bursts into hysterical laughter. He mocks him, claiming that if this brat is royalty, then he is the king of medicine sellers. His expression darkens instantly. He snarls at them to get lost unless they are buying drugs. As our boy exits, Kuzman signals a henchman. He orders him to tail the stranger and uncover his true identity. He commands him to use torture if necessary. But 1 hour later, that very assassin is tossed back into the room, broken, bleeding, and barely breathing. Kuzman stares in shock. Who on earth could have reduced his elite killer to this state? Suddenly, armored figures flood the room. The royal guards announce the arrival of the terrifying secret royal inspector. Our boy rips off his disguise and flashes the golden royal badge. But let us rewind 1 hour, to when he and Garden first sensed the rat following them. He whispered to Garden to maintain composure, ensuring the stalker remained unaware of the trap. He knew a snake like Kuzman would bite. Being followed was not a mistake. It was the plan all along. The moment the stalker turned the corner, he ran straight into the immovable wall of the royal inspector. The trap snapped shut. The guards immediately accused the thug of attempting to assassinate the crown prince. Back in the present, Kuzman is paralyzed with fear. Our boy hands the badge back to the inspector while the villain's mind races. Before the criminal can beg, the prince raises his hand. He commands the royal guards to tear the place apart and arrest Kuzman. Chaos erupts as the soldiers storm the facility, watching the prince command the scene. Garden realizes that the boy he knew has truly transformed. He is no longer just a royal, he is a ruler protecting his nation's security, purging the rot from the underground one raid at a time. On the other hand, the crown prince surveys the chaos with a twisted smile. To him, these aren't just people, they are batteries for his dwindling life force. Every injury he heals is a golden ticket to extend his remaining time on Earth. Meanwhile, the rat named Kuzman cowers in the shadows, frantically analyzing his odds. He questions why royalty would be interested in a slave like Damien, but survival comes first. He dashes toward the exit, hoping to vanish before the heat rises. But fate is cruel. The moment he flings the door open, he is greeted by a forest of steel blades pointed at his throat. Back inside, Raquel grins at his personal physician. "Pay up, Doc. That is 500 Megan, just as I predicted." He steps into the light, lecturing the thug like a disappointed teacher, ranting about the astronomical cost of a single potion. When Kuzman screams in confusion, Raquel clarifies the situation with cold logic. I came to clear Damien's medical debt, offering you salvation, yet you chose to throw it all away. Upon hearing this, the thug snaps. Rage overtakes reason. He swings at the prince, but his face meets the iron gauntlet of a royal guard. The command is absolute. Stay down. Cornered like a beast, Kuzman plays his final trump card. He bites down on a hidden poison capsule concealed within his teeth. The plan is simple: spit out the toxin. In 5 seconds, a paralyzing mist will drop everyone in the room. In the ensuing chaos, he plans to slaughter the crown prince and make his escape. He smirks, confident in his perfect strategy. He begins the countdown. 5, 4, 3. But Raquel knows the script. He has read this novel 1,000 times. Bam! The prince's hand slams over Kuzman's mouth. Kuzman's eyes widen in terror. He knows. The timer hits 0, and the bomb detonates inside the assassin's own mouth. The toxin floods his system instantly. Paralysis begins to set in, and death will follow unless he takes the antidote immediately. With shaking hands, he desperately claws at his pocket to retrieve the cure. But the omniscient reader is faster. Raquel swipes the vial and smirks, wondering how I knew your every move. To the goon's absolute horror, the prince uncorks the bottle and downs the antidote himself. He pokes the paralyzed assassin, casually mentioning he has no intention of explaining his powers. Adding salt to the wound, he smacks his lips. A bit bitter for my taste. Honestly. Kuzman stares in desperation, begging silently, but Raquel carelessly tosses the empty vial over his shoulder. You were the one who tried to poison me? The prince states coldly. Why should I hand you the cure? Of course. This is all a calculated gamble. By letting the poison take hold, Raquel can use his divine medical skills to purge it, thereby farming more lifespan. The antidote is already synthesized in his mana slots. His fingers move with surgical precision. He strikes below the 5th thoracic vertebra, pressing 1.5 inches deep into the heart transporter points. The reaction is instant. Kuzman violently retches, expelling the poison from his system. Raquel discharges the mana antidote and waits for the magic to happen. Seconds later, the assassin passes out, fully cured. The system window chimes, life extended by 118 days. Arrest him, Raquel commands, bored with the pawn. It is time to focus on the real reason he came to this hellhole. The scene shifts to the blood-soaked arena. Damien leads the gladiator rebellion, his blade singing a symphony of violence against the guards. But the fighting halts abruptly when Raquel steps onto the battlefield. Damien freezes, recognizing the royal presence immediately. The scene fades into a nightmare. A young Damien stands trembling before the cold body of his mother. Deep down, he knows this is a dream, a memory of the day the world abandoned him. Wake up! A voice shatters the illusion. Damien gasps, opening his eyes to find the royal garden, offering him a firm handshake. But the crown prince cuts the pleasantries short. Follow me, he orders. We have work to do, and time is money. Moments later, they arrive at a high-end facility. It is a mock combustion clinic filled with other confused gladiators. Damien looks around, bewildered. Where are we? Raquel answers simply. A place of healing. Whispers erupt among the warriors. Why would royalty rescue scum from the underworld, shelter them in the palace, and now offer them medical treatment? It makes no sense. Raquel observes them like a farmer inspecting cattle. He doesn't care about their gratitude. He needs to cleanse their curse marks. These young, vitality-filled warriors are massive batteries for his system. Curing them means living longer. It is purely transactional. Do not misunderstand, the prince announces, cutting through the silence. This is not charity. Everyone knows I am a sick man. One foolish gladiator shouts from the back. Yeah, the whole kingdom knows you're weak. Raquel smiles externally, but internally, a dark thought forms. I will make sure that guy's treatment hurts the most. My incompetent doctors failed to find a cure. He continues smoothly. So, I have decided to do it myself. He locks eyes with the protagonist. Do you understand, Damien? You are all my lab rats. Damien nods slowly. We are test subjects. I accept that. Fear ripples through the crowd, but Raquel plays his ace. Tell them, Damien, how did your body feel after the last session? The young warrior speaks the truth. The nerve pain, it vanished. Relief washes over the gladiators. If their leader trusts the prince, they will too. He surveys the room, his voice calm but authoritative, asking if any among them fear the path to recover. When silence fills the air, he commands them with a sharp gesture to strip to the waist and take their places on the treatment beds. 6 days pass, and the infirmary transforms into a living hell. The gladiators writhe in agony, bodies drenched in cold sweat and retching violently as the withdrawal claws at their very souls. Even our doctor feels the weight of the moment, anxiety tightening his chest as he observes the harrowing results of his detox regimen. He focuses on Damien, searching his eyes for signs of collapse. Damien admits the nausea is overwhelming, but his will remains unbroken. He is holding on. It becomes clear instantly Damien is an anomaly. After all, he is the protagonist of this world, blessed with a tenacity that defies logic. He dismisses the others to their quarters, but orders Sergio to remain. He points out the tremor in the man's hands, but the proud gladiator stubbornly insists he is fine. Unfazed by the denial, he reveals a glimmering silver needle, promising that this sliver of steel will bring the relief Sergio so desperately needs. Internally, however, doubt clouds his mind. Sergio has relied on the painkillers longer than anyone. His body is a fortress built on artificial relief. There is no other choice. Sergio must become the test subject for this new acupressure technique. He calculates the precise trajectory, aiming for the vital meridian point near the stomach. But before he can strike, Sergio's survival instincts flare. The gladiator rises like a beast, an aura of raw power exploding around him as he lunges, his massive hands clamping around the doctor's throat. Raquel gasps, vision blurring as the air is crushed from his lungs. Just as darkness encroaches, Damien bursts forward, knocking the berserk gladiator away with a desperate shove. Damien extends a hand, pulling Raquel from the floor. He checks on his savior, and Raquel manages a nod, signaling he survived the assault. Raquel studies Sergio's unconscious form, the diagnosis clicking into place. The withdrawal has stripped away his defenses, leaving his nerves screaming. He is hypersensitive to even the slightest touch. In this state, a standard needle feels like a sword thrust through the gut. To bypass this defense, he needs tools finer than a strand of hair. Later, in the solitude of his study, he unfolds a letter from the local blacksmith. The news is grim. The blacksmith apologizes profusely, admitting that forging needles of such microscopic fineness is beyond his skill. He claims that such a feat belongs to the realm of legends, a craft only a master dwarf artisan could achieve. Suddenly, a blue window materializes before his eyes. The system blares a warning. His stress levels are critical. His own organs are practically screaming at him to cool down before he suffers a nervous breakdown. Sensing his desperation, the system offers a lifeline. He can expend his own health points to summon a helper beast or unlock a new skill. Without hesitation, he selects the random summon option, sacrificing 300 HP in a gamble for power. As the transaction processes, the system demands he visualize the traits he desires. He prays for something useful. He speaks his will into existence. I need a creature capable of producing infinite needles of uniform, microscopic thickness. The system churns and presents 3 bizarre options: a happy oinker, an iron discharger, and a cactus discharger. A notification clarifies the stakes. Only one of these creatures has a 100% compatibility with his request. Another has a 50% chance, and the last is a complete dud at 0%. It is a game of chance with his patient's life on the line. He freezes, paralyzed by indecision. But then, his own heart pulses a frantic rhythm, urging him to choose the cactus. Trusting his instincts, he locks in the choice. Light gathers as the system manifests his reward. He squeezes his eyes shut, offering a silent prayer to the gods of luck. A soft weight lands in his palm. He opens his eyes to find not a cactus, but an adorable, tiny porcupine. The system window pops up with its stats. This is no ordinary beast. By feeding it red sunflower seeds, it grows to a monstrous size. Blue seeds return it to its pocket-sized form. Its name is Gosu. Its special ability: the generation of an infinite supply of thorns, which it can launch at enemies with deadly precision. Raquel gently requests a sample. The creature obliges, shedding 3 quills of different colors into his hand. He examines the white and brown quills first, analyzing their properties. The white thorn induces only mild sensation perfect for the gladiators. The black quill, however, radiates a sinister aura of agonizing pain. He wisely decides not to test that one on himself, saving it for a future enemy. With his new tools ready, he heads back to the clinic, sterilizing the organic needles. Gordon spots the creature on his shoulder and stares in bewilderment, asking where such a beast came from. Raquel spins a vague excuse, telling Gordon to ask the porcupine itself if he's so curious, before breezing past him. Gordon stands rooted to the spot, his mind racing. He recognizes the energy signatures. This is undoubtedly a summoned monster. History speaks of a legendary figure from 300 years ago, a builder who commanded such beasts to reshape the world. Such creatures are exceedingly rare, shrouded in mystery. Gordon gazes at Raquel's retreating back, realizing his master hides secrets far deeper than he ever imagined. Back in the treatment room, Sergio hangs his head, apologizing profusely for his violent outburst the day before. Raquel waves off the apology with a smile. He assures Sergio that the pain is a thing of the past, his hands moving in a blur as he inserts the new needles. Sergio blinks in confusion. He hasn't felt a thing. Raquel points to the man's arm. It is already bristling with the hair-thin needles of the porcupine. The breakthrough is absolute. With Gosu's help, Raquel moves from bed to bed, bringing salvation to the tormented gladiators. As the rewards for treating Damien and the gladiators pour in, the system brings salvation. His life expectancy extends by 171 days. But the blessings do not end there, because he treated such a massive group. His medical skill levels up instantly. Pure euphoria washes over him, visible in every motion of his body. Seeing this radiant joy, Damien completely misunderstands, wondering why the Crown Prince would be so ecstatic just to see them recovered. Now that Raquel has finished their treatment, a new scheme begins to form in his mind. He has plans for these warriors. The scene shifts to the Imperial Palace, where the Emperor receives a peculiar report regarding his wayward son. The intelligence states that the Crown Prince has taken 14 gladiators as his personal bodyguards, and they have been officially recognized as royal guards. He is even paying their salaries and providing benefits from his own coffers. Hearing this, the Emperor bursts into laughter, amused that his son, who should be bedridden, is instead building a private squad. However, the laughter dies abruptly as the next piece of intel arrives. The Crown Prince has developed a terrifying habit of gathering servants and guards to poke them with needles. We cut to the Crown Prince, who is happily playing doctor with a line of terrified servants. He asks a trembling guard if the acupuncture needles hurt, and despite the man's agonized expression, the guard is forced to lie and say no. Raquel immediately calls for the next patient. We flash back a few days, where Damien stands before our Crown Prince, who asks how the moxibustion treatment felt. Damien admits, with the grimace, that the burning sensation still lingers. The Crown Prince drops the bombshell news. Damien is fully cured and no longer needs treatment, a revelation that leaves the knight bewildered. Damien tries to offer his humble thanks, but Raquel immediately cuts him off with a sharp protest. Raquel demands he listen first. The prince has a business proposal. He covets Damien's sword skills and refuses to let such talent go to waste. He offers Damien a position as his personal bodyguard, not asking for loyalty, but offering a transaction. He promises a handsome salary and tangible benefits, rather than relying on fickle concepts like friendship or honor. Raquel knows the truth. Damien is destined to advance his swordsmanship until he hits the Swordmaster's Syndrome, a state of hypersensitivity where pain is amplified tenfold compared to the curse seal. And when that inevitable agony strikes, Raquel wants Damien right where he can treat him. The job offer is essentially a trap to keep a future patient nearby, but he sweetens the deal with a contract full of perks. When Damien hesitates, Raquel plays his trump card, a 4-day work week. This declaration triggers a roar of approval from the gladiators behind Damien. Hearing these legendary working conditions, the other warriors immediately offer their services, claiming they want to repay their debt by protecting him. Raquel dryly notes that they are obviously doing it for the money and benefits, and the warriors shamelessly agree without missing a beat. Their brazen honesty actually pleases him. He has always believed that those who preach blind loyalty often harbor the deepest grudges. He weighs the decision, realizing the original royal guards were his father's men, not his. It would be far safer to establish his own private military force. He officially christens them the SRGI, and the warriors rejoice at their new title and employment. But as he turns away, a heavy sigh escapes him. Despite the bonus, his lifespan is still critically low, only 18 days remain, and his frail body is too weak to hunt for patients. Time skips forward to his study, where Rakiel announces to Damien and Garden that he intends to open a medical clinic right inside the palace. Garden is visibly moved, praising his master's noble heart for wanting to save the sick. Rakiel plays along, agreeing that he wants to treat the people of the side palace, claiming commoners might feel too intimidated to enter the main grounds. Garden nods enthusiastically, completely missing the point. Rakiel explains that he needs this specific demographic because word of mouth will act as free marketing. His goal is to create a reputation that draws people to the side palace's traditional medicine clinic. Back in the present, Rakiel is seething with frustration. Everyone is too healthy after treating 500 people. The system has only granted him a measly 2-day life extension. Desperation claws at him as he screams that he needs a genuinely sick patient. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in his head. He commands Garden to compile data on the families of every servant working in his palace. He's convinced there must be a terminal illness hiding somewhere among their relatives. But as he scans the files, frustration mounts. Only 10 pages left, and everyone looks healthy. Hope is fading fast, yet he continues to scour the documents, until Damien interrupts, his voice heavy with disappointment. Rakiel looks up, baffled. Damien steps forward, asking if the prince truly sees patients as nothing more than tools. Damien admits he understood the need for research subjects, but this behavior looks like the prince is actively hunting for someone on their deathbed. Garden immediately jumps in to defend his master, insisting the prince must have a grander plan. However, the crown prince shocks them both by correcting his aide. Damien is absolutely right. Damien protests that Rakiel is being rude to Garden, while Garden tries to defend Rakiel by claiming Damien is the rude one. With a sharp wave of his hand, the crown prince banished the duo from his quarters and turned his burning gaze to the final 10 pages. Suddenly, one sheet seized his attention. Someone had scribbled a desperate response about an 8-year-old boy, a child whose body would violently tremble and foam at the mouth every week. Neither the royal physicians nor the holy clerics could save him. Their divine magic and medicines had been utterly useless. A triumphant grin spread across Rakiel's face. He had finally found his target. The very next day, he stood before the young boy, who trembled in pure terror at the sight of royalty. Rakiel knelt, closing the distance between them, and greeted the child warmly, insisting that he simply call him Rakiel. He realized instantly that this was George's first time inside the intimidating palace, and the boy was petrified of the notorious crown prince. Rakiel produced a piece of candy like a magic trick, expecting a smile, but instead of joy, the boy's expression curdled into deep fear. The boy recoiled, whispering that he was forbidden from touching the crown prince. When Rakiel asked why, the answer was heartbreaking: because I am cursed. Tears welled in George's eyes as he confessed that this curse was why the other children bullied him and branded him a monster. Hearing this, Rakiel's heart sank, and he tried to comfort the child. George explained that just yesterday, he tried to defend himself against bullies, but he was too weak. That's when the darkness took him. He described a terrifying sensation, as if an invisible hand had slammed him into the earth while his body convulsed. When he awoke, he was drained of all strength, moved by the child's suffering. The crown prince pulled him into a sudden, tight embrace, praising his warrior-like courage. But George panicked, tears streaming down his face as he begged Rakiel to let go, terrified that the evil spirit inside him would infect the prince. In that frozen moment, Rakiel's eyes sharpened. The time for sentiment was over. The diagnosis had begun. The system window flashed before his eyes. The patient was physically healthy, save for violent seizures triggered by chaotic brainwaves. Rakiel confirmed his suspicion immediately: epilepsy. However, the root cause of the irregular brainwaves remained a mystery. He looked George in the eye, his voice firm and commanding. "You are not strange. You are not cursed." Seeing the boy's disbelief, Rakiel flashed a confident, almost arrogant grin. "I am the crown prince, and I am never wrong." But internally, he was hitting a wall. Without modern equipment like an MRI machine, locating the exact source of the brain malfunction seemed impossible. Suddenly, George cried out. Rakiel spun around, his body tensing as the boy collapsed into a violent seizure. Rakiel moved instantly, ignoring Gardine's frantic protest to stay back. Sword drawn, Damien watched with hawk-like intensity, unsure if this was an attack or an illness. "Back off," Rakiel roared at his subordinates, his voice thundering with authority. "He is in pain. Get me a pillow. Now, He gently cushioned George's head. The knights watched in stunned silence, and Garden reached out, offering to wipe the foam from the boy's mouth. "Do not touch him," Rakiel snapped. "If you put your hand near his mouth, he might bite it off. We can only wait for the storm to pass." But then, Rakiel's senses tingled. A strange, subtle energy was leaking from the boy's convulsing body. Mana. It was his Azrahan core technique resonating. This ancient cultivation art was hypersensitive to mana flow. A crazy idea sparked in Rakiel's mind. He would use his own internal energy as a living MRI scanner. He focused. Diving deep into the flow of mana, he scanned the nerves, searching blindly through the darkness, his own stamina draining rapidly with every second. Nothing. Nothing. And then he stood before the spiritual projection of George's heart and surged forward. "Caught you." Rakiel finally pinpointed the anomaly. The chaotic signals were erupting from the vagus nerve. Gasping for air, he ordered his men to bring warm blankets and cover the boy, strictly forbidding them from waking him up. But the diagnosis had taken a heavy toll. Rakiel's vision blurred, his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor, completely drained of mana. Panic erupted around him as the guards rushed to his side. But as consciousness faded, Rakiel felt only relief. He had found the cure. Hours drifted by. When Rakiel finally opened his eyes, his head felt as heavy as lead. His Azrahan core must have been cycling frantically while he slept to recover his energy, and a shadow loomed over him. Damien stood like a statue by his bed. The knight informed him that he had been unconscious for half the day. "And the boy?" Rakiel rasped. Damien reported that George was awake but exhausted. Rakiel forced himself up, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. The Azrahan core was more useful than he thought. It was the ultimate diagnostic tool. Now, the real work began. To treat the epilepsy, he needed to stimulate the vagus nerve. He threw on his coat, and Damien asked, baffled, where he was going in the dead of night. Rakiel turned, a look of pure, unhinged madness in his eyes. "I'm going to get struck by lightning." Moments later, he stood before the main palace with Damien in tow, the royal guards staring at their crown prince in utter disbelief. Ignoring their shock, Rakiel demanded an escort to the quarters of Xanis, the royal court mage. He marched through the halls with purposeful strides. Xanis, the grand mage, blinked in confusion, startled to find the crown prince invading his room at this ungodly hour. "Your Highness." With a cheerful, almost psychotic smile, the crown prince made his request. "I need you to blast my back with lightning magic." The poor mage stood there, his jaw on the floor. Xanis recalled his conversation with the emperor just yesterday, listening to the ruler lament about how the prince had been acting bizarrely lately. "I truly worry what madness my son will commit next," the emperor had said with a weary smile. Staring at the grinning prince, asking to be electrocuted, Xanis thought with annoyance. The emperor wasn't joking. The entire royal bloodline has gone completely insane. Back in the present, Prince Rakiel was practically throttling the poor mage. He screamed for him to blast him with lightning right this instant. The mage stared in horror at the scene. Had the crown prince finally lost his mind completely? He stammered a frantic refusal. If the prince died, his head would be on the chopping block, but Rakiel waved him off, eyes gleaming with a manic desperation. He didn't need lethal force. He just needed continuous electric shocks for 3 whole hours. The mage looked ready to cry at this insane request. Lightning magic is a force of pure destruction. To suppress it into a gentle hum, for that long required god-tier control. He looked at Rakiel incredulously. "Do you have any idea how impossible that request is?" Rakiel smirked, playing his cards perfectly. "Of course I do. That is why I came to you. No other mage in the kingdom could pull this off." But hook, line, and sinker. The mage's chest puffed out, his pride warring with his common sense. Yet, hesitation lingered. What if he slipped? Rakiel leaned in, voice steady. "I take full responsibility. Even if I die, you walk free." He gestured to the royal guard standing witness. "This isn't madness," he declared. "I am doing this to save a life." That sealed the deal. The mage sighed, defeated by his own ego. "Fine. When do we begin?" Rakiel's eyes flashed with intensity. Right now, he sat cross-legged, staring death in the face as the mage prepared. He gave a confident nod, but his mind raced. He couldn't test this dangerous theory on a child first. He had to be the guinea pig. The air crackled as the first bolt struck. Rakiel gritted his teeth, seizing the raw energy entering his body. He didn't just endure it. He twisted the mana, transforming wild lightning into precise electrical signals. His target, the vagus nerve, he intended to override the chaotic signals within George's body through sheer will. Even he was stunned as he analyzed the flow. The legendary Astrahan core technique was working perfectly on the first try. Rakiel called for a halt, smoke rising from his shoulders, and the mage smirked, clearly enjoying this. Tired already, I could go all day. The next morning, the palace vultures gathered. The gossip mongers crowded the doorway, eager for a scandal. They watched as Rakiel approached young George. Rakiel held up a silver needle, his voice soft but serious. I won't lie to you, kid. This is going to sting. He smiled reassuringly, but not too much. Look, I already placed one in your neck, and you didn't even flinch. However, Rakiel's expression darkened. The next part is the real challenge. The mage unleashed his magic. Blue lightning slammed into Rakiel, pooling directly into his heart. Garden watched in horror, his face pale as a ghost. He looked ready to collapse at the sight of his master being electrocuted. But Rakiel ignored the pain. His eyes darted to the gossipers. Watch closely, he thought. Spread the legend of my divine medical skills. Now, he channeled the roaring energy from his heart, guiding it gently into George's frail body. Suddenly, Rakiel froze. George's mana flow turned chaotic. A seizure was imminent. If he didn't act now, the boy would die. Oblivious to the danger, George looked up weakly. How much longer do I have to wait? Rakiel calculated furiously. 3 minutes, maybe 1 if we're unlucky. But the full procedure needed 30 by... Should he stop? No, that wasn't an option. The gossipers were watching like hawks. Any hesitation would breed rumors. And who knew if the mage would ever agree to this madness again? He made a reckless choice. He roared at the mage. Triple the output. Do it now. The mage screamed a warning, but Rakiel didn't care. A blinding pillar of lightning engulfed the crown prince. Pain tore through him, but his mind remained steel. He devoured the mana, forcing the procedure to speed up. He hunted for the carotid artery. 5 seconds remaining. It was a race against the Reaper. 3, 2, 1. The moment of crisis arrived. But instead of convulsing, George simply blinked, looking perfectly fine. Gasps filled the room. George's sister covered her mouth in shock. The seizure had been stopped cold. Rakiel slumped forward, smoke curling from his clothes. He was utterly drained. But then, a blue window flashed before his eyes. Vagus nerve operation success. Reward lifespan extended by 3 days. But that wasn't all, because he pushed past his limits. The Astrahan core technique evolved to level 2. Another notification chimed, signaling a massive change within his body. Metal energy absorbed by lungs and large intestine. Immunity to wood magic gained, and to process this new power, a new organ awakened the liver. Inside the organ realm, a furious, arrogant figure materialized. The large intestine cheered, thinking he finally had a junior to bully. Whacking the liver delivered a vicious slap across the intestine's face. Call me a newbie again, and I'll kill you. The liver deadpanned, and just like that, Rakiel received 300 HP. The system chimed with glorious news. His internal organs were rejoicing. 500 hit points added instantly. It didn't stop there. The system practically threw a confetti parade, another 300 hit points, as if his liver was celebrating a grand rebirth. A massive windfall of health in a single day. A satisfied grin spread across his face. This was the jackpot. Was there more loot? Sadly, the system went silent. Suddenly, young George's voice broke his concentration. The boy looked at him with pure confusion. Usually, that strange sensation meant a seizure was coming. But this time, silence. Raquel's voice was firm as iron. The nightmare was over. He assured the boy that the fits were gone forever. The darkness would not return. He staked his very title as Crown Prince on it. No more fits. No more pain. Hearing this, George's sister collapsed, overwhelmed by relief. A tearful embrace reunited the siblings. It was a miracle. But in Raquel's mind, the gears were turning. This wasn't just charity, it was marketing. He needed them to spread the word like wildfire. Every whisper was free advertising. A swarm of patients meant a flood of experience points. It was the only way to extend his bonus life. But the cost of magic was steep. The world spun violently. Darkness took him as his body shut down from the stress. When his eyes fluttered open, the sun had long set. Two looming figures, Garden and Damien, watched him like hawks. He cracked a weak joke about their staring contest. Garden wasn't laughing. His face was a mask of worry. The prince had been out cold for 2 whole days. The mage was on the verge of a breakdown. He accused Raquel of trying to get him executed. Lightning magic on a patient. How on earth would he explain the crown prince's reckless behavior to the emperor without losing his head? Raquel could only offer a sheepish apology. He had been a bit too reckless. What about the boy George burst in, having nagged his way past the guards? In his small hands, he held a rough, handmade wooden locket, a gift of pure gratitude. Raquel felt a pang of guilt. He had saved the boy for system points and survival, not out of pure goodwill. He tried to deflect, but George cut him off. The boy's eyes shone with a new dream. He wanted to save others, just like the prince. The words struck Raquel hard. He complimented the necklace, realizing that a healthy patient was a reward greater than any system notification. Feigning fatigue, he shooed them out. He needed a moment alone. George waved a cheerful goodbye. Alone, he scoffed at the crude necklace. Who would wear such a plain thing? It was ridiculous. Yet, as sleep claimed him, the locket rested securely around his neck. His actions spoke louder than his pride. Elsewhere, the rumor mill was churning. A commoner returned home, but not from work. He announced to his stunned parents that he was on a special mission from the palace itself. The crown prince had deployed his secret weapon, gossip. He had given them leave specifically to spread the tale of his miraculous treatment. The boy explained the bizarre orders, a special 5-day holiday, just to talk to people. The crown prince was doing the unthinkable. He actually wanted to treat the common folk. He slammed a piece of paper on the table. It was a pamphlet. Shocking news. A free medical clinic run by royalty right in the side palace. Back at the palace, Raquel was buzzing with anticipation. He couldn't wait to see the fruits of his rumors. Garden interrupted his reverie. It was time. As they walked, the doctor noted that the prince was up unusually early. Raquel grinned. It was opening day. Garden confirmed that the pharmacy was fully stocked, even the hard-to-find licorice. Raquel beamed. That humble root was the key to his plans. He praised the doctor's efficiency. He ordered him to hoard as much of it as possible. They would need mountains of it. Garden nodded, but his curiosity finally boiled over. Potions, acupressure. Where did a sheltered prince learn such obscure arts? He had to know. As a fellow man of medicine, the mystery was eating him alive. He had spent sleepless nights researching, trying to find the source of the prince's methods, but found nothing. It was maddening. Raquel understood the frustration. The thirst for knowledge was a doctor's curse. He decided to be honest. He revealed that he came from another world, a place where he ran a traditional medicine clinic. That was his secret. His garden stared blankly. He refused to believe such a fairy tale. He begged for the truth, wondering why the prince would mock his dedication. Garden's eyes burned with determination. He wanted to be a better doctor. He wanted to reach Raquel's level. A smirk played on Raquel's lips. He told Garden he was already on the path. Now, get to work. Watching the loyal doctor leave, Raquel realized he couldn't have done this without him. But now, his thoughts shifted to the clinic. Would the patients come, or would the stress give him PTSD? With a deep breath, he threw open the doors, ready to face his destiny. The prince's face drains of color. The great hall stands empty, silent as a grave. But then, Garden points toward the window, one look below, and his jaw drops. A literal sea of humanity is surging against the gates, desperate for salvation. Time blurs as the battle for life begins. While diagnosing a patient, he snaps orders to a servant. Don't just stand there, check the line, triage the others immediately. Chaos reigns in the pharmacy. He spins around to find a maid fumbling the concoction, Wrong, that mixture will be useless. He gritted his teeth. The nursing system in this world is archaic. It will take time to build a medical empire from these ruins. Hours pass, and suddenly, a notification chimes. Pulse reading skill leveled up. His senses expand. He can now see beyond the skin, piercing straight into the condition of their internal organs. It is time to use his ultimate weapon. His own internal organs will resonate with the patient's, holding a divine consultation to diagnose the illness. Consciousness shifts. We enter the surreal landscape of the organ realm. The avatar of the heart stretches, looking bored. A blind date. Ugh, unless they are exactly 4 years old, I am swiping left. The liver sighs, rolling his eyes at the heart's antics. Wake up. Look at the waiting line outside. It is nothing but the elderly today. A collective groan echoes through the realm. Despite their complaints, duty calls, the connection is made, and the data begins to flow. The scan completes, nothing critical found, just a minor case of stagnation in the bowels. Wait, the liver steps forward with a grave warning. Hepatitis detected. If this man touches another drop of alcohol, his liver will shut down in 5 years, max. The prince's eyes widen in the real world. This insight is God tier. It creates the perfect foundation for every preventative treatment. Ambition burns within him. If the liver is this useful, he must awaken the rest of the organ council immediately. He turns to the patient, his gaze serious. Your liver is crying out for help. He scribbles a prescription. Take this for 10 days. Then, he leans in, voice ice cold. Drink again, and you die in 5 years. He flashes his royal crest. Consider this a crown prince's order. Sobriety or the dungeon. Choose. The man trembles in terror, nodding furiously. With that settled, the prince clears the backlog, sending the minor cases home to rest. As the sun sets, the servants gather around him, eyes shining with awe. They bow low, apologizing for their earlier clumsiness. He waves off their praise with a nervous smile. You all did well today. We are learning together. But his mind is already racing ahead. To save this kingdom, he does not just need medicine, he needs a system. A proper nursing corps is essential. A pang of longing hits him. If only his elite medical team from modern Earth were here to assist. Bang, the door flies open. Garden rushes in, panic written on his face. Your Highness, an emergency. A desperate son falls to his knees, begging for his mother's life. No time to waste. He rushes her to the bed. Talk to me, he commands the son. When did this start? Tears stream down the son's face. The fever spiked this afternoon, and she has been fading fast ever since. He presses his fingers to her pulse. His blood runs cold. The symptoms, he knows them. This is the Reaper that decimated 40,000 of Napoleon's finest soldiers. It cannot be. Epidemic typhus. An acute febrile nightmare caused by the Rickettsia bacteria infection. He prays he is wrong, but the system is merciless. The liver speaks up from the void. Confirmed. Rickettsia bacteria detected in the bloodstream. He swallows hard. This is a plague in the making. He turns sharply to the son. Hygiene is critical. When did she last bathe? Yesterday, the son insists. The prince narrows his eyes. What about her bedding? Is it clean? She's obsessive about cleanliness. The son cries. It does not add up. The prince digs deeper. Think, has she been anywhere strange? Somewhere with lice or fleas? The son hesitates. Well, 15 days ago, her carriage broke down. She slept in a farmer's bed for one night. That is it. The incubation period matches perfectly. There is no doubt now. It is definitely epidemic typhus. He faces the son, his expression grim. Your mother has been infected by lice from that bed. It is a severe bacterial invasion. Her temperature is critical. At her age, this is a death sentence, pneumonia, nervous system collapse. Even necrosis of the limbs, any of these could kill her before morning. Move, he roars at the maids. Cleanse her with warm water immediately. Get her into sterile clothes now. Burn everything she wore, burn the bedding. And after you are done, bathe yourselves and burn your own clothes. Leave nothing to chance. His aura flares. If a single louse survives because of laziness, I will have your heads. Do you understand? While the son rushes to alert the family, the prince retreats to the kitchen. He works tirelessly, brewing a potent kudzu root tonic to break the fever. With steady hands, he administers the first dose of the golden liquid to his patient. 3 days of hell pass. Despite their constant vigil, the fever refuses to break. She is burning up from the inside. The prince grits his teeth in frustration. The standard dosage is not enough. The bacteria are too strong. It is a crisis of energy. The heat has consumed her yin, leaving the yang to run wild. He needs a supreme yin attribute medicine to restore the balance of life. His mind races through every text, every map, every resource he knows. Where can he find such a rare treasure in this backwater? A realization strikes him like lightning. The royal treasury, his father's secret vault, must have it. He spins to his aide. Garden, prepare the carriage, we are going to the palace. Uncertainty gnaws at him, yet he clings to hope. As the crown prince, he intends to leverage every ounce of his royal privilege to sway his father. Moments later, he stands before the emperor. The ruler of the nation narrows his eyes. Why disturb me at this ungodly hour? The prince bows, demanding entry to the secret palace vault. Sensing the emperor's confusion, he drops the pretense. He reveals the critical condition of his current patient. Her life hangs by a thread. The emperor scoffs at the notion. And what does a dying girl have to do with my royal vault? His eyes burn with determination. I seek a cure, father, a miracle medicine that only the vault might possess. The emperor laughs, a cold, sharp sound. He suspects this is merely a ploy, a childish excuse to plunder the treasury for personal greed. The emperor seems entertained by his son's desperation. The prince notices this twisted amusement. Irritation bubbles in his chest at his father's petty games. He attempts to reason with the tyrant. There is no time for politics, he insists. Every second wasted brings death closer. But the emperor remains unmoved by the outburst. You lack the education, he sneers. Since when does a prince play doctor? Prove your diagnosis is worth my time. The emperor demands. The prince's gaze hardens. Is that a test? The emperor smirks. It is. He points to the royal knight captain. Roberto, diagnose him. Tell me what ails our strongest warrior. Get it right, the emperor declares, and the vault is yours. He steps forward, fingers pressing against the captain's pulse. The emperor watches with arrogant confidence. He believes the secret is safe, known only to the captain and his wife. Seconds pass. The prince speaks. Partial baldness. Silence falls. Shock freezes the faces of both the warrior and the ruler. The emperor points a shaking finger. Look at his hair. It is full and lustrous. Without hesitation, our hero reaches out. Rip. He tears the wig from the captain's head. The poor knight looks ready to crumble into dust from shame. Ignoring the emotional devastation, the prince turns to Damien. Proceed. We have work to do. As they march toward the vault, Damien whispers, That was ruthless, Your Highness. The prince shrugs carelessly. I'll treat his hair loss next time. They arrive at the massive doors. The guards tremble as they hand over the secret pass, the key to the kingdom's treasures. What happens to intruders? The prince asks. The guard swallows hard. Defensive magic activates instantly. And the pass? It tracks your remaining time. Exceed the limit, the guard warns, and the vault becomes your tomb. The final restriction drops like a stone. You must exit before sunrise. The prince freezes. They have only a few hours left. He sprints toward the entrance, but the guard blocks his path. Halt. That path leads to the intermediate zone. Rage flares within him. His plan crumbles. He realizes the emperor only granted access to the basic area, and he is limited to a single item. He grits his teeth. That old fox tricked me. The restrictions were never mentioned during the test. Fury burns against his manipulative father. He makes a silent vow. I will never ask that man for help again. They step through the portal. The sheer scale of the vault takes their breath away. Treasures stretch endlessly into the dark. He sets a mental timer for the night. He turns to his loyal knight. How do we find it in this mess? Damien asks. Ice. The prince commands. Look for anything emitting cold energy. Mark the location, but do not touch. They split up, two shadows moving through the gold and artifacts. Time ticks away. The prince finds nothing but useless junk. He prays Damien has better luck. Suddenly, the knight blocks his path. The list, the prince asks. Damien hands him a note. The prince realizes he cannot read the handwriting. Damien sighs and guides him personally. Here, the shield. It is the only object radiating the chill of ice. The prince inspects the status window. It is a lowly basic item. When infused with mana, he reads, it manifests a barrier of frost. It looks like a cheap buzzer from a coffee shop, but his eyes lock onto the description. This mana infusion ability, it is exactly what he needs. He grips the device. He begins to channel his energy. Let's see what you can do. The device buzzes, reacting to his power. He holds back. Overloading a basic item would shatter it instantly. He adjusts the flow, precision control, just like setting the perfect shower temperature in his past life. The air drops in temperature. Whoosh. A perfect shield of ice materializes. He grins at Damien. This will do perfectly. Now, he declares, we must save my bonus HP. His patient awaits. Moments later, they emerge from the vault. The guards spot the sword at Damien's hip. Did you select that blade? The guard starts to ask, but his jaw drops. The crown prince steps out, draped in layers of jewels in a velvet cape fit for a king. The guard stares at the ridiculous display. Your Highness, he sighs tiredly. You are supposed to leave the embellishments inside. Meanwhile, at the side palace, a noise stirs the garden. Eyes open in the darkness. Damien and the prince have returned. Watching them return together, a sense of relief washes over the observer. But the night is far from over. Garden watched from the shadows, a smile gracing his lips. He finally believed that Damien possessed the strength to safeguard his master, and that a true bond of brotherhood had blossomed between the knight and the prince. With a heart full of relief, he prepared a warm pot of tea, but the porcelain shattered against the floor. His eyes widened in horror. Damien was striking Rakiel's magical shield with lethal intent. A scream tore from Garden's throat. This was high treason against the royal family. However, to understand this madness, we must rewind the clock just a few moments to a private conversation. Damien stood in awe. The Crown Prince's burning passion to save the sick had moved him deeply. He was prepared to follow this man into the very depths of hell. Yet, that admiration instantly crumbled into annoyance. The order was absurd. Strike the prince until his ice shield shattered. This was the heated exchange Garden had witnessed from afar, completely unaware of the context. Damien protested vehemently. Was his master trying to brand him a traitor to the crown by forcing him to raise his sword against royalty? But Rakiel remained firm. He didn't want a duel. He desperately needed the magical residue from the shattered ice to craft a miracle cure for his dying patient. Damien sighed, struggling to find logic in the madness. He suggested placing the shield on the ground so he could strike it safely without aiming at his liege. Rakiel shook his head. Impossible. The shield required a constant, living stream of mana from his own body to exist. The knight finally understood the grim reality. He had to swing his blade at the prince with full force, breaking the defense without shedding royal blood. But Damien was no fool. If he was to risk his neck committing pseudo-treason, he demanded compensation. He stated plainly that he required a hazard bonus for every single strike. Rakiel scoffed, looking down his nose. Was this knight seriously asking for payment to beat up his master? Damien bowed respectfully. He honored the prince's noble cause. Truly, but business was business, and his loyalty came with a price tag. Our protagonist smirked. He knew the tragic backstory from the original novel. Damien had been hounded by crippling debt and poverty for years. It made perfect sense for a desperate man to seek gold wherever he could find it, even from the prince's pockets. Rakiel suddenly embraced him. Beaming with delight, the knight was exactly as described in the lore, a mercenary at heart. Damien's face, however, twisted in disgust at the sudden affection. The deal was struck. Rakiel manifested the shimmering barrier, declaring that every blow would earn Damien a full day's wages. With money on the line, Damien raised his sword. He prayed the payroll department was efficient as he brought the steel crashing down. Meanwhile, poor Garden, witnessing only the violence and not the negotiation, rolled his eyes back and collapsed in a dead faint. After the first clash, Damien frowned. Standard attacks were useless. He would need to channel his true power to shatter the defense. He paused, noticing Rakiel grimacing as if in agony. Damien hesitated, reminding the prince that he hadn't even cut him yet. The shield simply refused to break. The knight gripped his hilt tighter. Should he escalate the violence and increase his strength? But our scheming prince saw through it. He accused Damien of intentionally striking softly to rack up more hits and multiply his bonus pay. That accusation lit a fire under the bodyguard. With a roar, he delivered a devastating blow that finally shattered the ice. Rakiel didn't flinch instead. He began to dance wildly, celebrating the extra lifespan he was about to earn. Turning to head inside, Rakiel stumbled upon a crumpled heap on the floor. It was Garden, passed out cold in the hallway. Time skipped forward. Rakiel was busy brewing a potent kudu root tonic, now infused with the shimmering fragments of the shattered ice shield. He attempted to store the mixture, and suddenly ding, the system chimed. A new ability, tonic concoction, had been unlocked. This was a game changer. Not only would his medicines be 10% more potent, but the system would now analyze every drop for toxicity and side effects. As he held the tonic, the blue holographic window flashed. Do you wish to analyze this item? He accepted without hesitation. Data streamed before his eyes as the system deconstructed the molecular properties of his creation. Success. The tonic was confirmed to restore vital water energy and drastically reduce high fevers, exactly as he had planned. A sigh of relief escaped him. With this cheat ability, he no longer had to risk his own life acting as a guinea pig for his experimental drugs. The water energy was the key. He was certain this would save Madame Dinrior. With renewed purpose, he marched toward the patient's chambers. He approached her son, whose face was a mask of despair. The news was grim. There had been no improvement in her condition. Rakiel observed the patient. Her life force was fading, her energy critically low. This soup was her last hope. He gently coaxed the tonic past her lips. She grimaced at the foul taste. But Rakiel smiled reassuringly. The bitterest medicine often yielded the sweetest cures. For 10 grueling days, he never left her side. The household watched in stunned silence, unable to believe a royal prince was personally nursing a patient back to health. His dedication did not go unnoticed. The eyes of his subordinates, once filled with doubt, now shone with profound respect. Yet, internally, Rakiel was fighting his own battle. Exhaustion clawed at him, but he pushed through, driven by a singular, desperate desire. He needed that bonus lifespan to survive. Finally, the moment of truth arrived. The system window exploded with light. Congratulations, the epidemic typhus fever had been eradicated. His hard work paid dividends. Fueled by the admiration of his people and his clinical success, his medical treatment skill leveled up. Efficiency increased by 1.5 times, but the real prize appeared at the bottom of the screen. Life expectancy extended to 146 days, plus 8 precious days of bonus life. A wicked grin spread across our hero's face as he realized the potential. If saving lives paid this well, he began to hatch a devilish plan. He meticulously crafts a facade of benevolence, sculpting a false image to command the adoration and respect of the masses. Every ounce of praise feeds his system, granting him precious bonus life. The scene shifts. The royal carriage cutting through the dense forest with our hero inside. His mind races with strategy. He desperately needs professional nurses. His own stamina is fading, and he cannot carry this heavy burden alone much longer. The journey pauses. Madame Denrier and her son step down from the royal carriage, the dust settling around them. The Madame's eyes shimmer with gratitude. He didn't just give her a ride, he saved her life. She stammers, unsure how to repay a debt of such magnitude. A gentle smile masks his calculation of the life points he just earned. He speaks with practiced humility, claiming her health is the only reward he seeks. His words strike her heart, overwhelmed by his apparent saintliness. They bid him farewell, preparing to depart. But the crown prince is not done yet. He halts her son, inviting him back into the carriage with a gaze that implies this is not a request, but destiny. The young man is terrified, sweating as he sits with his back to the crown prince. But Raquel waves away the formalities with a casual air. The son waits for a command, but only heavy silence fills the carriage as Raquel lets the tension build. Suddenly, the prince sighs deeply. He laments his aching body and the countless sleepless nights sacrificed to save the boy's mother. The guilt trip works instantly. Denrier feels the weight of the prince's sacrifice and immediately offers to compensate him. Our cunning hero feigns righteousness, refusing payment from a patient to protect his honor. Yet the son falls for the trap, insisting on repaying the favor. The trap snaps shut. Since the son is not technically the patient, the prince is more than happy to accept his services. He finally reveals his hand, exposing that he knows Denrier's secret trade. He is an artist. Days later in Fanta Plaza, A landlord pesters a young lad to seek employment with the crown prince, who is recruiting staff. The boy scoffs, arrogant and defiant, mocking the landlord despite having no job to his name. But the landlord strikes back with a lethal fact. The boy is actually 2 months behind on rent. Panic sets in. The boy dashes off to find coin. In the shadows, a cloaked figure watches, her interest piqued by the conversation. The scene shifts to the interior of a bustling art gallery, where a crowd gathers around a spectacle that defies explanation. Raquel stands beside Denrier, congratulating the young man on his professional debut. Yet, the artist looks ready to die of shame. One look at the canvas reveals why his soul is withering. The paintings are absurd. Several depict the crown prince, but the first one features him in a bizarre pose beside a captain, captioned with the commanding phrase, "I want you." Other paintings showed the prince posing with his knights, and one particularly detailed piece mocks him as a weeping maiden, which Damon desperately wants to destroy. Denrier trembles, doubting that this mockery of art will actually attract skilled nurses. But the crown prince grins with absolute confidence. This is exactly what the people need to see to make an impact. He unveils his own masterpiece, Raquel depicted amidst a legion of powerful nurses, with the captain in the corner screaming the slogan, "Show me Ganho." Beneath the absurdity lies a golden promise, a description, encouraging the masses to become nurses with the offer of a salary so generous it shocks the common folk. The bait is taken. A stampede of applicants rushes to sign up. At the registration stall, Garden is overwhelmed by the turnout. Whispers spread like wildfire. The pay is so high that 1 month of service covers 2 years of rent. The mysterious girl steps forward, her eyes scanning the requirements with hawk-like intensity. A restriction demands applicants be residents of the Empire. She straightens up, her resolve hardening like steel. Back at the palace, our prince watches the numbers climb with manic delight. When Damon questions his glee, Raquel reveals the truth. More nurses mean more cures, and more cures mean extending his own lifespan. But the loyal knight completely misreads the situation, purely impressed by the prince's apparent kindness, believing he is sacrificing the treasury for the people. 6 days pass. The day of the great selection, Show Me Ganho, finally arrives to test the worthy. The mysterious girl stands among the crowd, relieved to have arrived before the deadline. The host's voice booms across the plaza, preparing to unveil the first challenge of the selection. But in a twist, he announces the real task begins next week. When the time finally comes, the candidates are ordered to the interview area. The 50 hopefuls are split into 5 groups for the challenge. The signal fires, and the desperate race toward the main building of the side palace begins. But here comes the cruel twist of fate. Only the first 10 candidates to reach the side palace will survive this round. Shockwaves ripple through the crowd. Panic sets in as the remaining candidates scramble madly toward the destination, desperate to secure their spots before time runs out. The moment the 10th candidate crosses the threshold, the gates slam shut. The guards mercilessly disqualify everyone else left outside. Without a moment to breathe, the next trial begins. They must identify a spoiled ingredient hidden amongst a mountain of fresh supplies, a test of sharp eyes and focus. But in the heat of the exam, a sudden crisis occurs. One of the candidates collapses to the floor with a heavy thud. Hesitation fills the room. The others glance at the fallen man, torn between duty and victory, but greed wins out. Not a single soul moves to help him. From the shadows, our hero observes their cold hearts with a gaze sharp as a blade. The exam concludes. The examiner announces that the results will be posted soon, dismissing the crowd. Days pass in anxious silence. The applicants bite their nails, worrying about their scores, completely forgetting the man they left to die on the floor. But this was never about ingredients. It was a hidden stage set by the prince himself to test the one thing that matters most, their humanity. The moment the room clears, our hero rushes to the sick patient. It is actually Damien, his loyal aide, who looks up with worried eyes, asking if his performance was convincing. The prince sighs. Damien overacted. It was too theatrical to be believable, and he needs to work on his natural flow. To demonstrate, our hero dramatically collapses, showing Damien exactly how a truly dying man should look. He then gets back up and asks for the report. Damien shakes his head grimly. Every single candidate from that group failed the morality test. Our hero's philosophy is absolute skills can be learned, but a compassionate heart cannot. They move to the next batch, hoping for better luck, but history repeats itself. It is a catastrophe. Every group fails. Our boy is left flabbergasted, unable to believe that not a single person possessed the basic decency to help a fallen comrade. Frustrated and disappointed, he steps outside to take a walk and clear his heavy mind. His thoughts race like a storm. The hospital is empty, and he is critically short on staff. He needs a nurse, and he needs one now. Approaching the gate, he stumbles upon a commotion. His guard is aggressively blocking a young woman, barking that her kind is not welcome here. She argues back fiercely, claiming her rights as a human. Watching this blatant discrimination unfold makes our hero's blood boil. They are already desperate for staff, and this fool of a guard is turning people away. Damien whispers the truth. The girl is actually a werewolf. Our hero looks for a tail, but sees none. Damien suggests she must be hiding her beastly features under those loose robes. Damien worries that Raquel might be terrified having a beast roaming the halls as a nurse. But our schemer sees only potential. A werewolf nurse means infinite stamina and strength. It is a golden opportunity wrapped in a dilemma. Meanwhile, the girl pleads her case as a citizen of the Empire, but the guard sneers, treating her like a wild animal. Enough. The Crown Prince steps in, his voice commanding silence as he scolds the guard for his insolence. He declares that every citizen has the right to apply. He orders the guard to apologize immediately, leaving the poor girl stunned by this unexpected defense. The prince himself apologizes for the disrespect. The girl, eyes wide with gratitude, introduces herself as Agnes. But there is no time to waste. He announces her test starts right now, catching her completely off guard. He knows werewolves possess godlike stamina, but he needs to see it in action. He challenges her to a race against the very guard who mocked her. The rules are simple: sprint to the fountain and back. The first warrior to return claims victory. A fire lights up in Agnes's eyes. She turns to the guard, her fighting spirit blazing. She is ready to crush him. Tension fills the air, and they take off. Dust rises as they sprint, but Agnes instantly pulls ahead with explosive speed. In mere seconds, she tags the fountain pole and spins around for the return leg. She mocks the guard's sluggish pace in her mind. Victory assured. But suddenly, snap, the nervous guard trips, spraining his ankle and crashing to the ground. She hears the thud. She knows he is hurt. The finish line is right there. Victory is within reach. Should she keep running? No, her conscience wins. She spins around and rushes to the fallen guard, snapping his dislocated shoulder back into place with a bone-chilling crack. That was the moment our hero beams with delight. She is hired. He hands her a special necklace crafted by George as a sign of her employment. Later, inside the palace, the Crown Prince slides the official contract across the table. Agnes hesitates at the complex terms, but he smiles like a devil, coaxing her to take her time. It is not just her strength he wants. Her heart is pure gold. She is the exact nurse he has been searching for. Plus, the ruthless way she fixed that shoulder. He chuckles. She might enjoy inflicting a little necessary pain on patients. Perfect. However, one wolf is not enough. He needs an army of healers with her capabilities. Agnes finishes reading the document. Her expression turns serious. She has one condition before she signs. She reveals she is the alpha of her tribe. Our greedy hero's eyes sparkle. 50 more werewolves, 50 more super nurses. It is like winning the lottery. She demands that her people be allowed to take the nursing test as well. Our boy does not hesitate. He grins and accepts the deal instantly. Then she brings up the second burden weighing on her soul, a curse her people have endured for generations. Raphael asks if it is a matter of food rationing. She shakes her head, denying it instantly. The problem is far more biological. Their tails are treacherous, moving on their own accord. The young lord tilts his head, genuinely curious why such a trivial thing is considered a weakness. With a heavy sigh, she reveals the truth. Their tails betray their true emotions, allowing enemies to read their hearts and manipulate them like puppets. Everything clicks for him. This is why she hides her form beneath such heavy robes. He pragmatically suggests she simply tie the unruly limb to her leg. She counters that it is useless. The tail refuses to submit. It acts like a separate entity, an organ with its own mind and will. His expression turns serious as he proposes a ruthless solution. Why not simply amputate them? She recoils slightly at the thought. It would destroy their balance in battle. And worse, the cursed limb would regenerate within a single month. At first, he attempts to brush the issue aside, but a cold realization strikes him. If he wants the loyalty of the wolf tribe, he must solve this genetic defect. The weight of the task crashes down on him. He feels like tearing his hair out, for he has zero knowledge on how to rewrite biology. Desperate, he offers Agnes a different path to become the guardian of their society. He claims his political status can shield them from manipulation, but she rejects the offer flatly. Reliance on one man is dangerous. If he falls or breaks his word, her people would be left more vulnerable than before. To her, his protection is nothing more than a temporary bandage on a gaping wound. He realizes she demands a permanent cure for their lineage. She stares into his eyes, silently asking if he has the power to save them. Cornered, he admits he has no choice but to accept. He has no plan yet, but he swears to find the answer. Seeing his frankness, her guard lowers. She recognizes him as a man of honor who refuses to make empty promises. She attempts to take her leave, but he insists she remain within the safety of his palace walls. The moment she is gone, he lets out a roar of frustration. He refuses to lose the combat power of the werewolves. Later, he is found buried in books in the library, exhausted and empty-handed. Suddenly, a booming shout from Gordon shatters the silence, nearly scaring the soul out of his body. He snaps at the doctor for constantly ambushing him. Gordon simply waves it off, warning him that excessive stress is the true killer. Raphael retorts sharply, claiming that Gordon's constant jump scares are the only thing threatening him with a heart attack. The doctor denies the accusation, then shifts his strategy, warning the young lord that his constant frowning will summon early wrinkles. Our protagonist can't help but smile softly. He knows the old doctor is merely playing the fool to lighten his heavy burden. He jokes nonchalantly that if age catches up to him, he will simply treat himself with Botox. Gordon looks confused by the alien word. Raphael begins to explain the concept of Botox, but freezes as a bolt of lightning strikes his mind. Botulinum toxin is a deadly poison that causes paralysis. To replicate this, he decides to utilize a local toxin to paralyze the nerves of the werewolf tails. He identifies the perfect candidate, the lethal Kuzman poison. He immediately commands Gordon to fetch the substance and meet him at Agnes's quarters. Once they arrive at her room, he announces with confidence that he has theoretically solved the impossible puzzle. However, before he can proceed, he must perform a detailed analysis of her physiology in both her human and beast forms. Precision is key. He must locate the exact nerve cluster where the paralyzing agent needs to be injected. He activates his mana sight, analyzing Agnes's acupressure points and mana flow system, noting how they deviate from a standard human blueprint. Her governor vessels are shifted, and the meridian points on her hips are spaced wider apart, a necessary adaptation for her tail. Right between those divergent points, he spots a specific blood vessel directly linked to the tail's motor control. He requests she shift into her wolf form to cross-reference the acupoint in her primal state. With a nod, she unleashes her beast transformation. Observing her wolf form, he bluntly remarks that she is smaller than his pet dog, Dengiel, which clearly annoys the proud warrior. She remains silent, and he realizes it is not out of anger, but because her vocal cords have shifted, making speech physically impossible. They share a brief, playful moment before he returns to work. Analysis complete. He retreats to his study to prepare for the alchemy phase. He must deconstruct the poison to calculate the perfect dosage. One distinct drop too many could kill her. He considers asking the supplier for the formula, but dismisses it. Trusting a snake like Kuzman is suicide. He decides to take the risk himself, storing the poison's data within his own mana slots for analysis. But the moment he opens his mouth to taste the sample, his internal organs begin screaming in terror. Inside his inner world, his anthropomorphized organs are in a panic. His liver is trembling, knowing Raphael is about to ingest a deadly toxin. The liver protests furiously, pointing out that he is the one who will have to work overtime to filter the death out of their system. The terrified organ shouts at the main consciousness, begging him to test it on a summoned creature instead. Raphael shoots back with ironic morality, exclaiming that he could never be so cruel as to poison a cute summon. But his internal organs launched a full-scale rebellion. They absolutely refused to let him use his own body as a test subject again. However, his liver offered a tempting alternative. It claimed there were summoned beings designed specifically for analyzing ingredients, beings that could even safely test lethal poisons. The liver's unexpected intel made him freeze. That was a suggestion worth considering. The liver continued, revealing that it had actually met this specific creature once before, back when they were lingering in the dimensional waiting room. This sparked our protagonist's curiosity immediately. He demanded to know more about this mysterious waiting room, and the liver explained it was a limbo where unawakened organs and unsummoned creatures rested in a deep, dormant slumber. His interest was now burning bright, but just as he reached for the truth, both his liver and the system intervened. A warning flashed before his eyes: access restricted. The system locked down the information, preventing him from digging any deeper into the void. Undeterred, he tried a different tactic. He attempted to sweet-talk the liver into revealing the creature's hidden traits. If he could just know the stats beforehand, he could rig the odds for his next summon. But the liver coldly rejected his bribe. To make matters worse, his other organs began to laugh at his desperation. The disrespect made his blood boil. If they wanted a war, he would give them an apocalypse. He decided to show these rebellious organs who was really in charge by forcefully holding his breath. The reaction was instant. His lungs and heart went into sheer panic as the oxygen supply was cut off. The darkness of unconsciousness began to creep in at the edges of his vision. It was a game of chicken, and the organs blinked first. Terrified of dying, the liver cracked and revealed the summon's trait. Victory was his. Moments later, he successfully summoned a sunfish named Bob. He watched as the creature, Bibosh, played innocently with Garium. Then, with a devilish smile, he lured Bibosh toward the poison capsule, lying through his teeth that it was a delicious treat. His organs groaned in disgust, branding him with a new title, the Heartless Monster. But he ignored their judgment and focused on his experiment. The summon swallowed the poison, but there was a twist. Bibak possessed a legendary ability, immortality. Even as the deadly toxin ravaged its small body, the creature simply defied death. It revived instantly, ready to document the flavor profile of what it had just eaten. With tears in its eyes from the pain, the immortal Bibak revived again and dutifully wrote down every trait of the venom on a stat card. Our schemer analyzed the data with a sharp gaze. By interpreting the ingredients, he realized the truth. This specific venom had the potential to weaken the stiffness, acting like a potent muscle relaxant. Now, the preparation was complete. He had the perfect paralyzed agent for Agnes's tail. He called out for his knight, and Garden materialized from the shadows instantly. Garden's eyes went wide. He was shocked to see another summon in the room besides his master. Our protagonist spun a terrible lie on the spot, claiming the summon had come looking for him because of his overwhelming fame. Hearing this, Garden murmured that Raquel reminded him of a legendary figure, the great Lloyd Fronta. That man was a legend written in history. The master builder who single-handedly transformed a kingdom into a mighty empire. Our boy nodded in agreement. He had read the history books. That legendary developer was known to command 5 powerful summoned creatures. Cautiously, our protagonist asked if Lloyd was truly a hero. Garden hesitated before explaining. Lloyd laid the empire's foundation, yes, but he was infamous for being a chaotic force, especially on Fridays. The meaning behind Garden's cryptic words flew right over his head. Dismissing it, he ordered the knight to bring Agnes to the medical chamber immediately. As Garden escorted Agnes toward the crown prince's quarters, and she couldn't hide her skepticism, could Raquel really have found a cure for her condition in such a short time? She glanced at the knight. "You look nervous," she noted. Garden shot back. "I could say the exact same thing about you." She narrowed her eyes, accusing him directly. "You're only acting this way because you saw my tail, didn't you?" Realizing his rudeness, Garden quickly apologized. The tension broke, and the mood lightened significantly. They formally introduced themselves, soldiers of different lands finding common ground before moving toward their destination. But as they approached the door, Garden offered a final warning. He nervously told her to brace herself. The treatment procedure the Crown Prince had cooked up might be shocking. His words planted a seed of dread in her mind. Just what kind of treatment was waiting for her behind those doors? She entered the room, and our protagonist offered her a seat with a confident smile. As she sat, she voiced her doubts. "Can you really solve a lifelong curse in a single day?" He answered with absolute certainty. "Trust me." Still trembling with anxiety, she asked him to explain exactly what he planned to do. He replied with a casual, almost cheerful tone. "Oh, it's simple. I'm going to stab your tail with the needle repeatedly, and then I'm going to inject it with poison." Upon hearing this insane plan, Everyone in the room cheered for him like he was a genius. Agnes was baffled. She looked at Garden, who nodded in support. She looked at the others, and they all had eyes full of blind faith. She screamed internally, "They are all crazy. Even the prince has lost his mind." She didn't trust him one bit. However, she remembered her people. If this worked, her kinsmen would never have to suffer again. She decided to gamble her life on this madness. With a heavy heart, as she agreed to the procedure, the maid stepped in to preserve her dignity. They covered her body with a sheet, leaving only her tail exposed through a specifically cut hole. He approached the patient, activating his ability. He was once again amazed by the Azrahan core technique. It granted him a vision beyond modern science, revealing acupoints that no machine could ever detect. In his past life practicing traditional medicine, he had always yearned to see these hidden energy points. Now, they were glowing right before his eyes. The operation began. He drove the needle precisely into the shoe acupoint and carefully poured 0.01 wool of the muscle-paralyzing venom. He didn't stop there. Next, he targeted the Ming point. Finally, he injected the toxin 2.4 center deep into the Yaoyang Quan acupoint. He had successfully opened the floodgates. The path for mana was now clear, flowing through the shoe point and spreading to both sides of the erector spine. But the battle wasn't won yet. The problem wasn't just paralyzing the tail, and it was maintaining that state without killing the patient. As expected, the regenerative power fights back, but our doctor simply accelerates the procedure to counter it. With surgical precision, he strikes the Nadkong pressure point. Agnes flinches, convinced he is merely playing cruel games with her mind. Yet, a miracle occurs. Her tail falls completely limp, while simultaneously, her pinky toe twitches with new life. A grin spreads across his face. He announces that the operation is a complete success. Agnes rises from the bed, hesitation written all over her features. Rakiel looks at her, asking if the sensation in her tail has finally changed. Her eyes widen in shock. That accursed tail, which should be betraying her emotions, remains still as stone. Rakiel reveals his masterpiece. He has paralyzed the tail's nerve and rerouted the signals. Straight to her pinky toe, tears burst forth like a dam breaking. Years of humiliation and the sorrow of her tribe wash away in that moment. His gaze softens at her emotional release. But business is business, so he asks if she is done crying so they can sign the hiring contract. And of course, the condition remains. She must bring her entire tribe to the clinic as promised. He smoothly coerces her into signing the papers. Gazing at him, she realizes this man is no mere mortal. He is a monster of ability. Days later, maniacal laughter echoes through the halls. Even Garden notes that his master is drowning in overwhelming joy. The reason for his ecstasy: he has successfully acquired an army of 50 werewolf nurses. The training begins immediately. They are drilled in professional nursing techniques and emergency response protocols. From herbal preservation to brewing complex tonics, they are being forged into the backbone of the ultimate hospital. A nurse presents the shift schedule. A satisfied smirk plays on his lips as he reviews their incredible progress. Finally, the dream is real. A 24-hour clinic, staffed by werewolves who wiggle toes instead of tails. The system chimes in. Congratulations on the toe surgery, but sadly, no lifespan bonus for a non-fatal procedure. However, the applause comes from within. His own organs give him a standing ovation. Suddenly, a notification flashes. A new organ has awakened. The stomach manifests as a chubby, demanding infant. The moment it enters the organ realm, it throws a tantrum. It demands junk food from the modern world. It cries out for specific Japanese snacks that simply do not exist in this fantasy dimension. Rakiel sighs, sharing the craving. He tells the gluttonous organ to get a grip on reality. Eventually, the stomach settles for a sweet treat. As he eats the candy, he realizes his gut has the palate of an elementary schooler. But the bribe works. His stomach rewards him with 300 health points. The other organs cheer for the newcomer, granting another 700, with a total of 1,000 health points. He is finally ready to treat his own stomach issues. The system continues its barrage of rewards. The Azran technique has leveled up due to his delicate control over the werewolf nerves. Mana surges through his veins. His mana circle expands violently. It feels like a water balloon swelling within his chest. Today is a harvest of power and vitality. But a doctor's rest is short-lived. A nurse interrupts with news of a feverish patient carrying a foul stench. He heads out to the ward. Contentment fills him, knowing the foundation of his medical empire is finally solid. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the side palace. Enter Sir Paver, the chief butler. He reviews the ledger, and his blood runs cold. Horror dawns on his face as he realizes a catastrophic error. They have messed up royally. Panicked, he storms into the crown prince's office, shouting at the top of his lungs. The prince expects his crazy doctor, but instead, it is his butler apologizing for the rude intrusion. The butler whispers the nightmare scenario. The side palace is completely bankrupt. The prince screams in disbelief. How can the crown prince of the empire be out of money? Panic sets in. Without funds, he cannot maintain the clinic that is keeping him alive. He demands an explanation immediately. The butler drops the truth bomb. It was the prince himself who slashed the budget last autumn. A curse escapes the prince's lips, directed straight at Raquel. The butler explains the grim logic behind that past decision. First, the prince was convinced his death was imminent. Second, he barely left his bed, so money seemed useless. The butler notes that he should be grateful for his improved health. Grateful, the prince retorts dryly. He collapses on the floor, realizing the cruel irony that life revolves around gold. His thoughts turn to Raquel, the man responsible for saving him, and thus responsible for this financial ruin. He steels his resolve. Complaining won't fill the coffers. He must find a solution to survive his own survival. He turns to his butler, desperation in his eyes, and demands to know if they can squeeze any more gold from the operating budget. But the butler's reply strikes like a gavel. It is impossible. His expression darkens with grim reality. The prince drops a bombshell. Without the traditional medicine clinic, his very life is forfeit. The butler, confused, dares to ask how a clinic is tied to his survival. Rather than explain the system, he releases a heavy sigh. Is there truly no other way to secure funds? The butler cites the ironclad law budget requests can only be made at the end of the year. Yet, there is one exception to this rule, the king himself. With renewed hope, Raquel prepares to petition his father. But he returns defeated. The king's cold indifference shatters his hopes. It feels like a nightmare recurring, the clinic closing due to poverty once again. However, this time is different. He refuses to bow to fate. Financial ruin will not claim him today. He commands the assets of the side palace be brought forth. The butler trembles, asking why. Everything goes, he declares. Masterpieces, silver, and gold cutlery, all to the auction block. The butler watches in agony as the treasures he cared for are sold off. He pleads for the prince to reconsider, but the prince's resolve is absolute. The butler can only mutter a hateful remark at this cruel decision. A few days later, the reality sets in. He gathers his trusted aides to address the elephant in the room. The luxury goods are gone, but the gold is merely a bandage on a gaping wound. It is not a permanent solution. He admits that the fire is quenched for now, thanks to the sold treasures. But without a sustainable revenue stream, these funds will vanish like smoke in the wind, leaving them destitute. The butler delivers the grim truth. The treasury is empty. There is nothing left to sell. With a deadpan expression, Raquel drops the solution: we will sell medicine. His men stand frozen in shock. Ignoring their disbelief, he raises his voice. He will become the first crown prince in history to peddle cures for coin. Meanwhile, whispers spread like wildfire through Fonta Plaza regarding the events at the side palace. The citizens are thunderstruck. The prince sacrificed his own luxuries just to keep the clinic open. Admiration swells into worship. Never has a royal shown such benevolence. Our hero is hailed as a saint of medicine. Ballads of his greatness begin to ring out through the streets. Back at the clinic, the war council continues. Raquel insists that earning money through medicine is not just business, it is a quest for survival. The butler suggests the obvious: if the budget is tight, they should charge the patients a small fee. Absolutely not. Raquel strikes it down. If they charge, the poor will not come, and his plan will fail. He needs the life bonus from treating the masses. Therefore, he targets a different demographic. He will sell a medicine so expensive, people will buy it just to show off. In short, he is about to launch his own luxury pharmaceutical brand. A status symbol so potent, noble houses will war to possess it. He declares his master plan super luxury medicine that screams wealth and high society. His subordinates stare at him, their minds completely blank. The butler skeptically asks if such a miracle drug even exists. Rakiel grins. Behold, the golden minor calming pill, forged from the gallstone of a miner. It is the ultimate remedy. In his previous world, such pills calmed the nerves, cured the heart, and stabilized the blood. He breaks down the scheme to Damien, who remains plagued by doubt. Will anyone actually buy this? They won't just buy it, Rakiel laughs. They will beg for it. It is the allure of the limited edition. They will pay any price. It is basic human psychology. And the secret ingredient isn't a common bull. It is the rare gallstone of a minotaur. The scarcity alone will drive them mad with desire. Yet, Damien's cold logic cuts through the hype. He simply does not believe it will work. Damien strikes again. If this medicine is legendary, why have I never heard of it? Rakiel thinks fast. It comes from the fallen kingdom of Gion. I have never heard of such a kingdom, Damien remarks dryly. The prince sweats. I learned of it in a prophetic dream. Yes, all my medical knowledge comes from my dreams. Watching the prince walk away, Damien shakes his head. Garden might be naive enough to swallow these lies. But Damien is a realist. As long as his paycheck clears, he will play along. Suddenly, realization strikes. Damien chases him down. Your Highness, do you intend to practice without a medical license? And the prince freezes mid-step. You must pass the national exam, just as Garden did. Rakiel turns, laughing nervously. He had no idea such laws existed. Damien sighs, bringing them back to reality. First, we must solve the funding. To make the pill, we need the Minotaur's gallstone. But Rakiel interrupts with a grim realization. The herbal stores are empty. We have to find it ourselves. It appears the locals are completely ignorant of how to harvest the Minotaur for medicine. Damien, perplexed by this waste, asks the prince for his master plan. The prince declares his solution with absolute conviction. He will purchase a living, breathing Minotaur, whilst to achieve this, they must travel to Cremo and infiltrate the infamous monster auction house. Damien is thunderstruck. He cannot believe His Highness intends to venture into such a dangerous den personally. But the prince remains unfazed. He insists that he alone possesses the discerning eye needed to verify the beast's quality and the potency of its gallstone. A wry smile touches Damien's lips as he thinks, this man is truly insane. Just then, Agnes arrives with their transport, signaling them to board immediately. We leave now, Damien asks in disbelief. The prince replies with steel in his voice. Time is a currency far more precious than gold. He practically shoves Damien inside, desperate to escape before Garden discovers their departure. As the wheels begin to turn, a frantic figure appears in the distance. Garden sprints after them, screaming in betrayal at being left behind. Guard the clinic with your life, the prince roars back. Later, as they rumble down the road, Damien remarks on the surprising comfort of the ride. The prince smirks arrogantly. Naturally, he boasts. Would you expect anything less from a crown prince's personal carriage? However, the reality is far more macabre. They are traveling inside cramped, coffin-like compartments. Damien shifts uncomfortably, muttering that this luxury feels unnervingly like being buried alive. For 8 long days, the journey continues. Then, under the evening sky, Agnes rises from her perch atop the carriage, her instincts sharpening like a blade. The salty scent of the ocean hits her. We have arrived, she announces to the prince below. Welcome to Creoport. At long last, they stand before the imposing gates of the Cremo Monster Auction House. Suddenly, a young boy steps into view. Outside the bustling auction house, an arrogant guard demands a carriage driver move his vehicle immediately. The driver steps down, his gaze cold, and warns the fool that he has no idea who sits within, asking if he wishes to offend the crown prince. As if summoned by those very words, the crown prince peers from the carriage window, freezing the guard's blood in his veins. Terror grips the guard as he sprints into the auction building, frantically seeking the mayor to report his mistake. He points a trembling finger toward Rakiel's arrival, sending the mayor into a panic before the official switches to desperate flattery to gain political favor. When Rakiel reveals his intent to purchase an item, the mayor eagerly offers additional guards, but our protagonist coldly refuses, citing his own elite protection. Rakiel attempts to withdraw, but the sycophantic mayor clings to him, desperate to prolong their interaction. Finally, he escapes by feeding the mayor a sweet lie, a false promise to visit his estate later. As the mayor barks orders to clean the venue, Rakiel muses that the atmosphere feels more like a military inspection than an auction. Inside, Rakiel and Damien take their seats, immediately noticing the unnatural silence that hangs over the room. Damien whispers that the hush is necessary. Excessive noise could awaken the beasts. Amidst the bids, they wait for the legendary Minotaur. But as the event nears its conclusion, Rakiel begins to worry. Has the beast he seeks been omitted from the catalog? Suddenly, a heavy cage rolls in, revealing a massive Minotaur. Its sheer weight and raw power leave our protagonist in awe. The host's voice booms, announcing the grand finale, a beast so ferocious it required the combined might of 7 elite hunting teams to capture. Rakiel's thrill at acquiring the monster is instantly crushed when the host announces the starting bid, 50,000 Magen. He turns to his aide in disbelief. Other monsters sold for huge sums, but for the starting bid alone to be 50,000 Magen, it is absurd. Damien questions their funds, and Rakiel calculates he only brought 100,000 Magen with him. Seeing the bloodlust in the eyes of the crowd, he realizes his chances of winning a fair auction are slim to none. Furthermore, paying such an exorbitant price for a single Minotaur offends his sense of value. A scheme forms in his mind. He whispers into Damien's ear, though the knight clearly recoils at the suggestion. Double-checking if his master is serious, upon receiving a firm nod, Damien sighs, noting that this plan sounds suspiciously like something a common thug would devise. Rakiel simply chuckles, declaring that he cares not for titles, only results. As Damien departs to execute the ploy, our prince watches with anticipation as the bidding war drives the price higher. He prays Damien returns before the cost becomes astronomical, just as the mayor approaches to pay his respects. Rakiel feigns surprise at the encounter. Reading the room, the mayor realizes the crown prince desires a public spectacle. Desperate to curry favor, the mayor is more than happy to become a pawn in this play. He loudly addresses the crown prince, bellowing an offer of 100 elite bodyguards for all to hear it. The tactic works perfectly. Every head in the hall snaps around to gaze upon the royal presence. Our protagonist accepts the favor with regal grace, while Damien stands in the distance, watching this theatrical performance with a look of pure exasperation. Then, as if suddenly remembering his purpose, Rakiel casually raises his hand and places a bid of 60,000. His expression screams entitlement, silently daring anyone to challenge the crown prince's authority. The intimidation takes hold. The audience realizes that competing against royalty is a fool's errand. The auctioneer sweats nervously, terrified that their prized asset will sell for a mere 60,000 Magen. But suddenly a twist. A noble dares to defy the royal pressure, raising the bid to 70,000 Magen, shocking the entire hall. Whispers erupt as the bidder is identified as Guinness, the favorite subordinate of the southern king of Amboise. Guinness smirks, confident that his diplomatic immunity protects him from the prince's wrath. The crowd wants to cheer for this underdog, yet fear holds them back. Rumors of the crown prince's long-lasting grudges are legendary. On the balcony, Rakiel fumes. The game has changed, and he is now determined to crush this arrogant foreigner. Burning with desire for the Minotaur, he counters with a petty increment, raising the bid to 71,000. Guinness immediately jumps to 80,000. The war of wealth escalates rapidly between the two titanic egos. The gavel finally falls at a staggering 250,000 Magen. The winner is Guinness, who gloats obnoxiously over his victory against the crown. Meanwhile, our hero stands frozen, looking as though his soul has left his body. Damien attempts to console him, remarking that it is a blessing Rakiel didn't squander their entire fortune on a single beast. Hearing this, Rakiel's expression instantly shifts from despair to a smug confidence regarding his finances. However, deep down, Damien is just terrified that his master's spending habits will cost him his monthly salary. Disbelief washes over him. Damien just admitted his loyalty hangs on a paycheck. He snaps back, reminding the swordsman who pulled him out of that hellish underworld in the first place. Damien remains unmoved. Gratitude is one thing, but a steady salary, that is the iron law of survival. Rakiel stares at his stoic protector, his mind flashing back to the final chapters of the novel Demon Sword. The lore was clear. Damien is the apex predator of this world. Having a living weapon like him nearby is the ultimate insurance policy. But there is a deeper strategy at play, a hidden key to surviving the catastrophic final war. The butterfly effect is real. If Damien lives a stable, happy life, the world itself avoids total destruction. With renewed conviction, Rakiel grabs his shoulders. He swears on his life that the gold will flow on time, every time. They retreat to the mayor's estate, but the official is baffled by their frantic pace. Why run like thieves in the night? Rakiel grits his teeth. It's shame, pure humiliation for needing dirty tricks just to scrape by a loss. Meanwhile, in the shadows of a grand mansion, the beast waits. The mighty Minotaur, chained and sold like common cattle. Guinness struts before his prize, gloating over his petty victory against the crown prince. Arrogance drips from his every word. A dark expert arrives, the finest taxidermist in Cremo. He coldly asks how the nobleman wants this majestic creature preserved. Guinness grins maliciously. Make it magnificent, he demands. This trophy is destined for the king's own birthday feast. He summons a mage to accelerate the gruesome process. The spellcaster bursts in, demanding they start the slaughter immediately. Time is wasting. The air grows heavy. The mage begins chanting, activating a suffocating vacuum spell. The goal is a pristine corpse, death without a single blemish on the hide. As the breath leaves its lungs, the beast weeps for its family. Rage boils over hatred for these cruel humans. It defies the magic with a primal roar. The chains shatter like glass. Back at the safe house, Rakiel collapses. His body screams in agony, completely drained by the day's chaos. Yet, his eyes burn with greed. He vows to purchase that Minotaur tomorrow, no matter the cost. Damien scoffs, but their banter is cut short. A guard bursts in, face pale with terror. We must flee. Disaster is coming. What disaster? Rakiel demands. The answer arrives instantly, an explosion of debris, as the wall is obliterated. Damien moves faster than light, shielding his liege, but the beast swats him aside like a rag doll. The dust settles, revealing the nightmare. Rakiel's blood runs cold. It's the Minotaur. The beast is loose. Mere moments ago, the monster's awakening sent shockwaves through the mansion, flattening everyone but the vile Guinness. The fool screamed at a force of nature. I am your master, he shrieked, believing money could tame a demon. But the beast knows no master, with murder in its eyes. It locked onto the nobleman and charged. Desperate to survive, Guinness scrambled toward the mayor's estate. He cowers behind a wall, shouting to draw the beast's fury elsewhere. His cowardly plan worked too well. Now, the towering monstrosity stands directly before Rakiel, ready to crush him into paste. Adrenaline floods Rakiel's veins. He prepares to bolt. But then, he freezes. He looks into the monster's eyes. Those aren't the eyes of a killer. They are pools of agony. He recognizes that look. It's the look of a suffering patient. Recognition sparks in the beast's mind. It remembers Rakiel from the auction. Blind fury takes over, and it swings a massive fist. Clank steel meets bone as Damien intercepts the blow. Run, he screams, but Rakiel refuses. He didn't survive this long, just to die here. The Swordmaster dances with death, but even he struggles to hold back this mountain of muscle. The shockwave sends Rakiel flying. He slams hard against the stone wall, the breath knocked out of him. Damien lands beside him, grimacing. We are cornered. Rakiel coughs out a dry laugh. Oh, really, I hadn't noticed. In the face of death, Damien turns with a straight face. If we survive, I expect a hazard pay bonus. Rakiel screams in disbelief. Are you insane? You're negotiating your salary while we're being hunted. The bodyguard shrugs coldly. Then perhaps I shall escape alone. He lays out the suicide plan. He will distract the beast. Rakiel must run. But Rakiel hesitates. The exit is sealed with rubble. Jump, Damien suggests casually. Rakiel stares at the drop. That isn't an escape. That's gravity-assisted suicide. Broken legs are better than a crushed skull, Damien reasons. Survive the fall, and the guards will drag you to safety. Without waiting for an answer, Damien charges the beast. Aura explodes. Rakiel scrambles for the opening, desperate to flee. Panic blinds him. In his terrified frenzy, he misses the wall entirely. He's climbing the Minotaur's back. He freezes. A holographic screen flashes before his eyes. The system screams a warning. A full medical scan overlays the monster. The diagnosis hits Rakiel like lightning. The beast isn't just angry. Its heart is failing. The diagnosis appears before his eyes. Angina pectoris. The beast's heart is screaming in agony and is on the brink of total failure. Clinging desperately to the thrashing behemoth, Rakiel realizes the grim truth: he is in no condition to perform surgery, and one wrong move means death. Escape is impossible. If he jumps now, the sheer velocity will crush his body into pulp. The Minotaur raises a massive hand to squash the Crown Prince like an insignificant insect. But a sudden flash of steel interrupts the slaughter. Damien roars through the chaos, vowing to rescue the terrified royal, demanding he hold on for just one more second. As the sobbing prince begs for salvation, Damien charges, he scans for a weakness, aiming his blade at the beast's flanks. Steel meets flesh, but the impact sends the prince plummeting from the balcony, his face twisted in the terror of impending death. But fate is not so cruel. Knight Agnes swoops in, snatching the prince from the air in a breathtaking display of agility. Security is secured. As guards surround the royal heir, the real nightmare continues. Damien and the Minotaur are locked in a duel to the death. The beast's killing intent shifts entirely to the mercenary. Damien grins, driven not by honor, but by the massive bounty waiting for him. He calculates his move perfectly, waiting for that skyscraper-sized fist to descend so he can sever the tendons in a counterattack. He strikes, but the monster's hide is harder than iron, and his blade struggles to pierce the supernatural defense. A split-second distraction costs him everything. The Minotaur's backhand catches him, sending Damien flying like a rag doll. He crashes into the stone wall, coughing blood as the shadow of the Minotaur looms over his broken form. Trapped rubble pins his leg, sealing his fate. But suddenly, boom, Ghost slams into the beast with the force of a wrecking ball. Dazed and confused, Damien looks up to see the impossible. The adorable Ghost is now fighting the monster toe-to-toe. Rakiel watches from above, his eyes burning with determination. He didn't go through hell recruiting Damien just to let him die here. That is why he fed Ghost the red sunflower seeds, a gamble to trigger a monstrous evolution for this very moment. Rakiel screams for his bodyguard to move. Damien jokes about his paycheck to hide the pain, but the rubble refuses to budge. The Minotaur roars, grabbing the evolved Ghost and hurling it like a missile straight at the immobile swordsman. "Grab him now," Rakiel commands. Damien clutches the flying creature, and Ghost leaps from the destruction, carrying them to safety. They land before the prince, but the nightmare isn't over. The Minotaur crashes down from the second floor, shaking the very earth. Rakiel rushes forward, frantically checking on his exhausted companions to see if they are still breathing. Damien survives, barely. He eyes the Minotaur, drooling over the medicinal ingredients within its body, but realizes greed today means death tomorrow. He sheathes his greed and turns to his liege with a serious expression. "We need to vanish, now." Suddenly, the mayor steps in, his voice trembling but firm. "I know a sanctuary. Follow me if you want to live." They reach the harbor, breathless. The plan is simple. Take the ship to open waters where the heavy beast cannot follow. Rakiel nods. It is the only logical move. A strategic retreat is better than a glorious death. But as they board, a shockwave hits them. The mayor refuses to step onto the deck. The old man stands tall, his eyes hardening. "My place is here. A captain does not abandon his sinking ship, and a mayor does not abandon his people." He turns back to the burning city, determined to lead the remaining guards in a desperate defense against the monster. Rakiel is stunned. The man he thought was a shallow coward has just shown the heart of a true leader. Seeing such resolve shakes Rakiel to his core. Is it right for him to flee like a coward while others fight and die? Damien spots the hesitation in his employer's eyes. He knows that look. "We have to go, boss. Do not carry the weight of the world. He has his duty, and you have yours." The words cut through the fog. The mayor shields the city. Rakiel must shield the imperial bloodline. Survival is his mission. With renewed resolve, he roars the order. "Raise the anchor, we cast off now." But fate is a cruel mistress. A thunderous roar tears the air. The Minotaur has found them. It launches itself from the docks, crashing onto the deck. Splinters fly as the beast rips the vessel apart. Rakiel screams for everyone to hit the deck as a massive beam sweeps over their heads. Rakiel's mind races at 1,000,000 miles an hour. They are trapped on a floating coffin with a monster. His sensory intuition screams, every cell in his body trembling in the presence of overwhelming death. Despair claws at his throat. He tries to formulate a plan, but tears well up. He hasn't fully awakened his abilities yet. He is powerless. But a shadow falls over him. Damien lands beside him, calm amidst the storm. "Stay low, boss. Leave the trash to me." Steel sings as Damien draws his blade, a predatory grin spreading across his face. "This beast is going to cost you extra, Rakiel." He faces the roaring Minotaur, aura flaring. "Come on then, ugly. Let's see if you're worth the hazard pay." Damien charges fearlessly toward the beast, screaming for Agnes to assist, but even their combined might, joined by the royal guards, crumbles before absolute power. The Minotaur sweeps them aside like dry leaves, standing tall and invincible. Witnessing the chaos, panic momentarily grips Rakiel's heart, but he is a man of science. He violently suppresses his fear. his eyes narrowing as he analyzes the Minotaur's health status, searching for a single path to victory. Suddenly, the world freezes. A blue window materializes before his eyes. The system speaks because he pushed himself into the jaws of death. His Azrahan core has been tempered to its absolute limit. A legendary evolution occurs. He acquires a new divine ability, the ACUPUNCTURE scan. This fuses his Azrahan core cultivation with his supreme pulse reading medical knowledge. His vision shifts. The world becomes a map of energy flow. He can now see the vital acupoints of every living being, allowing him to predict their movements before they even twitch. He activates the skill immediately. The Minotaur's massive form lights up with meridian lines. Rakiel realizes with a jolt of excitement that he can see the attacks coming. He can dodge everything. But a cruel reality checks his ambition. His stamina is pathetic. His body cannot keep up with his mind's speed for long. Sweat beads on his forehead. With a grim expression, Rakiel desperately simulates scenarios, trying to find a way for everyone to survive this nightmare. His eyes land on Goom, and a reckless plan ignites in his mind. It is dangerous. It is uncertain. But he is the crown prince. It is his sovereign duty to shield his people. The Minotaur raises its massive fist to crush a helpless sailor. In that split second, Rakiel throws caution to the wind and dashes to the front lines to intercept the blow. A crimson warning flashes. The system screams that he has consumed the red sunflower seeds items meant for summoning, not human consumption. The effect is instantaneous and explosive. Our protagonist undergoes a monstrous transformation, growing into a titan of flesh and bone. It is a clash of giants, Rakiel versus the Minotaur. But the system is ruthless. It reminds him he is not a summon. The side effects of the red flower seed are toxic to a human body. It demands he consult a doctor immediately. With dry wit, he shouts back at the invisible window that he is the doctor. The prognosis is grim. This titan form has a hard time limit of 3 minutes. Once the clock runs out, the backlash will plunge him into a deep coma. The gravity of the situation crashes down on him. He has less than 3 minutes to defeat a legendary monster. Despair creeps in. He might actually die here today. The Minotaur wastes no time. A fist like a wrecking ball smashes into Rakiel's face. Pain explodes through his skull. He whines about the agony, but a spark of hope remains in his normal body. That punch would have turned him into meat paste. He is still standing. He needs to test his limits. Rakiel slams his head into the beast, a brutal headbutt. Both titans reel from the impact. But time is slipping away like sand. A brute force victory is impossible. He needs a strategy, and fast. He glances at his summon, who is panting from exhaustion. Can the guards finish this? No. If he faints now, they are doomed. He needs a weapon. He commands Goom to provide him with sharp thorns. Armed with the thorns, he executes a grapple. He locks the Minotaur's neck in a chokehold, preparing to perform giant-sized acupuncture on a struggling monster. Precision is key. He drives the first thorn into the Tianu point near the beast's neck. This meridian controls the ascending and descending of mana, but Disaster Strike's Rakiel's strength isn't enough to pierce the thick hide deep enough to hit the flow. He improvises instantly. He orders Damien to strike the end of the thorn. The knight obeys, hammering the needle home. Rakiel's goal shifts. He must sedate the beast mentally. He needs to hijack the creature's nervous system. He must suppress the sympathetic nerves and ignite the parasympathetic response to force relaxation. He targets the next critical point. He screams for Damien to hammer the needle deeper, turning the battlefield into an operating table. One by one, they strike. Rakiel targets multiple acupoints, blocking the flow of blood and chaotic energy, systematically dismantling the monster's rage. He laughs amidst the chaos, thinking the Minotaur is just a giant child afraid of a doctor's shot. He promises it a treat if it behaves for the final needle, the man point. This point treats auditory disorders, but it connects to the calming centers of the brain. As the final thorn sinks in, the monster's rage evaporates. The pain is gone. Our protagonist gasps, admitting to himself that the result was half skill and half sheer luck. The Minotaur blinks, confused but relieved. It turns to Rakiel, eyes filled not with malice, but with gratitude. It believes this beating was actually a healing treatment. But the clock strikes 0, Rakiel collapses, whining as exhaustion hits him like a freight train. His internal organs scream in protest. The sudden expansion and contraction have wreaked havoc on his blood flow and breathing. The giant form dissolves. He shrinks back to his human size, looking frail and broken. The crew rushes to surround their savior. As his consciousness fades, he gives his final orders. He diagnoses himself with a 5-day coma and assures them the Minotaur is no longer a threat. Darkness takes him. The coma begins. The Minotaur sits quietly, subdued by the treatment. But panic rises among the crew as the ship groans under the damage. The hull is breached. Water is pouring in. They must get to the deck or drown in the abyss. Suddenly, the entire vessel lurches. Terror seizes the crew. They think they are capsizing. But it is the Minotaur desperate to repay the kindness of the Crown Prince. The beast gently scoops Rakiel up and places him atop its head for safety. The crew watches in horror, completely misunderstanding the gesture. They believe the monster is kidnapping the unconscious prince. 6 days have vanished since the incident. We cut to a cold, dark interrogation room. Damien sits alone, bound to a chair. He stares blankly at a rat scuttling near his feet. He questions his own sanity, wondering if this is all a twisted dream, a luxury of thought he hasn't had in years. His dissociation is shattered. The door slams open. The Royal Inspection Squad has arrived. They demand answers about the Crown Prince and the Minotaur. The interrogator's voice drips with venom as he taunts the prisoner. Do you really have the luxury to sleep in a hell like this? Damien forces a smirk, his voice rasping from dehydration. It is not arrogance, merely exhaustion from days without rest. The inspector explodes with rage. It has been 6 days since that beast took Prince Raquel. The news has already reached the Emperor, and his wrath draws closer. He accuses the knights of incompetence. You sat idly by while the trail went cold, not a single clue discovered. You found nothing of the Minotaur's path, nor the traitor who dared to summon such a beast. Then, his eyes narrow with malicious intent. Or perhaps, you did nothing because you wanted the prince to fall. Damien laughs in disbelief at the accusation. Do you truly believe the prince's own guard conspired with a monster to kidnap him? His blood boils at the sheer absurdity of the claim. That logic is nothing short of madness. But the inspector cares nothing for truth, only results. Madness, no, is a convenient solution to a messy problem. This conclusion answers the Emperor's question. Who is responsible for the lost Crown Prince? The mayor, the guards, all of you. By sacrificing them as conspirators, the case would be closed perfectly. Damien grinds his teeth, the realization hitting him like a blow. He intends to bury us simply to save his own skin. He wants a closed case, regardless of the cost. The snake whispers a tempting offer. Confess now, and I shall grant you the mercy of a swift death. Go to hell, Damien spits back, but the inspector merely smiles, a cruel glint in his eye. Pity, I have other ways to break you. The scene shifts to a terrifying sight. Damien, Agnes, and the mayor, all suspended in iron cages. The stench of oil fills the air. Flames lick the ground below them. They intend to burn them alive. One last time, the tormentor demands a false confession. Admit your guilt and end this pain. But Damien's spirit remains unbroken. You want the truth? Then listen closely. You are the one blocking the rescue, hiding behind this sham of an investigation while the prince suffers. I am more than eager to find him, he roars, unmoved. The inspector gives the signal. Light the fire. Despair finally claws at Damien's heart. To die here, a meaningless death. Suddenly, the earth trembles. The Minotaur charges in, but instead of attacking, it gently catches Damien's cage. And riding atop the beast is the Crown Prince himself. Why are my subordinates in chains? Rewind 6 days. The prince awoke on a deserted island to find Urus, his former enemy, gazing at him with adoration. In that isolation, the barriers between man and beast dissolved. They had become allies. The prince realizes a happy accident. He had unknowingly soothed the beast's pain, earning its loyalty. He keeps this secret to ensure Urus follows him willingly. He speaks to the creature. Your chest pain will return. Let us treat the root cause before it is too late. Using his medical arts, he scans the beast's acupoints. The heart is stable, but the gallbladder trouble runs deep. He shifts his focus, analyzing the flow of chi within the massive creature. Do you feel bloated after eating? The beast nods, confirming his diagnosis. You have accumulated too much stagnation. We must purge it. But Urus stares blankly, unable to comprehend the complex medical theory. The prince sighs and switches to action. Just press where I point. He guides the massive fist to the beast's own solar plexus. Strike here, hard. Eurus hesitates, but obeys the command. Bam. The prince observes the reaction immediately. Something is lodged inside. The beast coughs it up. It is a massive fragment of a chalice, a crucial artifact recovered. How is the bloating now? Eurus bellows in cheerful relief. The prince smirks in satisfaction. An easy cure. And now I have tamed a calamity. We must return. My comrades are waiting. But the beast shrinks back, fearing another battle with the humans. The prince strokes its mane gently. Fear not. While I am with you, none shall dare raise a hand. On the horizon, the flag of the Imperial Inspection Squad flutters. The prince's eyes narrow. We return just in time. Back in the present, Prince Raquel's voice thunders across the square. Who commands this squad? The devilish interrogator steps forward, casual and arrogant. I am. His lack of respect ignites the prince's irritation. The audacious fool dares to challenge him. You claim to be the prince while riding a monster imposter. The crowd watches in stunned silence. Has the inspector lost his mind? Raquel fires back with a sharp retort. He asks if they are implying he is a shape-shifting doppelganger, daring to impersonate the crown prince. The interrogator breaks into a cold sweat. He stammers that dark forces are everywhere, plotting against the imperial family while the prince is missing. The tension hits its peak now. The demand is clear. The true crown prince must prove his bloodline right here and now. Fury explodes in Raquel's core. He roars that if his identity is on trial, then they must also witness the true faces of the loyal souls behind him. To prove his point, he points a trembling finger at Damien. This man threw his own body into the jaws of death to buy me a single second of life. His blade clashed against the manure in a desperate dance that is the steel of absolute loyalty and devotion. And look at Eurus, Raquel shouts. He shattered his own cage to free Damien. In Agnes, she caught a falling warrior before death could claim him. Without her, he would be a corpse on the pavement. The cage could not contain her spirit, and she broke free to protect her own. As she steps forward to shield him, Raquel's voice trembles with pride. Witness her courage. This is the face of sacrifice. He turns to Sergio. The Knight Captain. The first to charge into hell for my safety, Raquel honors every guard, painting their struggle in vivid strokes of heroism. The royal guards listen, stunned by his words. A whisper runs through the ranks. Could this commanding presence be the real crown prince? It must be him. Yet, they are baffled. How could any mortal survive such a catastrophe? Meanwhile, the interrogator's face turns ashen gray. He was betting on a dead prince. He planned to bury his own incompetence by blaming the survivors. This was his twisted game. When a VIP falls, find a scapegoat and close the file. That is how he always played with people's lives. Realizing his fatal mistake, he collapses. He bows his head to the floor, begging for mercy, terrified that he dared to question the dragon's identity. But the crown prince is ice cold. He ignores the pathetic drama and turns his gaze elsewhere. He looks to the mayor, a man who chose to stand and fight for his city rather than flee like a coward. Raquel approaches the broken cage. This mayor, he declares, is the living example of nobility. He fulfilled his duty while others played politics. He spins back to the trembling interrogator, his eyes blazing, yet here stands the head of investigation, questioning who I am. His warning comes out as a dangerous growl. My crown is not made of gold, but of the people who stayed by my side. They made me the crown prince. The official tries to speak, but Raquel cuts him off. He will hear no excuses from a man whose incompetence is written on his face. In his mind, Raquel scoffs. It reminds him of the corrupt bureaucracy back in Korea. Different world, same rotten system. The verdict is delivered. The interrogator will pay for this farce by the next morning. The entire shore is buzzing with the explosive news. The gossip spreads like wildfire. The investigator is finished, accused of sabotage and hindering the search for the royal heir. Will it be the gallows or a dark dungeon for life? The people demand justice for their prince. But the juiciest rumor, the crowds whisper about the prince's godlike skill, taming the ferocious manure into an obedient pet. I saw it, a young boy shouts to the crowd. The prince grew as big as a giant and wrestled the beast. He stabbed it with magic thorns. Of course, most adults shake their heads. Such a tall tale is impossible to believe. Yet, a new narrative takes root in the capital. Whispers begin to circulate. Is this young man destined to be the next ruler of the empire? High in his tower, Damien watches the commotion. He turns to his master, bewildered. My lord, how did you truly tame such a nightmare beast? Reikiel smirks, waving his hand. Tame, no. It was just a colossal misunderstanding on the Minotaur's part. Seeing Damien's confused face, Reikiel explains the scam. I didn't fight it. I treated it. The thorns relieved its pain, and the beast mistook me for its savior. They laugh about the absurdity. A medical procedure turned into a legend of beast mastery. But this works for us. Reikiel grins, with greed. This misunderstanding means handsome rewards for you, Damien. And I never say no to profit. Damien flushes with embarrassment. He knows he didn't truly defeat the monster. He grips his sword he vows to train until his strength matches the legend. Speaking of rewards, Damien coughs. I need more funds. I have completed the secret errand you gave me. Reikiel's eyes light up. Excellent. You gathered all the medicinal ingredients I asked for. It was easy. Damien reports. Cremo is a massive trade port. The market had everything we needed. Then, he drops the heavy news. Your father. The Duke returned to the capital the moment he heard you were alive. Reikiel's expression darkens. His father's coldness stings, but he remembers the man's nature. There is nothing he can do about that frozen heart. He shakes off the gloomy thought. Forget him. Focus on the mission. Bring the medicine. It is time to work. Seeing the supplies, Reikiel rubs his hands together. Tonight, I will brew the legendary golden minor pills in the mayor's kitchen. The kitchen transforms into his laboratory. Reikiel hums a manic tune, chopping and boiling, while Damien watches the chaotic genius at work. At last, the golden minor pills are complete without hesitation. Reikiel decides to be his own test subject. He swallows the pill. Ding, the system window explodes into view. Effects confirmed. Vitality is surging through your internal organs like a raging river. However, the flavor assault on his tongue is absolute torture. But the reward is sweet. A massive surge of 500 HP flows directly into his organs. Not only that, the concoction analysis skill triggers instantly since he crafted the pill with his own hands. Scanning the item description, a satisfied grin spreads across his face. This miracle drug doesn't just treat cardiac arrest, it grants deep, natural sleep with zero side effects. As the system window glows before him, he feels completely ecstatic about this jackpot. The next day, he approaches the massive beast, Urus, checking on its condition. He then offers the pills, a soothing balm for the creature's lingering chest pain. Trusting him implicitly, Urus devours the medicine in a single gulp. Vitality explodes within the beast. The medicine's effectiveness jumps by 10% simply because he used it on his own patient, the mighty Minotaur. The system rewards him generously, a lifespan bonus of 7 days and another 600 HP fortified into his organs. Later, he lounges comfortably against the Minotaur's fur, already plotting to rely on this beast's strength. The scene shifts to the next day, where a massive crowd packs Cremo City Plaza for the Heroes Award ceremony. Suddenly, a hush falls over the square as Reikiel makes a legendary entrance, riding atop the towering Urus. Witnessing this display of dominance, the crowd whispers in awe, convinced he is destined to be their next king. Oblivious to their gossip, Reikiel begins the ceremony. Though internally he's steeling himself, he recalls the terror of his last public fight and resolves to hide any trace of fear. He opens the event with a commanding voice, addressing his loyal bodyguards first. He extols the valor they displayed that fateful night, standing their ground against a rampaging monster. To honor your sacrifice, I grant you this golden elixir. Internally, however, he's smirking, praising the mayor's brilliance for solving his marketing problem. The narrative rewinds to 2 days prior, finding him resting against Urus when the mayor approached with a scheme. Reikiel reveals his true plan. The award ceremony is merely a stage. It isn't just about honor, it's a massive theatrical advertisement for his new medicine. He flashes the golden pills he intends to distribute to his subordinates. The mayor instantly grasps the situation. Reikiel has ulterior motives and is plotting something devious. The mayor suggests a strategy. If you frame the medicine as a royal reward, the nobles will go mad with curiosity. He even proposes creating a Crown Prince Premium Edition to inflate the value. They both realize the truth. This ceremony must be a spectacle of epic proportions to lure in future customers and skyrocket the price. Energized by greed, the mayor rushes off, demanding 2 days to orchestrate the perfect event. Back in the present, Reikiel surveys the plaza with satisfaction. First, he plays the role of the benevolent leader, thanking his subordinates for their combat prowess. Then, with the skill of a seasoned merchant, he subtly pivots the topic to the miraculous benefits of his gallstone medicine. It grants the stamina of a minotaur and cures 1,000 diseases, he proclaims. He even gestures to his terrifying pet as living proof of the medicine's potency. Do you suffer from insomnia? This is your salvation, he adds, weaving sales pitches seamlessly into his praise. Finally, he drops the act and goes full infomercial, announcing a limited time offer at the affordable price of 99 Megan. Only 99 Megan for a 1-month supply. Watching from the sidelines, Agnes and Damien realize with horror that their lord is behaving like a street scammer. They glance at Sergio, who, unlike them, is happily promoting the Crown Prince like a fanatic fanboy. To seal the deal, Rakiel whips out a stack of promotional pamphlets, showering the crowd with advertisements. Despite the shameless nature of the promotion, the crowd is hooked, desperation takes over, and people begin calculating loans just to afford the expensive elixir. Seeing the fish biting the bait, Rakiel decides to double down and promote his traditional medicine clinic as well. He lets out a fake, dramatic cough before shouting, "And did you know about the royal clinic I personally operate?" On cue, his subordinates hoist advertising placards, and even the Minotaur roars an endorsement. "We have introduced revolutionary treatments you've never seen before," he boasts. He asks the crowd, "Who here knows of it?" Silence reigns until 2 lonely hands go up. Rakiel lets out a sigh of relief. At least someone knows, sparing him from total humiliation. Switching tactics, he adds emotional flair, speaking poetically about the beauty and commercial importance of Cremo City. He emphasizes that for the city to thrive as a trade hub, its citizens must possess ironclad health. His silver tongue works its magic. The crowd becomes emotional, moved by his apparent deep concern for their well-being. Seizing the moment, he dramatically invites them, "Come to my clinic, even for minor aches. I will treat you personally." Yet, sensing a lingering hesitation in their eyes, he decides to deliver the final push. "Free treatment coupons for the first 100 visitors," he screams. Agnes protests in the background, knowing the clinic was free to begin with. As the crowd rushes toward him like a tidal wave, Rakiel doesn't see people. He sees a goldmine of bonus lives walking right into his trap. He becomes a whirlwind of medical efficiency, diagnosing illnesses, handing out coupons, and dispensing advice with lightning speed. But his generosity knows no bounds. He even declares he will pay for their travel and lodging himself. The moment the 100th coupon leaves his hand, he beams with the pride of a marketing genius. Meanwhile, seeing his blissful ignorance, Agnes is ready to burst into tears. She realizes with horror that he has promised to cover the travel expenses for every single patient. They will have to sell the very clothes off their backs to afford this, but Rakiel is oblivious to the passage of time. 9 hours have flown by, and his internal organs are screaming for mercy. The world begins to spin, vision blurring, yet a single thought anchors him. I cannot lose face by fainting in front of potential customers. But gravity is cruel. He crumples to the ground, forcing out a nervous chuckle as the crowd panics. Eternally, he curses this frail body's pathetic stamina. Suddenly, the system interface flashes before his eyes. His desperate struggle and exhaustion have been witnessed by the entire city of Cremo, seeing their crown prince work until collapse. The hearts of the citizens tremble with profound gratitude. System alert. A new title has been bestowed. His traditional medicine skill awakens a new hidden feature the great doctor point. It is a reputation system based on benevolence. Whenever his medical skills shake the world or move the hearts of the people, he earns 101 GDP. He grasps the concept instantly. But one question remains: what on earth do I spend these points on? The system responds with a tempting offer. These points can be exchanged for a legendary item, the Lie Voucher. With this scroll, reality bends to his will. He can speak a falsehood, and the listener is forced to believe it as absolute truth. Just then, Damien rushes in to support his collapsing master. More details flood his mind regarding this overpowered item. However, he must designate a specific target for the deception to work. Furthermore, it is a single-use consumable. And be warned, beings of mythical rank or those with deep bonds to him may resist its influence. Too exhausted to walk, he demands a piggyback ride from his guard. Damien, ever the mercenary, replies cold-heartedly, "I'll do it, if you pay me extra." Time skips forward. They stand before the mayor of Cremo, who is visibly choked up. He cannot believe the savior of his city is departing so soon. The mayor pleads with genuine concern. Your Highness, you must rest before undertaking such a journey. Rakiel waves his hand dismissively. I will sleep in the carriage, he declares. The mayor protests, insisting a bumping carriage is no place for a recovering prince. But Rakiel cuts him off with a warm smile. He thanks the official for his hospitality and hard work during their stay. As he climbs into the carriage, he leaves the mayor with a parting gift. You and Captain Roberto must visit my clinic in the capital. The mayor is confused, but Rakiel's sharp eyes caught their secret shame. Both men suffer from partial hair loss, and he intends to cure it. Upon their arrival at the imperial capital, the streets erupt in whispers. The crowd is terrified to see a hulking beast marching alongside the royal carriage. An imperial knight charges forward to intercept. He freezes, startled by the creature's presence, but realizing it acts under the prince's command, he shakes off the shock and proceeds. He approaches the carriage to awaken the sleeping prince. He presents a sealed letter with trembling hands. From His Majesty, the Emperor. Rakiel accepts the missive, the air turning heavy. A chill runs down his spine. His intuition screams of danger. With eyes shining with nervous curiosity, he breaks the seal. It is an imperial summons. He is to appear before his father immediately. A knot of dread tightens in his stomach. But then, a sly grin spreads across his face. If the situation becomes desperate, he still has his trump card, the lie voucher. The scene shifts to the grandeur of the imperial throne room. Rakiel stands before the absolute ruler of the empire. He maintains a respectful bow, but the silence stretches on, testing his patience. Why does the emperor say nothing? Finally, the emperor speaks. His voice is cold as steel. He calls his son irresponsible, incompetent, a fool who endangers his own subordinates. Rakiel bristles at the accusation. I almost died trying to fix things, he thinks bitterly. The emperor brings up the ambush at the mayor's residence. He scolds Rakiel not for failing to fight, but for failing to flee. Your hesitation put your bodyguards in unnecessary peril. He has the audacity to lecture Rakiel on preparedness, as if one can plan for every disaster. The scolding lights a fire of irritation in Rakiel's chest. How could anyone have predicted that ambush? The emperor continues his interrogation, demanding to know his thoughts. He doubles down on his verdict. Do you realize how your incompetence nearly killed those sworn to protect you? Rakiel clenches his fists. Not once did his father ask if he was okay. The lack of parental concern stings more than the insults. Then, the emperor delivers the final blow. You cannot even protect 10 people at your side. How do you expect to ascend the throne and protect the millions of souls in this empire? The words strike Rakiel like a physical blow. The anger fades, replaced by a cold realization. His father is harsh, but he is right. The emperor commands him to reflect on his failures. Rakiel bows, accepting the rebuke, but then the emperor pauses. Now, speak. What do you have to say for yourself? Rakiel finally gathered his resolve. He needed a serious, two-way conversation. Looking his father in the eye, he demanded, Father, you must quit smoking immediately. He didn't stop there. He pressed on, voice laden with heavy responsibility. You must stay healthy. The burden of leading this entire nation rests squarely on your shoulders. Internally, Rakiel smirked, thinking, take that taste of your own medicine. He then added aloud, the very prosperity of the imperial family depends on your lungs, your majesty. But his mind drifted to a darker place. He recalled the original novel's plot, where the emperor dies of a stress-induced heart attack, exacerbated by chain smoking. In the original story, that death triggered the catastrophic downfall of the entire empire. But more than the politics, a personal fear gripped him. He refused to let the emperor suffer the same pathetic, lonely end as his father from his previous life. The emperor looked at him calmly and revealed a shocking truth. My son, I quit smoking the very day you first asked me to. He raised an eyebrow. Is there anything else? Rakiel's brain short-circuited. Stunned, he stammered. I have nothing further to say. He quickly bowed. I shall take my leave. As he scrambled to escape the awkwardness, the emperor called out, Rakiel, do not eat the meat of summoned beasts. It will rot your body from the inside. Once his son was gone, the emperor's stern face softened into a warm, fatherly smile. He turned to the shadows. What news of the pill Rakiel developed? A shadow guard stepped forward from the darkness. Your Majesty, the intelligence unit has successfully spread the legend of the Minotaur golden pills to every corner of the realm. The Emperor's eyes gleamed with anticipation. And the result? The border nobles are in a frenzy. The guard reported, curiosity is peaking. They are desperate to uncover the secrets of this miracle cure. The Emperor smiled, satisfied. Meanwhile, Rakiel, Seam, and Damien made their way back to the side palace, with Rakiel counting every single step like a scheming merchant. Damien watched him suspiciously. Why are you walking with such purpose? Rakiel shrugged, playing it cool. Just stretching my legs. Damien. Suddenly, the peace was shattered. A weeping, emotional Garden came sprinting toward them like a waterfall of tears. Rakiel held him back, smirking. Whoa, there, were you this excited to see me? Doctor, Garden sobbed. You left me alone with all the patients. How could you? Feeling a pang of guilt, Rakiel patted his shoulder. Fine. I'll brew a special tonic just for you. Thanks for your hard work protecting the clinic. They began discussing the chaos at Cremo, but Garden froze, his jaw dropping as he finally noticed the massive Minotaur looming behind Rakiel. Rakiel laughed heartily. Top-tier acting, Garden, but I bet you already knew I was bringing a souvenir, didn't you? Standing off to the side, Damien sighed, his face a mask of awkward resignation. Is there a single normal person in this entire group? As they reached the entrance, Rakiel's expression turned businesslike. Garden, give me the report. Is there anything I don't know? Garden wiped his eyes. Actually, yes. We've been flooded with strange inquiries. People are asking for a medicine that doesn't even exist yet. He pointed to a mountain of letters. Look at this pile. Everyone wants the Minotaur golden pills. The nobility is practically begging to buy them. Rakiel strode to the window. Outside, a crowd of travelers and servants had gathered, their eyes burning with desperate greed. Rakiel's eyes sparkled with the light of pure avarice. Jackpot. He turned to Garden. Line them up. We are selling the limited special edition. 10 days later, every last pill was sold out. Rakiel was swimming in profit, but his celebration was cut short. Garden rushed in, pale-faced. The Emperor summons you. Rakiel's heart sank. Anxiety gnawed at his stomach. What does he want now? The guards led him deep into the palace. Rakiel paused. This wasn't the audience chamber. They were taking him straight to the Emperor's private quarters. He stepped inside, and dread crashed over him like a tidal wave. The Emperor lay still. It was the exact same scene as his own father's tragic end. Flashback. The dingy neon lights of an internet cafe. His past self, glued to a screen, oblivious to the world. He was losing the game again and again. Rage built up in his chest, blinding him to reality. Dude, your phone. His friend nudged him. It's ringing off the hook. Rakiel scoffed. Ignore it. I'm in the middle of a match. When the game finally ended, he answered the call. The color drained from his face. Dread consumed him. He ran until his lungs burned, panic seizing his heart. But when he arrived, seeing his father on that deathbed broke him. Now, that trauma superimposed itself over the Emperor. No! Rakiel shook his head violently. There is no time for trauma. He had a patient to save. He activated his medical senses, muscle rigidity, erratic nerve signals. His diagnosis was instant and terrifying. A massive stroke. Rakiel spun around, his eyes blazing with fury as he cornered the royal physician. Explain this. What is his condition? The physician trembled under his gaze. His Majesty. He has been collapsing since last night. He was drunk after dinner. The doctor stammered. I thought it was mere intoxication, so I simply advised him to rest. But when I returned this morning, he was already in this state. Rage exploded within Rakiel. You waffle. They had missed the golden hour. That critical window for treatment was gone because of this incompetence. But amidst the anger, a chilling confusion struck him. Why? The Emperor swore he had quit smoking. He was taking care of his health. A stroke shouldn't have happened this fast. A terrifying realization hit him. The original story. The plot where the Emperor dies and the tyrannical second prince takes the throne. Fate was trying to correct itself. If the Emperor dies, Rakiel takes the throne, and that throne is a death sentence. 200 days. That is all he would have left to live. The crushing weight of imperial duties would strip him of his ability to heal. Overwork would be his executioner. leading him to an early grave. Desperation fuels his hands as he searches for the root cause. He prays to every god that it isn't a cerebral hemorrhage. In the world of medicine, strokes are a two-headed monster. The first beast is hemorrhage, a catastrophic bursting of a blood vessel in the brain. The second is a silent killer born of thrombosis, a blockage that chokes the brain, starving it of vital oxygen. Make no mistake, a hemorrhage is a nearly guaranteed ticket to the afterlife. Tension radiates from him as he completes the diagnosis. Relief washes over him. It's an ischemic stroke, the lesser of two evils. But the danger isn't over. The Emperor is paralyzed. Rakiel must hunt down the exact location of the blockage immediately. As he scans the veins, his blood runs cold. One of the clots. It feels wrong. The natural flow, the lines of John, are missing. Panic rises in his throat. A clot like this doesn't form naturally. This is artificial. His eyes narrow at the royal physician. There is a conspiracy here, Soul, but revenge must wait. Saving his father comes first. He prepares to move the Emperor to his own specialized clinic. But suddenly, an imposing figure blocks his path. It is the Archbishop. Rakiel steps forward, demanding to know if the holy man intends to heal the Emperor. The Archbishop nods solemnly. He is here to offer prayers, but even he sees that the Emperor stands at death's door. Light begins to gather. Rakiel watches closely, allowing the holy man to proceed so he can gauge the potency of divine power. Rakiel activates his ACUPUNCTURE scan. His eyes widen in shock. Under the divine light, the dying brain cells are actually regenerating. This defies all medical logic. Brain cells do not simply grow back. This is a true miracle. Hope ignites in his chest. For the first time, Rakiel joins the Archbishop, bowing his head in silent plea. The divine light fades. The Archbishop steps back, his holy work complete. Rakiel checks the status again. The cells are alive, yes, but for how long? The blockage remains. Without blood flow, they will wither and die again. The clot must go. His mind races through a catalog of surgical procedures, weighing the deadly risks. The greatest enemy now is reperfusion injury. Restoring blood flow too quickly to starve tissue is a double-edged sword. Instead of healing, the sudden rush of oxygen could unleash toxins, destroying the very cells he just saved. A risky plan forms in his mind. He snaps his fingers, ordering the knight Roberto to summon the royal court mage immediately. Roberto trembles, fearing the prince intends to shock the Emperor with lightning magic. Rakiel shakes his head. No. He intends to freeze his father solid. Moments later, the court mage arrives, sensing the suffocating tension in the room. When Rakiel explains the request, the mage's jaw drops. The prince has truly lost his mind. The mage hesitates, fearing a charge of treason. But Rakiel stares into his soul. This is just like the procedure they used on George. It is the only way. Do this, or the Emperor dies. There is no middle ground. The mage studies the prince's face. Is this an assassination plot disguised as treatment? Is Rakiel trying to seize the throne? He shakes the thought away. Rakiel has never craved the crown. His eyes hold only the determination of a healer. While others played politics, this man spent his days saving lives. The mage decides to trust the doctor, not the prince. With a heavy nod, he agrees to follow the insane plan. Rakiel grins, summoning his helper creature. Goosebumps. Rakiel collects the necessary thorns from the creature and grips the legendary Minotaur golden pill. Now, he only lacks one ingredient: sacred blessings. He turns back to the Archbishop with a heavy request. Maintain the sacred blessing spell for 4 straight hours. The Archbishop hails. That is impossible. Such high-tier divinity has a cooldown. It can only be cast once a month. Rakiel wants to scream. If he had known that earlier, he never would have let the man waste the cooldown on a simple checkup. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Rakiel stares him down. Then teach me how to use that magic right now. His mind races with the possibilities. Divine magic combined with oriental medicine. It's the ultimate cheat code for extending his lifespan. The Archbishop's eyes sparkle. He mistakes Rakiel's desperation for religious awakening. A new convert. He begins to preach passionately. To wield the light, one must possess unwavering faith in a heart purely dedicated to the gods. But then comes the crushing blow. The Archbishop smiles benevolently. It takes only 30 years of devout prayer to master. 30 years. Raquel's face goes blank. Never mind. Plan B. He turns back to his father. There is no time for magic lessons. He positions the Emperor, preparing to battle the reperfusion injury with his own two hands. The strategy is simple but dangerous. He must drop the Emperor's metabolic rate to absolute zero. To halt the catastrophic cellular decay, he must plunge the Emperor's body into a state of suspended animation. The mission is critical. Drop the Emperor's core temperature to the absolute limit. This is the forbidden art of hypothermia therapy. By freezing his father's physical vessel with magic, he drastically slashes the metabolic rate, buying precious time against the Reaper. Vital signs are dropping. Once the heart rate and breathing stabilize at critical lows, he commands the mage to lock the temperature in place. There is no turning back now. He turns to his arsenal, the liquid essence of the Golden Minotaur and the remnants of Gome's thorns. As he prepares to extract the deadly blood clot, he knows one slip of the hand means instant death. The treatment begins. He watches the clot disintegrate, but he must strike the next acupoint immediately before the shockwave damages the healthy tissue. His target is the Chengui point, the very origin of the pulse's rhythm. With surgical precision, he redirects the chaotic energy from the Chengui point, forcing the blood flow to surge through the stomach meridian. The onlookers are frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend this defiance of medical norms. But Raquel is in a zone of absolute focus. His acupoint scan skill flares to life, searching for the perfect rhythm in his father's fading pulse. He visualizes the mana saturating the body, but the blood flow must be diverted to the anterior inferior cerebellar artery immediately. If the pressure spikes now, the reperfusion injury will cause the brain cells to explode like a supernova. To prevent this biological disaster, he must thread this needle with godlike caution. One final adjustment, and he detects the faintest ripples of a mana reaction. It is working. He senses the blood flow decelerating to 20%. He has done everything humanly possible. Now, only the Emperor's life force and destiny can decide the outcome. Terrifying memories of his past life claw at his mind. The cold memory of losing his father once before. He yearns to feel that warm hand again, refusing to let the nightmare of regret consume him a second time. Suddenly, a frail voice pierces the silence. It is his father, thanking him with his dying breath. A wave of guilt crashes over him. He knows he is merely a transmigrator, not the true son. Yet his devotion is real. As the Emperor's eyes flutter close, Raquel silently pleads for him to rest easy. Pushing past his own physical limits, he stumbles onto the balcony for air. A bitter memory surfaces, the regret of ignoring his father's call in the timeline before. Heavy emotions weigh on his soul, but there is solace in knowing he changed the future this time. As the heavens open up and rain pours down, his own tears mask the sorrow on his face. But the tears must stop here. This was only the first hurdle in a marathon of survival. He must be ready for the inevitable relapse. He immediately formulates a rehabilitation protocol, preparing for any stress that might threaten the Emperor. His goal is simple yet desperate. Keep the Emperor alive for just one more month. Then, he can unleash the sacred blessing magic for a complete cure. Ding! The system acknowledges his miraculous feat. His dedication has unlocked a new path to recover. But that is not all. Our protagonist has just rewritten the medical history of the Laurasia continent by documenting the concept of reperfusion injury. Centuries from now, this discovery will be the Bible for future generations of doctors. And they will absolutely hate him for it, as they burn the midnight oil studying this complex theory for their exams. On top of the legacy, he bags a sweet reward, 121 GDP points, an unexpected windfall indeed. The celebration is cut short. The royal doctor offers a pathetic apology for his failure. Raquel's eyes flash with fury. He immediately strips the incompetent fool of his rank, condemning him for missing the golden hour through sheer ignorance. From this moment forth, Raquel is the sole guardian of the Emperor's health. He commands his subordinates to form a perimeter, since the doctor has proven useless. He orders a complete lockdown on information. The Emperor needs absolute silence to recover. But as he gazes at his guards, a dark suspicion whispers that he cannot truly trust anyone within these walls. Morning light breaks. A subordinate reports that the cover story held. The public believes the Emperor merely caught a cold. Raquel nods, masking his exhaustion, telling the man to finalize the report. But then, a bombshell drops. An envoy from the kingdom of Amboy has arrived. Raquel freezes in shock. The gears in his mind spin wildly as he recalls the original novel's plot. Amboy, the very kingdom destined to orchestrate the imperial family's destruction. For 150 years, they have bided their time, growing into a monster that will ignite the Great War and swallow his family whole. Why are they here now? The timing makes no sense. The subordinate reveals the shocking truth. The Emperor himself summoned them 5 days ago. The pieces of the puzzle click into place. This reeks of conspiracy. It must be the handiwork of Guinness. His suspicions were confirmed. The Emperor truly intended to make this Guinness character the scapegoat for the disaster in Cremo. His subordinate foolishly suggested using the Emperor's health as a mere excuse to dismiss the envoy. Rage flared in his eyes at such short-sightedness. He sank into his chair, his mind racing like a chessboard as he analyzed the board. Sending a diplomat away for a simple flu would be a disaster. Rumors would spread like wildfire that the Emperor was on his deathbed. He had to face the envoy himself. Any sign of weakness would invite the enemy kingdom to launch a full-scale invasion within years. With a cold, deadpan expression, he declared that he would handle this meeting on his own terms. The scene shifts to the guest reception room, where the envoy sipped tea in tense silence. This diplomat was seething with fury. The chaos Guinness caused in Cremo had nearly killed the crown prince, a spark that could ignite total war. But he was no ordinary messenger. He was a master of diplomacy, a shark ready to devour any mistake thrown his way. He was ready for battle, but his mental preparations were shattered as the crown prince arrived, apologizing for the delay. The envoy froze. Why was the prince here instead of the emperor? He forced himself to remain calm and analytical. Meanwhile, the prince adopted a persona of perfect balance, knowing that absolute politeness was his first weapon. He invited the envoy to sit, already plotting to steer the conversation into the one domain where he reigned supreme. He had one absolute mission to prevent the fires of war at any cost. The battle began. Before the poor envoy could speak, the crown prince gasped with a theatrical cringe, noting the man's terrible complexion. He demanded the envoy extend his left hand. The diplomatic expert was completely thrown off by this bizarre request. Confused, he obeyed. Raquel immediately struck, diagnosing him with severe morning headaches. He rattled off a list of minor ailments, making the air heavy with awkwardness as the envoy tried to pull away and return to politics. But our protagonist was relentless, pointing out every common health issue imaginable. The envoy knew the prince was stalling, yet he found himself helpless against the overwhelming flow of medical jargon. His mind screamed one thing: he needed to see the emperor immediately. He had come with powerful negotiation cards, but the crown prince's endless rambling was rendering them useless. Cornered, he sternly demanded the emperor's presence. Raquel smirked internally, knowing this man was already dancing in the palm of his hand. The envoy played his status card, declaring his importance as the representative of the kingdom of Amwas. Raquel countered instantly. How could they possibly ignore the health of such a VIP? With dramatic sympathy, he argued that if the envoy collapsed during the meeting, the imperial family's reputation would be shattered. He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, asking if the envoy wanted to be responsible for such a scandal. Trapped by logic and fear, the envoy had no choice but to agree. Raquel unleashed a barrage of advice: quit smoking, stop drinking, and exercise for 30 minutes every single day. Then came the finishing blow. He whispered that by doing so, the envoy could avoid the emperor's fate. The envoy froze, terrified for the emperor's life. The crown prince launched into a dramatic tale of how a simple flu had brought the mighty ruler down. The stress of managing the empire had led to excessive smoking and drinking, leaving the emperor bedridden and broken. He claimed the emperor could barely eat. His appetite vanished under the weight of illness. Realization dawned on the envoy. He asked if this was why the prince stood before him. Raquel confirmed it with a solemn nod. He added that the emperor sent his deepest apologies and requested to reschedule once his health returned. Seeing such raw honesty from royalty, the envoy found himself unable to argue or find a single fault. The crown prince himself had come to apologize with total transparency. It was a gesture of immense respect. The envoy understood the game. If he rejected this justification, he would look heartless and lose his diplomatic leverage. He looked at the crown prince with new eyes. This was no ordinary royal. He was a formidable opponent. Raquel leaned in, whispering a final secret and revealing a small item. The envoy was touched by such thoughtful consideration. Whatever words were spoken, they were the final nail in the coffin of the envoy's resistance. Satisfied, the envoy took a letter for his own king and departed the palace in high spirits. Damien, who had watched the entire spectacle, asked how on earth he had convinced the man. The crown prince replied casually that it was the power of sincerity. His loyal bodyguard, knowing better, didn't believe a word of it. Then, with a sickeningly sweet smile, the prince turned to Damien and announced that it was time for a super secret operation. Rakiel dropped a bombshell on his loyal knight. He announced that he was preparing to admit a patient of the highest caliber into the traditional medicine clinic this very day. Damien frowned, his mind racing with confusion. What kind of patient could possibly warrant such intense preparation and secrecy? Rakiel's voice dropped to a whisper. The Emperor. He immediately ordered Damien to return to the side palace to secure the perimeter. Eyes widening, Damien asked if he should mobilize his elite squad for emergency duty. Rakiel gave a grave nod. Do it. But before the knight could leave, Rakiel paused. He offered a rare apology for disrupting Damien's rigorous training schedule for this sudden mission. Damien waved the apology away without hesitation. His sword existed for one purpose: to protect the imperial family with his life. Rakiel watched him go, knowing the truth. Ever since the catastrophe at Cremo, Damien had been haunted by his own weakness, pushing his body to the breaking point in training. He knew that destiny had great plans for the knight. The day was coming when Damien would stand as the strongest warrior in the world. But that day was not today. Damien's voice snapped him back to reality, confirming his departure for the side palace. Rakiel nodded, turning his gaze toward the clinic. Their paths diverged. As Damien moved with purpose, his mind remained on the battlefield. He was strong, yes, but against the true monsters of this world, it was still not enough. A question burned in his soul. When he finally shattered his limits and ascended to the peak of swordsmanship, what would lie beyond? Meanwhile, Rakiel began the delicate operation. It was time to transfer the Emperor himself into the clinic's care. He couldn't leave the ruler in the palace a moment longer. The royal court was a viper's nest, and every shadow hid a schemer waiting for the Emperor to fall. Moreover, constant monitoring was critical. Rakiel needed to stabilize his condition until the Archbishop could arrive to perform the holy blessing ritual. Moving him was a gamble, but staying was a death sentence. If the court vultures realized how sick the Emperor truly was, the Empire would descend into chaos. A wicked grin curled Rakiel's lips. As he prepared the clinic, he wasn't just thinking about the Emperor. The seeds he planted in a certain letter were about to bear very interesting fruit. Meanwhile, across the borders in the kingdom of Manhwa, the atmosphere was tense. A messenger rushed to the king with urgent news. Benjamin had returned. The king's face twisted in fury. He had arrived far too soon. Dealing with the Magentano Emperor should have taken weeks of negotiation. Benjamin bowed low, sweat beading on his forehead. He explained that he never even saw the Emperor. Instead, he had been intercepted by the crown prince and a certain noble. The memory played out in Benjamin's mind. He recalled sitting across from Rakiel, who had coolly suggested that the king of Manhwa should pay very close attention to the incident at Cremo. The envoy confirmed the threat. Then, the crown prince dropped the diplomatic bombshell. We require Princess Adeline to reside in our territory for 6 months. Benjamin's blood had boiled. The implication was clear and insulting. Rakiel was demanding a hostage. Benjamin knew Manhwa was a sovereign nation, not some vassal state to be bullied by the Empire. He was ready to refuse right then and there. But that was when Rakiel had unleashed his secret weapon. Having consumed a lie voucher from the system, a devilish confidence radiated from him. He spun a web of deceit with a silver tongue, claiming his only desire was to foster a beautiful, peaceful relationship with the kingdom of Manhwa. Ding! The system notification chimed in Rakiel's mind. The deception was a critical hit. Benjamin was hook, line, and sinker. Benjamin's perception shifted instantly. He didn't see a hostage situation anymore. He saw romance. Does the crown prince fancy our princess? At first, panic set in. 6 months together. What if the princess actually fell for him? But then, the gears of ambition began to turn. If they fell in love, a marriage alliance with the mighty Magentano Empire would be within reach. His greed flared like a wildfire. He saw his legacy written in the stars: Benjamin, the architect of the greatest empire in history, united by the wedding of the century. He was lost in the fantasy, seeing statues erected in his honor as the greatest diplomat the world had ever known. You fool. The king's roar shattered Benjamin's daydream. The monarch trembled with rage, demanding to know how his envoy could agree to hand over the princess like a common tribute. "Have you no spine?" the king bellowed. "How could you stand there and accept such humiliation?" But Benjamin remained calm. He was still under the potent influence of Rachiel's enhanced deception. "Your Majesty, please," Benjamin implored with absolute conviction. "This is not a slight. It is the golden key to eternal peace between our nations." Or silence. The king was having none of it. He was ready to tear up the treaty and declare the negotiations a total failure. Desperate, Benjamin played his final card. "I beg you, sire, read the letter the crown prince sent. Just read it before you decide." The king paused, baffled. Why was his most neutral, level-headed diplomat defending this Rachiel character so fiercely? Grumbling, the king snatched the letter. As his eyes scanned the words, enchanted by the lingering power of the lie voucher, his expression began to change. The words seemed to dance with undeniable truth. He suddenly understood Rachiel's noble intentions. Without wasting another second, he summoned the princess. A ripple of nervous whispers swept through the court. The king's mood had flipped instantly. What was in that letter? The king sank back into his throne. He knew Rachiel had a reputation for frailty, but the letter painted a different picture, one of a young man earnestly seeking his daughter's hand. Of course, it was all complete nonsense, a masterclass in fabrication powered by the system's magic. Princess Adeline stormed in, her face flushed with indignation. "Father, you cannot be serious." She refused to be shipped off to the Magentano Empire like a pawn. The king dismisses her fury, claiming she believes his decree was made in haste, but she refuses to bow to this unjust command. Her eyes lock onto the parchment, trembling in her father's grip. Instinct screams that it holds a dark secret blackmail or a weakness exploited by their enemies. A burning desire to uncover the truth of those accursed words consumes her. The king attempts to soothe her, insisting this sacrifice paves the way for a glorious future she will one day cherish. But his words fall on deaf ears. Ignoring her protests, he decrees she must depart from Magentano this very instant for a 6-month exile. Guards swarm to drag her away, but they cannot move an inch, for she is the legendary Smiling Angel of Ambis, a title earned not for warmth or kindness, but for her terrifying prowess on the battlefield. With her signature chilling smile, she unleashes her fury, a beautiful nightmare in motion. This is the true face of the Smiling Angel. She slams the elite guards into the stone walls like ragdolls, turning her terrifying gaze upon her trembling father. She steps forward to confront the king, but suddenly a magic circle erupts beneath her feet. Imperial mages bind her in unbreakable arcane chains, sealing her fate within the iron-barred carriage. They imprisoned her in the Dawn Carriage, a mystical transport destined to reach the enemy lands by sunrise. Though the journey ends, her spirit remains unbroken. 10 days later, she steps out head held high, radiating the unyielding pride of the Princess of Ambis. Her gaze falls upon the prince, her eyes narrowing with undisguised disdain. She recalls rumors of a sickly, fragile noble, yet the man standing before her radiates a strange, new energy. Rachiel extends a warm welcome, but she freezes him out. No handshake, only a voice as cold as ice. He feels a pang of disappointment. Even in this world, he's rejected just like his failed blind dates back in Korea, but he shakes it off. There is work to do. Gathering his composure, he guides her to the banquet hall for their first meal together. He informs her that she will reside in the side palace for the next 6 months. But beneath his polite smile lies a hidden agenda. He must use Princess Adeline to stop the coming war. According to the original novel, Adeline was a warrior princess, wise and strong enough to lead her nation to peace. Yet, tragedy struck. She died prematurely, allowing a greedy relative to seize the throne. That usurper's hunger for power sparked a catastrophic war, with Magentano Rachiel must keep her alive to rewrite this bloody history. Piecing together clues from the novel, he realizes her unknown illness is actually biliarrhea caused by severe gallstones. Ironically, the original author suffered from the very same condition. Armed with modern medical knowledge, he devises a plan to save her through surgery and medicine. Seeing her eat, he offers a polite apology. Knowing her condition makes digesting such a feast agonizing. He signals Garden to present a special digestive tonic. But Adeline's eyes flash with rage. She thinks it's poison. Boom! Her fist crashes onto the table. She roars in fury, demanding to know if they take her for a fool. The force of her strike sends spiderweb cracks spreading across the heavy dining table. Dragging her here wasn't enough. Now he dares to mock her openly. Rakiel stares, genuinely confused by her outburst. She trembles with indignation. This political hostage situation determines the fate of her kingdom. She declares her ultimatum: she will endure his presence for 6 months, but she will never be his puppet. He raises his hands in surrender, insisting it's a misunderstanding, but she cuts him down instantly. Rakiel's gaze sharpens. He drops the act and challenges her directly. Are you afraid? The question freezes her in place. Before she can retort, he silences her with logic. He has done nothing but offer hospitality and medicine for her fatigue. So why is the mighty smiling angel terrified of a simple cup of tea? Her anger spikes, but he doubles down. If she suspects poison, he'll prove her wrong. He orders Garden to bring the tonic to him. He downs the bitter liquid in one gulp. He slams the cup down, asking if the Imperial Prince would be stupid enough to poison a diplomat in broad daylight. Then he switches tactics, feigning deep sympathy. I understand. You must be so terrified. It's a psychological trap, and he knows exactly which buttons to push. Adeline's pride cannot handle being called a coward. She takes the bait, slamming back into her chair and demanding the medicine from Garden. But she has terms. She will try his concoction just this once. Rakiel smirks. She needs to drink it before she can negotiate. She glares at the swirling liquid, to her battle-hardened eyes. It doesn't look like medicine. It looks exactly like lethal poison. She steals her resolve and drains the vial in a single breath. The taste is absolute poison. Raquel immediately offers a sweet treat, claiming it is tradition to cleanse the palate with plum candy after such bitter medicine. Her mouth waters at the sight, but royal pride freezes her hand. Eventually, desire wins out, and he casually offers a grape flavor as a bonus. The sweetness explodes on her tongue like a taste of paradise, but she quickly rebuilds her icy walls. She rises abruptly, announcing she is finished with both the treatment and the hospitality. He asks if she's retreating so soon. She shoots back a sharp retort, claiming there is zero reason to linger in his presence. He agrees with a smirk, noting the Chamberlain will escort her out. As she storms off, she silently prays she won't have to see his face for the next 6 months. Later, Adeline pushes her limits on the training grounds, impressed by her own explosive performance. But when she turns to her elite knights, they look utterly defeated. She demands to know why they are slacking when she feels fresh. A knight gasps that the grueling 10-day journey has drained them all. His words strike a chord of confusion. Why is she the only one untouched by the exhaustion of their travels? The realization hits her. It must be the miracle tonic she drank earlier, though she would rather die than admit he actually helped her. Suddenly, a procession of elderly and young commoners catches her attention near the side palace. These are clearly not servants. They look frail and sickly, yet they march toward the Crown Prince's quarters with purpose. Overcome by curiosity, she trails behind the patients to uncover the mystery. There, she spots the Crown Prince, not as a royal, but as a doctor lecturing a patient on diet and health. He dispenses expert medical advice with practiced ease, walking right toward her hiding spot. She scrambles for cover, sighing in relief as he passes, but suddenly Raquel appears behind her like a ghost. He demands to know her business. Her mind goes blank, unable to form a coherent excuse. He informs her this is a medical clinic, and she must fill out the proper paperwork. His eyes narrow as he asks if she skipped the line. She stares at him in confusion. His expression turns deadly serious, declaring this a sanctuary of healing where status means nothing. Princess or pauper, everyone must follow the strict protocols to receive care. With absolute authority, he orders her to fill out the forms and take her place at the back of the queue. 2 agonizing hours later, she stands before him, clutching her paperwork and trying to salvage her shredded dignity. He knew she would wait. Meanwhile, she tries to prove she's not a tyrant who abuses royal privilege. He smiles, genuinely pleased she followed the rules, admitting he wanted to examine her personally. Adeline is thrown off by his shift in tone. His gaze turns sharp. He asks if she ever wondered about the real reason he dragged her to this place. Her mind races. She assumed this was all a petty game to humiliate her for the incident in Cremo. But he watches her with a knowing look, waiting for the gears to turn in her head. He needs her to recognize the symptoms herself. If he just told her, she would never believe him. In his mind, he recalls a past tragedy with Gordon and Damien, a patient who refused to believe he was ill, claiming he was fine. That same man collapsed in a pool of his own blood the very next morning. He cannot let history repeat itself. She must accept the reality of her body's condition, or she will refuse the cure. He drops the bomb without hesitation. You have exactly 2 years left to live. Pure terror washes over her face. She trembles, accusing him of placing a curse on her. He covers his tracks, claiming the Imperial Intelligence Network discovered her condition. He spins a tale that their spies know everything, even the secrets of the Ambus royal bloodline. According to them, she is showing the early signs of a terminal mana illness. Adeline's fear turns to white-hot rage. She was just starting to respect him as a healer, and now this. She cannot believe he would joke about her death, she screams, asking if he finds this amusing. He remains calm in the face of her fury. He only wants to save her life. Seeing her doubt, he decides to show her undeniable proof. He raises his hand and summons Bob. He looks at the creature with affection, asking if it is ready for work. Adeline freezes, her eyes wide with shock. He just summoned a monster inside the clinic. He casually introduces them. Bob is no ordinary beast. He is the clinic's chief pharmacist. But today, he has a special mission. He commands the summon to perform a full-body acupoint scan on the princess. 3 days ago, Raquel lay on his bed, completely drained by the chaos of his new life. His body had reached its limit. His large intestine wasn't just complaining, it was staging a violent revolution along with every other organ, begging him to finally collapse in sleep. Desperate, he tried to negotiate with his rebellious insides about the princess arriving in 3 days, but his organs cut him off. Jumping to a wild conclusion, they thought he was planning a romantic proposal. Fueled by the thrill of an imaginary royal wedding, the large intestine generously donated 1,000 HP. But the moment he clarified he wasn't marrying her, just curing her, the betrayal was real. His gut demanded an immediate refund. He ruthlessly turned the tables on them. He blackmailed his own biology if they ever wanted to rest again. They had to cooperate and help him force the stubborn princess to admit she was actually sick. After a moment of internal deliberation, his heart chimed in with a brilliant idea. It was time to upgrade the pulse reading skill. The liver added its wisdom, explaining that a higher level skill wouldn't just diagnose her, it would project the medical data right before her eyes. Intrigued, he checked his status window. He had 2,500 HP in reserve. It was time to burn his life force for a massive power-up. He purchased the next level, but the description wasn't enough. Greed took over, and he decided to push the skill even further. He spammed the upgrade button until the skill hit level 10. Now, he possessed the divine ability to visualize the patient's internal condition for everyone to see. And the bonus, he unlocked a sub-skill allowing him to project these test results onto an external screen like a magical hologram. Back in reality, he activated his new power. A glowing screen materialized in thin air, displaying a high-definition image of the princess's gallbladder. She scoffed at the strange illusion, so he issued a challenge: press down on your stomach and watch. As her fingers sank into her skin, the image on the screen morphed in perfect sync. Her eyes widened. There was no denying that this was the inside of her own body. He nodded with mock sympathy, acknowledging how jarring it must be to stare at one's own internal organs for the first time. Her arrogance vanished, replaced by a grim realization. He seized the moment, explaining that the stone lurking within her would soon block her bile duct completely. When that happens, he warned, the toxic bile meant for your duodenum will backwash straight into your liver. It would be a domino effect of destruction. Her liver, spleen, and pancreas would rot away, leading to an agonizing demise. He delivered the ultimatum with the deadpan expression: treatment or death. But the princess narrowed her eyes, asking the real question, why save me? He didn't sugarcoat it. She was the master key, the sole existence preventing war between the imperial and royal families. He needed her to ascend the throne in perfect health to maintain the balance of power. Intrigued, she finally asked about his proposed cure. Without warning, he swung a fist at her, but her warrior instincts kicked in. She caught his hand midair and crushed his wrist with a sickening crack. He screamed in agony. He wasn't attacking her, he was demonstrating the procedure. The princess looked at him like he was insane. What kind of doctor punches their patient? To prove his point, he punched his own stomach hard. This, he gritted out, is what you need to do to yourself. It sounded like a suicide mission to her. Ignoring her doubt, he asked a crucial question. Can you infuse your fist with mana at the moment of impact? When she nodded, he introduced the core concept, a technique relying on precise external shockwaves. This wasn't simple violence, it was a manual. Mana-assisted lithotripsy designed to pulverize the stone without surgery. As she unleashed the mana blast, he would manipulate the energy flow using the Astrahan core technique. The princess looked completely lost. Raquiel, having mastered this with Damien, simplified it. You punch, I steer. I'll guide your explosive energy straight into the gallstone, bypassing your flesh. It was the only way to shatter the obstruction without cutting her open. A non-invasive miracle. She set one condition: cure me, and I walk free. He accepted without a moment's hesitation. His instant agreement threw her off. She expected a trap, a negotiation, or a request for ransom. A healthy patient has no business in a hospital. He shrugged. She was stunned silent. She had resigned herself to being a political hostage. Oblivious to her internal turmoil, he gestured to the door. Let's move to a private room. Too many prying eyes here. In the private chamber, the exam began. He instructed her to expose her back, needing to pinpoint the gallstone's exact coordinates. Target acquired. He spun her around and commanded, clench your fist and press it against your solar plexus. Now came the hard part. Don't just hit, he coached. Shape your mana into a fine, piercing needle the instant it leaves your knuckles. Can you concentrate all that power into a single microscopic point? Her eyes steeled with determination. I can. Bam. She drove her fist into her gut, but instead of pain, she felt a strange sensation as if the shockwave had teleported right through her skin. Look. He pointed to the magical display. The image showed the calcified stone, now sporting a hairline fracture. Perfect hit, he praised. Now, do it again. Don't stop until it's dust. She unleashed a flurry of mana-infused strikes. Finally, he raised a hand to stop her. The stone on the screen had been reduced to harmless powder. Exhausted, but triumphant, Raquiel gave her a genuine compliment. A rare smile graced the princess's lips as he explained, the dust will pass naturally now, but her smile faltered. She looked at him, completely baffled. Wait, wasn't there supposed to be a second stone? But when she turns to face him, the blood drains from her face. He stands there, pale as a wandering spirit. Horror dawns on her. The mana she unleashed was not dissipated. It was absorbed entirely by him. Panic seizes her. She grabs his shoulders, shaking him desperately, her voice trembling as she screams for him to answer her. Through the haze, he gasps that he is fine. Though his mind reels at the sheer density of her power, it was far heavier than he anticipated. Tears well in her eyes as she demands to know why he would push himself to the brink of death. His voice is barely a whisper, weak and trembling, yet his answer is absolute. Because you are my patient. Confusion clouds her gaze, but he doubles down with unwavering resolve. As long as she is under his care, she is his responsibility. The sheer weight of his professional duty leaves her completely stunned. I just need a moment, he murmurs, his eyes rolling back as darkness claims him. He collapses before she can even scream his name. Sometime later, Raquiel lies unconscious in his bed, while his loyal aide, Garden, watches over him with a heavy heart. Garden turns to the anxious princess, offering a grim but reassuring report. The master is stable, no fever burns his skin, and his breath comes steady. Then why, Adeline asks, her voice laced with guilt. Why has he not opened his eyes yet? Garden sighs deeply. He explains that his master possesses a naturally frail constitution, yet he recklessly pushed his spirit beyond its breaking point today. Guilt crashes over her, and she bows her head to apologize, but Garden gently stops her. He reveals that Raquiel had predicted this collapse beforehand, insisting she should not burden her heart with unnecessary blame. Seeing the turmoil in her eyes, Garden offers a sad smile. It is simply the way of his master, a man who habitually places the lives of others above his own safety. The loyal aide confesses that he, too, lives in constant fear for his master's sacrificial nature. As the truth settles in, the walls around Adeline's heart crumble. She realizes how shallow she had been to doubt a soul as pure and noble as Raquiel. Watching this unfold, the system chimes in with a cynical notification. Although Raquiel's motives were purely self-serving, his accidental display of martyrdom has struck a deep chord within the patient's heart. Furthermore, This act of perceived sincerity has planted a seed of destiny, one that may even prevent the catastrophic war looming in their future. An unbreakable bond has been forged between doctor and patient. From this day forward, Princess Adeline will never again question his methods. With a tender gaze, she reaches out to clasp his hand, but inside Rakiel's body, his organs panic. They scream that she's being deceived by a scam, but their voices go unheard. Simultaneously, his large intestine, pleased with the outcome, grants him a bonus of 1,500 HP for his heroic efforts. Nearby, Garden spots the intimate hand-holding. A green light of realization flashes above his head. He is convinced that the spring of romance has finally arrived for Rakiel and Adeline. When Rakiel finally drifts back to consciousness, he finds the princess waiting. Her concern is immediate, asking after his health the moment their eyes meet. He brushes it off, claiming he was fine all along, before nervously asking what exactly he spouted during his delirious state. A playful glint enters her eyes. She begins to recount his passionate declaration about her being his patient. But Rakiel, dying of embarrassment, frantically cuts her off. Clearing his throat, he steers the conversation back to business. He informs her that treatment will resume in the afternoons, now that his stamina has recovered. And this time, he silently vows to himself he will not suffer the humiliation of passing out again. Adeline smiles warmly. She declares her absolute faith in him if he says a gallstone must be crushed. She will trust his blade and judgment without hesitation. She bows in gratitude, a gesture that makes Rakiel sweat nervously. After all, he is only doing this to save his own skin, not out of nobility. In the days that follow, the sessions continue relentlessly. Rakiel utilizes the Azrahan core technique, siphoning the dangerous mana from her body with surgical precision. The risks yield great rewards. His Azrahan core levels up, and his mana slots expand significantly. Yet, after shattering 15 gallstones in a few days, he looks less like a man and more like a walking corpse. He has reached level 6 of the technique, boasting a massive capacity of 15 liters in his mana slot. Gasping for air, he thanks the princess for her endurance, announcing that only a single, stubborn gallstone remains. He weakly notes that her mana impact is terrifyingly powerful. Hearing this, Adeline's face falls, guilt eating at her for the toll it takes on him. Rakiel grumbles that she should be thankful instead. Adeline blinks, misinterpreting his words completely. Does he desire a reward of a more personal nature? But Rakiel shatters the romantic tension instantly. Just ensure your kingdom does not declare war on ours. That is the only payment he seeks. Her expression shifts to one of awe. She asks why he cares so much, confessing she has never encountered a man of such unique character in her life. Dense as a brick, Rakiel misses the affection in her tone completely. He excuses himself abruptly. He has another VIP patient waiting to be discharged. That patient is none other than his own father, the Emperor, in the royal chambers. Rakiel has even summoned the Archbishop to perform a sacred blessing magic for the recovery. The holy magic works wonders. The Emperor finds the strength to sit up, though his voice remains frail. He gestures for a piece of paper and a quill. Rakiel hands it over, but after reading his father's scribbles, he freezes. His jaw drops in utter disbelief. The Emperor demands to know when Rakiel plans to depart with the princess. It seems news of his frequent bedroom visits has reached the royal ears, twisted by gossip. Rakiel stands there, blinking blankly. He has absolutely no idea what the old man is implying. His father clarifies impatiently. He speaks of the Princess of Ambazis. He marvels at Rakiel's silver tongue, wondering what he told the envoy to secure such a marriage alliance. However, the Emperor scolds him. It is deeply irresponsible to proceed with such weighty matters in secret. To arrange a marriage without consulting the throne, unacceptable behavior for the man who will one day wear the crown. The gears in Rakiel's head finally turn. He recalls the whispers, the looks from the palace staff. Suddenly, the horrifying truth hits him. Everyone thinks they are lovers. He pauses, weighing his options. If he explains he was just treating her to stop a hypothetical war no one knows about, they will think he is insane. He is trapped in his own misunderstanding. He bows his head in dramatic defeat, admitting the Emperor was right all along. He schemed to bring the princess here, only to face the ultimate humiliation of rejection. The Emperor's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. Rage boils over at the thought of his son being cast aside. After such effort, he dramatically commands the Archbishop to heal his son's wounded heart and body immediately. While the chaos unfolds, our protagonist attempts a stealthy exit before the inevitable lecture begins. But escape is impossible. The Emperor's grip is iron tight as he launches into a thunderous sermon about the heavy burden of the Crown Prince. However, the royal guards notice a subtle tell. The Emperor's right nostril twitches, a secret sign that his fury is merely an act to mask his swelling pride. Our hero just wants this theatrical performance to end. After all, he is a transmigrator, not the true son deserving of such fatherly warmth. Desperate to escape, he feigns total understanding. He declares that duty calls, for a patient's life hangs in the balance. Satisfied with his answer, the Emperor finally waves him away. But before departing, he turns back with a grave warning. Assassins are lurking in the shadows, and the Emperor must remain vigilant at all costs. Meanwhile, miles away, a lone knight from Ambaz rides with desperation toward the Magentano Empire, carrying news that will shake the world. Back in the side palace, our hero laments his suffering. He has endured exactly 500 brutal strikes. Every single blow from Princess Adeline's overwhelming mana knocked him unconscious, a deadly game of medical endurance. Yet, she demanded one final strike to end it all. He braced himself, guiding her explosive energy with surgical precision to shatter the gallstone within. The impact resonates. At long last, the procedure is a complete success. System alert. For surviving 50 consecutive external mana shockwaves, a legendary reward is granted. He has awakened the supreme Azrahan martial technique Indestructible. This god-tier ability grants him absolute invincibility for 5 glorious minutes every single day. His exhausted organs cheer in celebration, overjoyed by this new protection. They gift him a massive bonus of 2,200 HP. But there is no time to rest. He turns to the princess with a stern look. The battle for her health is far from over. A recurrence is highly likely for someone so young. He commands Gordon to prepare the Injinho decoction immediately. She must consume it religiously for 2 weeks. Furthermore, he must monitor her constitution closely to ensure her body accepts the potent medicine. Another notification chimes. He secures a life bonus for saving royalty, but more importantly, he has preserved the peace between nations and averted a catastrophic war. A grin spreads across his face. Finally, he can look forward to a golden future of luxury and riches. However, fate is a cruel mistress. The door crashes open as a frantic messenger rushes in with an urgent dispatch from Adeline's homeland. The news strikes like a thunderbolt Jibilian. A treacherous royal from the west has raised the flag of rebellion against the kingdom. The traitor claims the royal family has gone soft. He despises their surrender to the crown prince's demands and seeks to seize power for himself. Our hero's dreams of a peaceful life shatter instantly. While he falls into despair, the princess demands a sit-rep on the war front. The report is grim. War has already erupted. The Central Army is scrambling to mount a desperate defense at the Vale Fortress. The battlefield is a slaughterhouse. Casualties are skyrocketing, and the number of wounded soldiers is overwhelming the front lines. Hearing this, a devilish glint sparks in our hero's eyes. A battlefield full of injured soldiers. That is an all-you-can-eat buffet for extending his lifespan. Even his internal organs agree with this twisted logic. He instantly gains 100 HP, just for hatching such a schemy plan. He cannot stop the war, but he can certainly profit from it. It is time to turn this crisis into his personal gold mine. He composes his face into a mask of solemn grief. He turns to the princess, feigning deep heartbreak over her country's tragic plight. He grants her permission to return home, but with one condition: he shall accompany her, not as a prince, but as a savior, the army doctor. Touched by his nobility, she thanks him with tears in her eyes. He awkwardly coughs away the praise and orders immediate preparations for their journey. The scene shifts to the chaotic army camp. A carriage halts, and a massively rotund figure steps out, whining loudly about the squalid conditions. Do not be fooled by appearances. This portly gentleman is none other than, Minar Crown Prince Rakiel. In a heavy disguise, he is already missing his silk sheets, flanked by his loyal suffering subordinates, Damien and Garden. Garden is practically begging him to reconsider and return to the safety of the Empire. But when Garden slips up and says, "Your Highness," Rakiel snaps. "Call me young Master Ron," he hisses. The story flashes back to their departure preparations. The princess stared in confusion as a stranger waddled into the room, introducing himself as the merchant Ryan Balolkin. When this stranger ordered her to move, she balked. Who was this random fat man giving her commands? He claimed to be the crown prince, but she scoffed at the absurdity. She was seconds away from ordering the guards to drag the impostor away. He had to whisper the humiliating details of their medical sessions to convince her. Realization dawned on her face. Only the crown prince could know such intimate secrets. Garden steps from the shadows, his voice heavy with solemn duty, confirming the impossible truth to the princess. This man is indeed the crown prince. Rachel reveals that this new identity isn't just a disguise, it is a strategic mask granted by the emperor himself. Flashback to the imperial palace. We see the moment he stood before his father, demanding permission to enter the chaotic lands of Ambis. He outlines the brutal civil war ravaging the border, declaring his insane plan to infiltrate the enemy military under the humble guise of a field doctor. The emperor's eyes narrow dangerously. "And what," he asks, "do you hope to gain by saving enemy soldiers?" Rachel's answer is cold and calculated. He will dissect their military tactics, map their command structure, and study their administration, all from the sanctuary of the medical tent. The emperor's nostril twitches, a bizarre but unmistakable sign of approval. He delights in throwing his son into the fire to see if he burns or hardens into steel. Back in the present, Rachel explains the depth of his deception to the princess. A palace mage has woven an illusion spell to completely alter his appearance. She scans his forged documents, which identify him as a fallen noble with perfect medical scores, a flawless alibi. As they travel toward the war zone of Ambis, Damien breaks the silence, asking about the clinic they left behind in the capital. Garden assures him that Agnes is more than capable of running the show, having spread the cover story that Rachel is bedridden with a severe illness. But noticing a shadow across Damien's face, Garden asks what is truly troubling the young knight. Damien mutters a concern about whether Agnes is receiving overtime pay for her extra labor, causing Garden to break into a cold sweat at the financial implication. Meanwhile, Rachel sighs internally, realizing that the path of a doctor is paved with endless headaches and empty wallets. Days later, they arrive at the grim front lines of Ambis. With Adeline's influence, he is assigned to the rear camp, the dumping ground for the wounded. Before starting his shift, he hands Adeline the secret recipe for Unjin Tang, instructing her to drink the restorative medicine without fail. But when Rachel enters the medical camp, silence greets him. There are no other doctors. In the condition of the soldiers, it is a scene from a nightmare. A lone caretaker approaches, eyeing their clean clothes and assuming they are high-ranking officers here for an inspection. Rachel introduces himself as the new military physician, but the caretaker stares blankly, completely unaware that help was even coming. Rachel demands a situation report. The caretaker replies with chilling indifference, "Situation, everyone inside is already dead." The man peers into the tent with the casual boredom of someone checking for rats, not checking for survivors. Rage flares in Rachel's chest. He demands an immediate explanation for this negligence. The caretaker explains the camp's horrific logic. They need space for new casualties, so they simply wait for the current occupants to die to clear the beds. He even has the audacity to complain about how annoying it is to drag the corpses away. Rachel grinds his teeth. If the patients die, he gets no life bonus points from the system driven by greed and fury. He demands to see the camp commander. Inside a luxury tent, the commander sips fine wine, oblivious to the suffering outside until a shadow lunges at him. He barely dodges the strike, spinning around to find Rachel and Damien looming over him like grim reapers. Damien cracks his knuckles, asking for permission to engage. Rachel's order is precise. Beat him exactly 2 months' worth of salary. Just don't kill him. The tent echoes with the symphony of violence. Damien unleashes a barrage of blows while the commander screams that he is the highest ranking officer here. Calmly, amidst the chaos, Rachel produces his secret weapon, the Royal Inspector's badge, granting him absolute authority to purge corruption. The battered commander freezes, his eyes bulging as he realizes this doctor is actually a high-level undercover agent. Rachel stands tall, radiating the aura of a righteous royal inspector here to cleanse the military of rot. However, this sudden display of justice doesn't sit well with his bodyguard. Damien whispers a sharp taunt, "If you are so righteous, why am I the one doing all the manual labor?" Rachel snaps back instantly, "That is exactly what I pay you for, silencing the knight with the power of capitalism." He slams down the official mandate signed by Princess Adeline, giving him total command over the wounded camp. The commander, desperate and bleeding, plays the fool, stuttering about his innocence and asking what crime he supposedly committed. This act of oblivion is the final straw. Rachel seizes him by the collar, eyes burning with fury, accusing him of turning a hospital into a slaughterhouse. With a violent shove, he throws the corrupt officer to the dirt and orders Damien to drag the trash out of his sight. Later, when Damien returns from the disposal duty, Rachel asks if the commander protested his arrest. Damien replies that the man went surprisingly quietly, worried more about his ruined career than his sins. But Damien looks at his master, concerned by the brutality of the punishment. Rachel's expression darkens. He explains that there was no other choice but to beat sense into a creature like that. Men like Commander Province would let the world burn to warm their own hands. Under his command, the wounded weren't patients, they were just obstacles. His voice drops to a chilling whisper. He didn't run a camp, he was running a morgue. Damien stares at his master in silence, seeing a glimpse of true nobility hidden beneath the greed. Rachel brushes off the look there is work to be done, and lives to be saved. Raquel issues the command to move out. They march toward Destiny to meet with Garden. Moments later, the trio arrives at the encampment. Anxiety gnaws at Raquel as he surveys the scene. This primitive world is stuck in the Dark Ages with 18th century technology. Medical care here is practically non-existent compared to modern standards. He refuses to sit idly by. He barks orders to his right-hand man. Triage the wounded immediately. Sort them by the urgency of their survival. He also demands a complete overhaul of the camp's inventory. The old supplies must be purged and replaced with high-quality gear. He insists on strict hygiene and logistics, and his subordinate bows, accepting the mission without hesitation. Suddenly, chaos erupts. A man bursts in, carrying a fallen comrade. Raquel dashes to the patient's side, his eyes scanning for vitals. The damage is clear. 2 arrows pierce the forearm. Another is buried deep in the torso. The soldier's condition is critical, not because the strikes were fatal, but because time has been their enemy. Neglect is the real killer here. He was denied immediate care, and the moldy bandages he wore for 2 days have festered into a deadly infection. The wounds alone should not kill him, but the filth has pushed him to death's door. Saving him seems nearly impossible. Raquel turns to Garden for a second opinion. The physician's verdict is grim. Immediate surgery is the only path. Raquel realizes that bringing this doctor along was a stroke of genius. Raquel lacks the surgical hands of a god, but he has the mind of a master. He resolves to guide Garden and expand his own medical knowledge in the process. He commands Garden to commence the operation at once. The doctor prepares his arsenal, but when the blade catches the light, Raquel freezes in horror. Garden explains calmly, "This is a scalpel designed to shear through skin and muscle for amputations." Panic rises in Raquel's chest. Unfazed by Raquel's shock, Garden reveals a jagged bone saw. He explains grimly, "We must sever the tough human bone to complete the amputation as swiftly as possible." Garden adds that in this barbaric era, speed is the only mercy. The faster the cut, the less agony the patient endures. Before Garden can reveal more instruments of torture, Raquel desperately interrupts. "What about anesthesia?" Garden looks confused at the foreign word. Then realization dawns. Something to dull the suffering. The primitive solution, doctors of this era mix high-potency rum with opium to knock the patient into oblivion. Garden even boasts proudly he prefers vodka over rum, simply because it tastes better, completely missing the gravity of the situation. Raquel stares at the heinous tools laid out like a butcher's display. "What exactly are you planning to do?" he demands. Garden's reply is chilling. "I am going to amputate the arm." "Hold your horses," Raquel roars. He steps in, blocking the path of destruction. "There is no way I am allowing such an operation." He refuses to let a patient die from such butchery. He activates his medical intuition to assess the soldier. The infection is severe. A raging fever threatens to burn the man's life away. Furthermore, the patient is shattered. He lacks the immunity or stamina to survive the shock of surgery. Raquel needs a miracle. He must find a safer replacement for the anesthesia. He considers the nerve disruption technique he used on Agnes, but he rejects it instantly. It cannot eliminate the pain completely. What about Kuzman's poison? No, it is too volatile. It could kill the patient instantly. Frustration grinds against his teeth. Suddenly, a voice echoes from within. His own internal organs begin to mock him, let him suffer, or find a way to save him. They taunt. The stomach chimes in, urging him to awaken a new skill using his hard-earned health points. To sweeten the deal, his organs donate 100 HP to the cause. His balance swells to 4,900. There is no choice left. This is not the time to hoard power. The crisis demands a new ability. Raquel opens the system store and scans the skills. After frantic scrolling, one option catches his eye. A skill named My Hands Are Healing Hands. He opens the description and his eyes widen. This skill grants the power to banish pain itself. It is practically a cheat code. He laughs maniacally, making the soldiers think the pressure has finally broken his mind. Ignoring their stares, he purchases the skill. It allows him to induce an anesthesia effect simply by gently stroking the patient's body. As he levels up the skill, the power will only grow stronger. He can hardly believe it. All he needs to do is stroke the body to numb the agony. He turns to his lieutenant with fire in his eyes. The anesthesia problem is solved. Prepare the theater. Garden nods, eager to begin. Raquel looms over the trembling patient. Soldier, identify yourself. The man stammers. Private Dioff, sir. Raquel grips his shoulder. We are going to save you. Dioff is terrified of the saw. Please, don't take my arm. Raquel smirks reassuringly. That won't happen today. But Dioff babbles on, trying to be brave. I am a positive man. I can live with one arm. Raquel stresses again. We are keeping the arm. Still, Dioff keeps rambling about losing his limbs. Raquel's patience snaps. Shut your mouth, or I really will cut you down myself. Rachel commands Garden to prepare for immediate surgery. It is time to unleash the anesthesia. Clearing his throat with an awkward cough, he begins to croon. My hands are healing hands. The sheer cringe of the performance leaves the onlookers visibly traumatized. He chants the verses, waiting for the magic to take hold, but the system rejects his lack of sincerity, and the skill fails to activate. His eyes narrow, blazing with fury at this damn system gritting his teeth. He resolves to sing with every ounce of passion he possesses. He belts out the melody once more, and this time, the mana responds, the skill activates, and the patient's agony begins to fade into nothingness. Even the wounded soldier is left in shock. The excruciating pain in his side has vanished as if by magic. Rachel continues his serenade. The patient admits that while a dull ache remains, the torture is gone. What? Hearing this, Rachel's confidence explodes, and he sings with renewed vigor. Now comes the critical moment. He must verify if the anesthesia has truly taken hold. He pinches the inflamed flesh around the injury. There is no reaction. The pain blockade is a complete success. He gives Garden the green light. The surgery begins now. Their first priority is to sterilize the wound and repair the sloppy stitching on the soldier's side, a task Garden executes immediately. Minutes tick by as they work with precision. Finally, they successfully treat the torso wounds and extract the embedded arrows, but the battle isn't over. It is time to save the arm. And Rachel begins his chanting once again. Terror fills the patient's eyes. He trembles, convinced his arm is about to be severed from his body. Rachel realizes a harsh truth. His skill can numb the flesh, but it cannot silence the terrifying anxiety of a man facing the knife. He maintains his chant while commanding his subordinate to proceed. He looks the soldier in the eye and swears he will not cut anything off today. Suddenly, a notification flashes. He is stunned to see his skill. My hands are healing hands. Ascend to level 2. The effect is potent pain reduction equals 20% localized anesthesia. He pinches the wound again, and seeing the patient's calm face, he realizes the terrifying effectiveness of this upgrade. Without hesitation, he signals Garden. The operation proceeds. As the procedure continues, Rachel watches his partner work. He is genuinely struck by the sheer mastery of Garden's surgical hands. Those precise movements are unmistakably from a secret technique. It becomes clear how Garden rose to become a royal palace physician at such a tender age. Meanwhile, a hush falls over the spectators. They stare in awe at Rachel, the man erasing their comrade's pain with nothing but his bare hands and a song. Garden drives the needle through skin, yet the patient flinches at nothing. Complete insensitivity. In that moment, the realization hits everyone. Rachel is no ordinary doctor. Whispers begin to spread of the miracle military physician. Finally, the grueling surgery comes to a successful close. Rachel turns to the soldier. The man tears up, grateful that he felt no pain. But Rachel's expression is stern. The real battle for recovery starts now. He orders the man to take herbal medicine when supplies arrive in 2 days. The soldier, Dio, is completely taken aback by this unexpected kindness. In this harsh world, the wounded are treated as burdens, useless mouths that consume resources while unable to fight. But Rachel's voice cuts through the doubt. He declares that a physician needs no excuse to save a life. It is his absolute duty as a military doctor to heal the injured. No justification is required. Overwhelmed by these words, the soldier bursts into tears, offering a heartfelt thank you that shakes the soul. Of course, our sly hero is mostly doing this for extra system credits. Yet, his comrades are genuinely moved by his noble speech as he dismisses the patient to rest. As he turns to leave, his own internal organs seem to applaud him. He didn't even need a lie ticket to pull off that masterpiece of manipulation. Having stirred the hearts of patient and comrade alike, the tale of his benevolence spreads across the camp like wildfire. He is hailed as a saint, the savior who restored hope to the wounded soldiers' camp. The system chimes in. A massive reward of 5,000 HP is granted, boosting his life force to a total of 5,402 days pass. In that time, he performs emergency surgeries alongside Garden without rest. His legend grows, and the wave of admiration pushes his GPD points to 98 WA. And then, another breakthrough. My hands are healing hands evolves to level 3, unlocking the power of brachial plexus anesthesia. Rachel trembles with excitement. He can finally anesthetize an entire arm with a single chant. He knows the stakes. This isn't the modern world where a simple ointment cures all. Here, a minor infection is a death sentence that leads to amputation. During a critical operation, Garden desperately calls for a leg amputation, but Rachel shouts a definitive refusal. To save these soldiers from becoming cripples, they must declare war on infection itself and revolutionize their treatment methods. He begins to chant his skill's name, barking orders at Garden to begin. Cleaning and sealing the wound, Rachel already has a strategy in mind. In this high-stakes moment, he accesses a memory from the Sword Emperor novel. The elves possess a secret medicine, a primitive form of antibiotics. The surgery proceeds with no limbs lost. Rachel's eyes gleam with determination. He must acquire that elven medicine, no matter the cost. With the initial crisis averted, Rachel immediately summoned his subordinates for a critical war council. His piercing gaze landed first on Garden, issuing a decree that would determine their survival, absolute hygiene within the camps. There was no room for negotiation. Every single item, from blood-stained bedding to the ragged clothes of the wounded, had to be incinerated and replaced with pristine supplies. Confusion clouded Garden's face as he sensed the shifting atmosphere, trembling as he asked if his lord was planning to depart. Rachel confirmed the worst. He was leaving with Damien immediately. The revelation broke poor Garden, who collapsed into tears, wailing at the injustice of being abandoned on the front lines yet again. But destiny would not wait. Escorted by elite soldiers from the Six Kingdoms and led by a local guide, the party ventured into the suffocating depths of the forest. Their pathfinder was a young boy named T-Map, a local who claimed to know the terrain like the back of his hand. Damien, however, watched the child with eyes full of cold suspicion. The knight whispered his doubts, questioning if the boy truly knew the way. Rachel, calm as a stagnant lake, assured him that he had memorized the geography from an ancient text. Damien's skepticism did not waver. He shot back a sharp question, asking if his lord truly possessed the supernatural ability to recall every single line of every book he had ever read. Though unconvinced, Damien chose to sheath his doubts for the moment. As the shadows of the forest grew longer, the knight warned that they were trespassing into a zone of death, the territory of monsters, and worse, the nesting grounds of the Apollos. Suddenly, a presence was felt. A strange, azure creature lurked in the distance. When questioned, Rachel gave a vague, riddle-like answer that only poured fuel on the soldiers' growing anxiety. Finally, the truth came out. Rachel revealed that their path did not just go near the danger. They had to march directly through the heart of the Apollos nesting grounds. Before the soldiers could succumb to terror, he waved his hand dismissively. He claimed the Apollos were gentle giants, harmless entities that would not strike unless provoked. He even had the audacity to tease Damien, looking down on the knight for not knowing such basic biological trivia. The tension in the air evaporated. The soldiers sighed in relief. trusting that their logical, calculating commander would never be foolish enough to walk into a suicide mission. However, that relief was shattered in an instant. With a terrifyingly casual tone, Rachel announced his true objective. He intended to kidnap the Apollos Queen herself. The blood drained from everyone's faces. Their so-called logical leader had just declared war against the deadliest apex predators in the forest. Meanwhile, deep within his internal universe, the very organs of his body began to revolt. The heart mocked its host for his arrogant boasting, and a chorus of laughter erupted from the other organs. Sensing the utter lack of morality in their vessel, the collective organs expressed their divine judgment, instantly docking 100 health points from him as a penalty. Rachel took the damage without a flinch. He knew the truth. If he had revealed this insane plan earlier, his companions would have dragged him back to camp in chains. As he looked at the horror etched onto their faces, he understood their fear, but his resolve was made of steel. He desperately needed antibiotics, and there was only one source in this primitive world. The secretions of the Apollos Queen were the holy grail of medicine, a substance overflowing with potent antibiotic properties. With that elixir, he could save countless soldiers from the butcher's blade of amputation. Reading the despair in his companion's eyes, he decided to level with them. Damien exploded with righteous fury, demanding to know if Rachel understood the gravity of his death wish. The Apollos were not mere insects. They were catastrophes with wings. Even a threat to their nest would turn them into demons, let alone an attempt to abduct their monarch. Rachel looked him in the eye and admitted it. He knew the risks. He knew them all too well. Damien gripped the hilt of his sword, his voice trembling with frustration as he asked how Rachel could still march forward into the jaws of hell. He had served this man long enough to know like his reckless nature at times. But this was madness. This was crossing a line from which there was no return. Rachel feigned innocence, acting as if the danger were trivial. Damien pressed him hard, demanding to know who would be the sacrificial lamb to distract the swarm while the kidnapping took place. A heavy silence fell over the group. Every soldier prayed to their gods that the commander would not point his finger at them. Damien, gesturing to his own blade, asked if Rachel planned to execute the suicide mission personally. With a devilish smile, Rachel dropped the bombshell Damien would be the bait. The knight roared in absolute disbelief. The protagonist raised a hand to calm the storm, promising that he had devised a master strategy to ensure the knight's survival. Damien's expression said he didn't believe a word of it. Rachel then summoned his mystical creature, Gom, and laid out the battle plan. Phase 1. Damien would launch a direct assault on the nest, unleashing his aura to provoke the entire swarm into a frenzy. Phase 2. As the monsters poured out, Gom would consume the red sunflower, triggering a metamorphosis into a titan, while Damien held the line. To survive the endless stingers, Damien would take cover within the hardened spikes of the giant Gom. The creature's defense was impenetrable, a fortress of flesh and thorn. While the battlefield descended into chaos, Rachel would slip through the shadows like a ghost and secure the queen. Damien found a fatal flaw in the plan. Even if they succeeded, the Apollos were relentless. They would hunt the kidnappers to the ends of the earth. Rachel nodded, acknowledging the danger. Then, with eyes cold as ice, he revealed his final card. He would burn their entire civilization to the ground. Damien froze, staring at the monster standing before him. Unfazed by the moral horror of his subordinate, Rachel ordered them to move out. The plan was absolute. As he processed his master's ruthlessness, Damien muttered under his breath, realizing exactly what kind of destruction Rachel intended to unleash with that fire. They were walking into the abyss. To silence his complaining bodyguard once and for all, Rachel promised him a special, legendary reward that finally shut him up. The soldiers offer silent prayers to the gods, begging that Rachel won't commit an act of reckless insanity. They fear he might lead them to their graves, or conversely, that their miracle physician will somehow cheat death if doom arrives. That fragile hope is the only force dragging their trembling legs into the nightmare of the Apollos nest. At last, the colossal structure looms before them, staring up at the horror. Damien realizes no amount of gold could ever compensate for this level of madness. But our cunning strategist didn't come empty-handed. He has already cloaked their presence with the scent of wildflowers to blind the Apollos' senses. Yet, even with the camouflage, the soldiers are paralyzed by fear at the sheer scale of the nest. To claim victory, Rakiel knows brute force is useless. He must dissect their movement patterns and strike with the precision of a master surgeon. For now, he holds his breath in the shadows, waiting for Damien and the guide to get into position. They prepare to execute the strategy, but chaos strikes. Suddenly, the Apollos swarm toward them in a completely unexpected frenzy. Instinct takes over. Every man drops low, vanishing into the tall grass to escape the buzzing terror. Rakiel hisses like a viper at Damien, accusing the bodyguard of blowing their cover with his clumsy footwork. Damien shoots back that his stealth was flawless, but there is no time to bicker. Our genius, Doctor must conjure a miracle strategy right now. The new plan is simple and brutal. Hit them with everything, and then run like hell. Damien loathes the recklessness, but necessity forces his hand. Mana erupts from his core, crackling in the air like a violent lightning storm. But Rakiel's expert eyes catch a fatal flaw. Damien's mana flow is unstable, dangerously erratic. A backlash now wouldn't just fail, it would tear his body apart from the inside out, destroying his very core. Rakiel screams a warning to stop, but the bodyguard ignores him. Damien's gaze is locked not on the enemy, but on the sky above. To Rakiel's shock, Damien blasts his energy upward, and in that split second, the true nightmare reveals itself. From the heavens descends a shadow, a gargantuan, evolved version of the Apollos. It is an apex predator unknown to them, tearing through the smaller beasts in a frenzy before turning its bloodlust straight toward our heroes. For a heart-stopping second, Rakiel believes that his final moment has arrived. But the monster strikes the swarm instead. Terrified, Rakiel latches onto Damien, using his bodyguard as a desperate human shield. He watches in awe as the titans clash. It is not a battle. It is a one-sided slaughter of the Apollos. He demands answers. The guide's face goes pale as he whispers the name, Vesparos. Monstrous wasps that feed on Apollos and can wipe out thousands in a single breath. Before the explanation even finishes, Rakiel screams the command, "Everyone up, move!" Their cover is blown. For a split second, fear freezes the men in place as the predator's gaze shifts. Then, pure panic explodes. The giant insects lock onto their position, and the desperate sprint for survival begins. Lungs burning, Rakiel begs to know their odds of escape, but Damien snaps, furious that Rakiel's greed led them into this death trap. He retorts that they need the queen larvae to save the patients. This isn't greed, it is a sworn duty. His silver tongue buys a moment of peace. Damien scans the chaos and unsheathes his blade steel, singing against the wind. Behind that rock, Rakiel commands. Huddled in the shadow, the guide reveals the terrifying truth he hinted at before. The Vesparos are thorough executioners. They gather the corpses into a pile and exterminate every last witness in the vicinity. Once the cleaning is done, they hunt the survivors. The predators already have their scent marked. Rakiel realizes the grim reality at once. They have seconds before they are wiped from existence. But despair hits him if the massacre continues. The queen larvae will be destroyed, and the mission will end in failure. The monsters close in. A razor-sharp claw slices through their cover, shattering the rock, protecting them into dust. Damien hurls Rakiel to safety, while the soldiers clash with the beasts flying through the air. Rakiel vows to dock Damien's pay for the rough service. Suddenly, he notices Time-Map sprinting ahead with unnatural speed. A life in the wild has given the boy swift feet. Rakiel glances back at the hellscape, where Damien and the soldiers are fighting for their lives. It hits him the wildflower scent. It masked them from the Apollos, but it acted like a beacon for the Vesparos. His tactic has backfired catastrophically. Time-Map screams, "What now?" Rakiel's mind races. Fighting is suicide. They cannot win against these numbers. Even with Damien's strength, they will be overwhelmed. He needs a miracle. And then, a light bulb flickers in the darkness. He grabs T-Map's backpack and fishes out a bottle of strong liquor originally meant for disinfecting wounds. He recalls a crucial fact: bees hate alcohol, but wasps, they are drawn to it with a prayer. Rakiel hurls the bottle toward the distant trees. It shatters like magic. The frenzy stops. The Vesparos turn, drawn irresistibly to the sweet, intoxicating scent of the spirits. The soldiers plead for retreat. The Vesparos are distracted, but only for a moment. Rakiel, however, cuts through their hope with the cold, hard truth. Fleeing is futile. Once the swarm finishes their feast, the hunt resumes. Death is certain. Panic erupts as the group argues over survival. Rakiel snaps. There is no sanctuary until the status effect clears. He seizes command. He orders his subordinate to prepare the torches immediately. They will set the forest ablaze. His men hesitate, fearing the wrath of the elves. But Rakiel roars. There is no time to worry about diplomatic consequences. Damien grits his teeth. He places his faith in his liege, praying this insane gambit actually works. Moments later, the torches crackle with flame. Rakiel's eyes flash. Throw them now. Inferno! The world turns to ash and fire, consuming the Vesperos in a chaotic blaze. Rakiel screams the command, "Run, save yourselves from the flames." He sprints through the hellscape. Thick smoke chokes his lungs, and cold sweat drenches his face. His respiratory system screams in protest. His legs give out. He crashes to the ground. Immediately, a loyal soldier rushes to his side. His condition is critical. His internal organs desperately donate 500 HP just to keep him conscious, yet air refuses to enter his lungs. Damien's voice cuts through the haze. "If you black out now, you die." There is no choice. Damien hoists Rakiel onto his back, carrying his master through the burning forest with desperate speed. The soldiers exchange nervous glances. Is it truly acceptable to manhandle the crown prince in such a way, even in the face of death? Rakiel mutters a prayer. Safety lies just beyond the tree line, but fate is cruel. A massive shadow descends. The Queen Vesperos blocks their path. Rakiel turns to command his knight, but the words die in his throat. He freezes. The look on his bodyguard's face is pure terror. Since the day their fates intertwined, never has Rakiel seen the indomitable Damien so utterly intimidated. Cold dread grips Rakiel's heart. If Damien, their strongest blade, wavers, they are all doomed. He must act fast. He must restore the knight's spirit. He devises a desperate solution. He will manipulate Damien's pressure points, analyzing the flow of his Kai and blood to forcibly release the tension. Focus. He activates his meridian scanning skill, targeting Damien's energy flow. Error. The skill deviates. It doesn't lock onto Damien, but onto the Queen Vesperos instead. For a split second, confusion reigns. Then, realization strikes like lightning. The skill targeted the Queen because she stands directly in his line of sight. Of course, even monsters are living beings. They possess meridians too. Rakiel grins maniacally. He can see it all, the flow of energy. The fatal pressure points glowing within the beast. A wicked smile stretches across his face. I have a plan. Damien snaps out of his daze, glaring at his master's sudden shift in demeanor. What plan, he demands. Become my puppet, Rakiel commands. Move, defend, attack exactly as I say. Do not hesitate for a single heartbeat. Damien hesitates, but Rakiel's eyes burn with intensity. It is the only way to survive. I will guide your blade through the Queen's defense. No time to argue. Duck! Rakiel screams. The Queen Vesperos dives, a blur of death whistling just inches above their heads. Stay low. 5 steps forward now. As predicted, the Queen loops back for another strike, her buzzing wings terrifying the soldiers. Rakiel barks orders to the troops. Fall back. Damien and I will handle this monstrosity. The soldiers obey, retreating from the clash of titans. The dance of death begins. Rakiel becomes the puppeteer, guiding his bodyguard's every muscle, countering the Queen's ferocious speed. Twist clockwise horizontal, slash to the midsection. The command rings out. The trembling soldiers watch in awe. They are actually holding her back, they whisper, realizing their interference would only be a hindrance. Damien is locked in, following instructions with beast-like focus. He growls, strangely mimicking the buzzing of the enemy in his concentration. Rakiel snaps at him amidst the chaos. Focus on the sword, you fool. Stop making wasp noises. The commands come like machine gun fire. Dodge the antenna 2 steps to the right. Deflect the stinger upward. Use the spine of the blade. Damien obeys, vaulting onto the Queen's back. He slashes the wing joint and spins vertically, a devastating combo. Watch out, incoming strike from the right wing. Damien twists in midair, dodging the blow and sticking a perfect landing on a branch, just as Rakiel orchestrated. Breathless, Damien shouts back, "We can see her moves, but we lack the damage. We cannot win a battle of attrition." Rakiel's grin only widens. The next blow ends it on my account. 3 jump and swing. Hold that position for 3 seconds. Suddenly, Rakiel himself launches into the air, targeting the Queen's exposed vital point. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the forest. Damien watches the smoke clear, hope rising in his chest. Did we get her? Hold your horses, Rakiel warns. She is not finished. Prepare to dodge and strike again. Damien blinks, wondering if his ears deceived him, but Rakiel's voice is firm. Stay still, wait for it. The queen charges through the smoke, a nightmare of chitin and rage. They hold their breath. Now, Damien asks. Not yet. Wait. At the last possible second, Rakiel's eyes narrow. Here it comes. She is unleashing her twin strike. With surgical precision, Raquel barks the order, strike the blind spot. Half a hand span beneath the compound eye, Damien executes the master's command instantly. The steel bites deep, in a heartbeat. The colossal queen of the Vesparos crashes to the earth. Damien stands in awe of their impossible victory. Meanwhile, our chaotic hero is already scrambling over the massive carcass with feverish excitement. He realizes they systematically destroyed the beast's meridian points. Every acupoint was shattered to bring the monster down. Stunned, Damien asks how such a feat is possible. Raquel smirks, revealing the secret lay in striking the creature's fatal flow of energy. Confusion clouds Damien's face. How did you know? He demands. Raquel taps his temple because he can see the invisible lines of life and death perfectly. With his signature arrogance, he scoffs at his bodyguard. Call yourself a swordsman? You should train harder if you can't even spot a target's weakness. But the celebration is cut short. A horrifying buzzing fills the air as the remaining Vesparos swarm their fallen queen. Fear paralyzes the group for a split second. But then, the unthinkable happens. The insects begin devouring their own matriarch as the flames consume them all. Suddenly, the skies roar in answer. Rain pours down from the heavens, washing away the fire and the fear from their faces. Yet, Raquel clenches his fist in frustration. It was all for nothing. The fire has destroyed their chance to harvest the Apolos Queen's larvae. The mission was critical, obtain the larvae to create life-saving antibiotics. But fate, it seems, has wasted their precious time. He refuses to accept defeat. Time is money, and money is life. He barks orders at Damien. Search the nest, he commands. Raquel turns to tend to the wounded soldiers, his mind racing for a backup plan. They venture deeper into the ruin. Damien scans the scorched corpses of the Apolos and shakes his head. There is nothing but ash here. But Raquel is possessed by greed and determination. Find me something, he yells. Damien sighs, unable to believe his master's obsession with loot even in a graveyard. They reach the heart of the hive. It is a wasteland. The honeycombs are dry, and our boy realizes they are completely screwed. A dangerous journey with zero profit, unacceptable. Suddenly, Raquel's ears twitch. Wait, something survived. Damien steps forward, sword ready, entering the chamber. Raquel follows, and his eyes go wide with shock. There lies the Apolos Queen. Damien checks for a pulse. It's dead, my liege, he confirms coldly. No, Raquel insists. Sensing a faint aura of life, the belly pushed the belly. Together, they heave against the massive abdomen, Raquel praying for a miracle or a rare drop. A squelching sound echoes. Something pops out from the queen's remains. A cute, tiny Apolos baby launches itself straight at Raquel. He catches the banana yellow creature. Raquel gasps. This isn't just a monster. It is an Apolos larva, the heir to the colony. Damien reaches out to take it, but the baby recoils in sheer terror. Raquel pauses. This creature. It understands who the killer is. In the blink of an eye, the larva turns to Raquel and unleashes a weapon of mass destruction, pure cuteness. Raquel laughs, amused by its intelligence. You understand me, don't you? The little creature nods enthusiastically. Victory at last. Raquel beams with delight. He remembers the lore from the original novel. These royal larvae possess the power to communicate with elves. If the legends are true, this little guy is the key to everything. But then, the creature speaks. It chirps about its mother, wondering why she's acting so strangely. The innocence breaks Raquel's heart. The baby thinks she is just sleeping. Raquel looks at the carnage and realizes the Vesparos slaughtered the Apolos Queen moments ago. It was a battle of titans. 2 queens fought to the mutual death. And by a stroke of divine luck, this single life was shielded within the womb. A wave of pity washes over our scumbag hero. He gently strokes the baby's head. She is just resting. He lies softly. She fought bravely. He makes an offer. Stay with me until she wakes up. It is a necessary deception. Leaving the baby here would be a death sentence. He stands up, cradling the future of the Apolos race. It is time to leave this graveyard. Let us give your mother some peace, he whispers, leading the creature away from the tragic truth. The warmth of the small life in his arms soothes his weary soul. A genuine smile touches his lips. I shall name you Cuckoo. The soldiers watch in awe. They see a saint saving an orphan. System alert. Raquel gains 500 health points for his act of kindness. He introduces Cuckoo to his new destiny. With a bit of charisma, he convinces the little thing to join his party. They are partners now. Move out, Raquel roars, and the men cheer for their benevolent leader. But miles away, a different emotion burns. A blonde elf stares at the scorched forest. Her eyes blaze with fury. Who dares? She hisses. What reckless fool burned the sacred woods? Vengeance is sworn. She vows to hunt down the human responsible and teach them the true meaning of pain. Back at the camp, a heavy cart rumbles in. The giant Goosum has arrived, hauling the massive trophy, the corpse of the Vasparo queen. Garden spots the group and sprints over in a panic. Raquel rolls his eyes. Right on time to be late, as always. But there is no time for banter. Raquel's expression hardens. Report, how are the wounded? Garden tries to reassure him that the recovery is proceeding smoothly, but Raquel's attention has already drifted elsewhere. His gaze locks onto the tiny creature nestled nearby little Cuckoo. With a swell of pride, Raquel introduces his new companion to the group. He commands the little beast to pay its respects, and without missing a beat, the creature bows to Garden. Raquel quickly explains his plan for the field hospital he mentioned earlier. Meanwhile, Garden stands frozen, completely captivated by the creature's overwhelming cuteness. Upon arriving at the encampment, Raquel wastes no time. He issues a decree that shakes the very foundation of their medical protocol from this second forward. They will wage war against infection itself. Damien smirks, noting that Garden is in for a shock, and true to his word, reality is about to hit the physician hard. Garden's confusion shatters into utter disbelief. His eyes nearly bulge out of his skull as he stares at the colossal, mountainous corpse of the Vasparos queen. It seems impossible that they hauled such a monstrosity all the way back, yet Raquel, with his signature nonchalance, shrugs it off, joking that he simply found it on a stroll. Trembling with curiosity, Garden asks the purpose of this beast. Raquel answers with a vague grin that he plans to brew liquor from it, leaving the royal physician completely flabbergasted. Later, inside the medical tent, Raquel turns to his new pet. His voice drops to a gentle coaxing tone as he asks the creature to secrete the precious substance hidden within. This is no ordinary request. Once every month, the larvae of an Apalos queen produces a miraculous essence. When mixed to create the purple cloud ointment, it becomes a legendary panacea perfect for burns, regenerating destroyed skin and sterilizing the deepest of wounds. Raquel urges Cuckoo to release it, explaining that countless lives depend on it, but the little larvae just stares back blankly, having no idea how to use its own ability. A wave of anxiety crashes over Raquel. He never calculated for this variable, a situation where the source of the cure is too young to understand its own biology. But just as despair looms, a spark of brilliance ignites in his mind. He immediately activates his system skill pressure point scanning. He commands Cuckoo to hold perfectly still. His vision shifts, revealing the hidden meridian map of the creature. With the precision of a master surgeon, he inserts a needle to forcefully trigger the biological response. Cuckoo lets out sharp squeaks of protest. Raquel works fast, alternating between piercing strikes and rhythmic pressure, manipulating the creature's flow of energy. It is a battle of wills, but finally, the effort pays off. The larvae shudders and expels the precious substance in the form of a perfect bead. Raquel collapses back, drained but triumphant. He sniffs the prize. It smells delightfully like mint chocolate. Right on cue, Garden bursts in, announcing that the requested medical supplies have arrived. There is no time to rest. Raquel pivots to the workstation, his eyes burning with focus as he begins the alchemy of medicine. The tent fills with the sounds of grinding and mixing. His concentration is absolute, shutting out the world to perfect the compound. Garden offers to relieve him, but Raquel snaps a refusal. This bead appears only once a month. Failure here means sentencing the wounded to death. He cannot make a single mistake. Damien stands guard like a silent statue while Garden assists. Through the long, grueling night, Raquel works without pause until, as the sun rises, the miracle ointment is finally complete. Holding the jar aloft like a holy relic, Rakiel turns to his companions and unveils the name of his masterpiece with dramatic flair. Radicastle. Damien grimaces at the terrible naming sense, but Rakiel completely ignores the criticism, too lost in his own genius. Suddenly, a translucent blue window materializes before his eyes. The system proclaims a historic achievement. He is the first being in the entire continent of Laurasia to synthesize an antibiotic. It is a milestone that heralds a new era of medical history. The system declares that his name shall be etched eternally into the annals of advancement. His body screams in agony, his core completely depleted. Yet the reward is sweet, 800 HP added to his lifespan. The relief is too much, darkness takes him, and he collapses from sheer exhaustion. The moment he regains consciousness, Rakiel storms the medical ward. He wastes no time applying the new salve to the festering wounds of the dying soldiers. A collective gasp sweeps through the room, like magic. The agonizing pain vanishes in an instant, and flesh begins to knit together at a supernatural speed. The camp erupts in thunderous cheers. Rakiel basks in the adoration, wearing a smug grin, but internally he is celebrating something far more valuable, his extended lifespan. 2 days later, within the iron walls of Valwa's fortress, a high-ranking officer kneels, delivering a critical situation report. The battlefield is eerily quiet. Aside from insignificant clashes on the perimeter, the dogs of war have not yet been fully unleashed. But this silence is a deception. The enemy forces are massing like a storm cloud, and their target is unmistakable. They are coming for Valwa's fortress. The Emperor's eyes narrow. He deduces the truth instantly. The rebel army has finished their preparations and seeks a decisive head-on collision. A shadow falls over the Emperor's face, his aura radiating pure menace. The name Havong drips from his lips like poison. He had shown that man favor. He had kept him close, shielding him with imperial grace. He had ignored his own counselors to protect him, and yet Havong dares to spit in the face of the throne with this treason. Forcing down his rising fury, the Emperor demands more intelligence. The officer hesitates, then speaks of a strange anomaly, a report from a specific camp for the wounded. In the last 2 months, the survival rate at that location has skyrocketed past 70%. The Emperor freezes, stunned into silence by the impossible statistic. The officer continues, his voice trembling with awe. That single camp has become a legend. Its reputation has spread like wildfire through every division in the kingdom, whispered with hope by every soldier on the front lines. The rumor is absolute if you can just make it to Rakiel's sanctuary. The Grim Reaper himself is forced to turn back. Survival is not just a hope, it is a guarantee. The officer concludes his report. The camp is now under the jurisdiction of the 21st Support Battalion, but the troops know it by a different name. They call it the Healing Camp. The following day, the renowned Imperial physician Chandler and his entourage reluctantly march toward the triage camp where our protagonist is stationed. Having heard the rumors of a so-called miracle worker performing impossible feats, the Emperor himself ordered them to lower their heads and train under this rookie. Naturally, Chandler is seething with indignation. He refuses to believe the whispers surrounding this prodigy, convinced the man is nothing more than a charlatan running a cult. His assistant feeds his ego, fawning over him and insisting that Chandler remains the undisputed apex of medicine within the Empire. Chandler agrees with a smug sneer, still baffled as to why a genius like himself must learn from a nobody in a tent. His mind is already made up. He will expose this miracle worker as a fraud. Meanwhile, the legend in question is currently sawing logs inside the camp. In fact, Rakiel's snoring is so thunderous that the injured patients begin to complain it is hindering their recovery. At first, Garden nearly suffers a heart attack from the noise, but he quickly calms his nerves, remembering that Rakiel stayed awake all night fighting death to save these soldiers. With gentle caution, he wakes his master and delivers the news of the new arrivals. It is Chandler, an active-duty military physician sent by the Emperor, who is apparently thrilled with the camp's miraculous results. Rakiel's eyes light up with delight. He has been desperate for fresh labor. He immediately demands to know where his new students are. When Gardine points outside, Rakiel sprints out the door, beaming with a warm, welcoming smile for the newcomers. Noticing their stiff, arrogant expressions, he quickly apologizes, blaming his high energy on the excitement of finally having help. He asks for the leader's name, which Chandler provides with a cold, dismissive tone. Eager to put them to work, Rakiel acknowledges their travel fatigue but firmly states that a healer's duty is to the patient, above all else. He gestures for them to follow, but not a single soul moves. Confused. Rachel pauses. Chandler snaps back, demanding to be shown to their luxury quarters first. Rachel is struck dumb. He cannot fathom that these men prioritize a nap over the suffering soldiers just yards away. Chandler doubles down on his entitlement, emphasizing their long journey and their prestigious status as the Emperor's envoys. Instead of bowing to their demands, Rachel's expression goes dead serious as he asks for Chandler's name one more time. When the arrogant doctor repeats it, Rachel looks him dead in the eye and asks if it is truly rude to ask a doctor to save lives instead of sleeping. Without a shred of shame, Chandler agrees that it is indeed inconsiderate. Then, with a voice calm but sharp as a scalpel, Rachel asks if a physician should really choose his own comfort over the patient's dying for his help. In response, Chandler has the absolute audacity to ask if there are any nobles among the injured. Rachel stands frozen in disbelief. Chandler lectures him, claiming that a military physician must triage based on social standing, not medical urgency. Nobles first, commoners second, because saving nobles pays better. Upon hearing this filth, Rachel's patient snaps, and he buries his fist squarely into the arrogant man's face. The impact echoes through the camp. His assistants stand paralyzed, unable to process that someone just struck an imperial physician. For a split second, Rachel remembers that, back in Korea, he was a pacifist. But looking at this trash human being, he realizes that some people only understand the language of pain. One of Chandler's lackeys screams in protest, claiming this is an unprovoked assault and threatening to report Rachel to the capital. Gardine and the others peek out in terror as Rachel turns his cold gaze toward the shouting minion, daring him to continue. The assistant stammers that Rachel used violence. Rachel's expression darkens into something truly terrifying. He declares with absolute authority that this was punishment for insubordination. The Emperor sent them here to train under him. Yet, they spout nonsense and disobey direct orders from their commanding officer. The logic and the fear shuts the man up instantly. Later, the same assistant tends to the unconscious Chandler, who finally groans and wakes from his enforced nap, disoriented. Chandler struggles to grasp reality until his lackey fills him in, moving him to a tent. As the memory returns, Chandler trembles with humiliation. He is consumed by rage. Not only did this upstart punch him, but Rachel's mere existence has demoted him to second place. His companion then reveals shocking intelligence he gathered about Rachel's methods while Chandler was unconscious. He reports that Rachel is somehow saving soldiers' lives without resorting to amputation. Chandler is thunderstruck. A survival rate of 70% without amputation. It is a statistical impossibility. As the assistant describes Rachel's bizarre therapies and alien techniques, Chandler clutches at straws. He declares that Rachel is undoubtedly a fraud. His pride won't allow him to accept the truth. Even after taking a punch, his arrogance remains unshaken as he vows to expose Rachel's lies. His companion asks for the plan. When the clock strikes midnight, Chandler sneaks into the medical ward like a thief in the night. He is certain Rachel must be asleep, as the silence of the camp feels absolute and heavy. He assumes Rachel has neglected the basic night rounds, a fatal mistake that will surely prove the man is nothing but a lucky charlatan. Chandler grips his scalpel, his mind clouded by archaic teachings. He recalls the foolish lesson that illness is merely an accumulation of filth within the body. In his deluded eyes, draining a patient's vital essence is the fastest path to salvation. He believes bleeding them dry will somehow speed up their recovery. He seizes the patient's arm with a cold grip, but suddenly, the soldier jolts awake. Confusion clouds his eyes as he demands to know who dares touch him. Chandler sneers, announcing his intent to operate. But the patient recoils, insisting that Lord Rakiel has already performed the surgery and ordered strict rest. The refusal strikes a nerve. Chandler's face twists in shadow. How dare a filthy commoner question his supreme expertise, masking his rising fury with a plastic smile. Chandler begins to lecture. He preaches about the immense honor of being treated by a noble of his high stature. He claims his touch is a blessing, a rare gift for the lower class that this soldier should be begging to receive on his knees. Blinded by arrogance, he slices into the flesh. He begins draining the lifeblood, all while spouting venom about how superior his skills are compared to Rakiel's. But the body does not lie. The soldier's vision blurs as his life essence spills onto the cold floor. Chandler prattles on about good circulation, Oblivious to the pallor of death spreading across his victim's face, the soldier's senses begin to fail. Desperate words die in his throat. His eyes roll back, and he collapses into the abyss of unconsciousness. Silence falls. Chandler shakes the limp body, but the soul has drifted far away. Meanwhile, in the quiet of his quarters, our protagonist awakens from a haunting dream. Sleep flees him. Seeking solace, he steps out into the cool night air, gazing up at the indifferent stars. His mind drifts to the so-called medical experts sent by the military. They are even more incompetent than he anticipated. He resolves to tolerate their idiocy until their term ends. After all, his eyes are fixed on the prize, the system's lifespan bonus. For the first time, the system rewards him with 200 days, 200 glorious days of life added to his countdown. If this momentum continues, he could secure an entire year, a year of freedom from the Reaper's scythe. His heart soars. He practically dances under the moonlight, savoring the sweet taste of survival. But his celebration is shattered. A panicked cry pierces the night. It is Chandler, screaming from the private ward. Raquiel sprints toward the chaos, bursting into the room. He finds the noble doctor violently shaking the limp soldier. The bloody scalpel glints in the candlelight. The verdict is instant. This fool has attempted the barbaric art of bloodletting. Fury explodes in Raquiel's chest. He storms forward, a curse hissing through his teeth, demanding an explanation for this butchery. Excuses pour from Chandler's mouth, but Raquiel cuts him down. He denounces the treatment as nothing more than primitive torture. Their voices thunder through the camp. Soldiers and staff gather, eyes wide with shock at the confrontation. Chandler's lackey dares to accuse Raquiel of misconduct, but he is ignored like a buzzing fly. Raquiel rushes to the victim, Rands, checking for a pulse of life. Rands whispers his name, his voice a fading ember. Raquiel's medical gaze sharpens. The vein has been severed. It is a critical injury. There is no time to think. Hemostasis must be achieved immediately. He seizes a cloth, binding the arm with desperate strength, his mind racing with disgust. Yet, Chandler has the gall to accuse him of interrupting a perfect procedure. With theatrical flair, the noble claims Raquiel is a heretic who rejects tradition and resorts to violence to silence the truth. Silence. Raquiel's roar shakes the room. You were not treating him, you were murdering him. He spins to the crowd, his eyes blazing with righteous anger. Look at him. Does this man look like he is recovering? The soldier lies pale as a corpse, drained of vitality. The crowd falls deathly silent. The truth is undeniable. Raquiel's voice drips with venom. You all know this is wrong, but you tremble before a noble's title, too cowardly to speak the truth. Chandler opens his mouth to spew more lies, but a murderous glare from Raquiel seals his lips. Get out, Raquiel warns, before I lose my patience completely. A weak groan escapes Rance's lips. I can't. Panic strikes Raquiel, drops to his knees instantly. Team, move, he bellows. Damon rushes in. Elevate his legs, force the blood to the brain and heart. Now Damon obeys without a second thought. Gordon sealed that vein. The order is given, and the assistant springs into action. Raquiel activates his skill, Divine Pulse Diagnosis, and the feedback is catastrophic. Warning, 30% blood loss detected. Oxygen levels to the brain are plummeting. The system flashes red blood pressure critical, extremities freezing. Hypovolemic shock has begun. Death is knocking at the door. Raquiel grits his teeth, the sound grinding in his skull. Only a transfusion can save him now. But in this wasteland, there are no needles, no tubes, no hope. There is only one way. He grabs the scalpel and slashes his own palm. Gordon gasps in horror, but Raquiel barks, "Focus on the suture." He forces his own life essence out to save the patient. But inside him, his own organs scream in protest. Shut up. He mentally commands his rebellious body. Curious and terrified, his organs fall in line. He must focus, or both of them will die. Even as his sanity teeters on the brink, he gritted his teeth and transferred 100 hit points to the patient, activating his mana circle. He began to channel his very own lifeblood into the technique. As the energy stabilized, he shot a sharp glare at Damien, commanding the knight to stand back. He was about to perform the impossible, a blood transfusion fueled by pure mana. His spiritual sense locked onto the Yongquan acupoint, known as the body's second heart. It was the perfect gateway for this forbidden medical art. Gripping the patient's feet, he initiated the transfusion. At first, it was merely 0.01 liters, a trickle of life, but gradually, the the crimson flow roared with power. Drop by drop, the miraculous mana-infused blood permeated the patient's veins. The color returned to the dying man's skin. The procedure was a resounding success. System alert. The hemorrhagic shock had been neutralized. Seeing Rand's breathing stabilize, Rachel could barely believe he had actually pulled it off. The system chimed again, announcing that his selfless act of sacrificing his own blood had struck a chord deep within the hearts of the onlookers. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. None of them could comprehend the complexity of the Astrahan heart technique or the mana circle slot. To their eyes, this was not medicine. It was a holy miracle bestowed by the heavens. Raquel, still dazed, knew it was a close call, but the results spoke for themselves. The whispers spread like wildfire. The rumors were true. This man was not just a doctor, he was a divine miracle worker, but the cost was high. As the voices faded into a buzz, darkness claimed him, and he collapsed from severe mana exhaustion. Later, awestruck physicians begged to become his disciples. Even Chandler's companion stepped out into the night, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He finally understood the gravity of the situation. The rumors were no exaggeration. Rachel could snatch souls back from the gates of hell with a mere touch. A black crow descended, landing softly on his arm. It was his familiar. He immediately dispatched it to his master, carrying news of the impossible feat he had just witnessed. Meanwhile, in the shadows of a distant territory, the spy's report reached its destination. A subordinate bowed low, informing his lord about the birth of a new legend. A healer who saved the dying with a single touch. The master scoffed at first, assuming it was peasant superstition, but the messenger swore on his life that the spy saw it clearly. Intrigued by this defiance of logic, the master, Javan, sank into deep thought. He contemplated this so-called saint. A man with such divine power would not just be a doctor, he would be a strategic weapon of war. His eyes narrowed with determination. He commanded that Rachel be brought to him immediately. Javan made it clear, secure the doctor, no matter the price. With a swift bow, the subordinate vanished to execute the absolute order. Javan remained skeptical about the magical healing, knowing how rumors twisted the truth. However, he was a tactician. He would weaponize the belief in this miracle to control the masses. The people looked at this saint with religious fervor. That public adoration was a tool. With the saint in his grasp, Javan saw the path to turning the tide of the war and seizing total victory. His mind drifted to the past, to the humiliation of how Adeline was shipped off to the crown prince like cattle. He recalled the burning shame of the Emperor of Amboise bowing his head to the Magentano Empire, offering a royal daughter as a mere hostage. Bile rose in his throat. The memory filled him with a chaotic disgust, and he renewed his vow to drag the corrupt empire from its golden throne with his own hands. Back at the clinic, a spy finally cornered our protagonist, offering a lucrative deal to defect to the rebel forces. Rachel scoffed, hardly believing the audacity. The spy clarified this was an official recruitment. Rachel wondered how a rebel agent could operate so brazenly, forgetting for a moment that he was just a humble physician in disguise. The agent pressed on, promising that swearing loyalty to his lord would bring glory, honor, and riches beyond imagination. Rachel's sharp mind deduced the lord must be Javan, yet he remained suspicious of such a straightforward invitation. He bluffed, threatening to expose the spy right there and then, but the agent remained ice cold, unfazed by the threat. "We are legion," the spy implied. "Killing one would only bring more." Rachel fell silent, his mind racing to understand why a warlord like Javan would want him. Then, realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. The rumors, the healing of Rand, they thought he was a holy saint. He quickly checked his own status. His condition was stable, and his lifespan was ticking upward. Javan's offer might actually be a golden opportunity. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted. "Wait a moment," he told the spy. He turned away and grabbed his abacus. The rapid clack, clack, clack of beads filled the room, making the spy sweat nervously at this erratic behavior. The gears of greed were turning. Rachel calculated every variable: bonus lifespan, extra hit points, skill proficiency. He had milked the loyalist soldiers dry. But what if he switched sides a month with the rebel army before fleeing back to his hometown, the imperial capital? Yes, he could discard this miracle physician mask whenever he wanted. The disguise was just a means to an end. The beads flew faster. His calculations projected a massive profit margin. Joining the rebels meant fresh patients, new injuries, and a treasure trove of lifespan and hit points. He smirked internally, praising his own diabolical genius. "I accept," he declared abruptly. The spy flinched, shocked that the holy saint had agreed so easily without discussing morals. But then, Rachel leaned in, his eyes shining with avarice. "Now, let's talk payment. What exactly do I get?" The spy, unprepared for this negotiation, began to panic. Rachel's face darkened. "You promised the best treatment, did you not?" Seeing the messenger tremble, Rachel sighed. This amateur had zero negotiation skills. The spy stammered, terrified by the sudden pressure radiating from the greedy doctor. Rakiel stares in disbelief at the audacity of it all. Someone on a mission of such magnitude, knowing absolutely nothing about the art of the deal. He scoffs at the empty-handed agent. At the very least, the man could have offered a tribute of energy potions to make this waste of time worthwhile. With a dismissive wave, Rakiel banishes the spy. "Return to your master," he commands, "and do not dare show your face again without terms that befit my status." The spy trembles and bows in agreement. Rakiel's voice drops to a lethal whisper, warning him not to dawdle. Time is a currency neither side can afford to lose. As he flees the tent, the spy questions his own sanity. What kind of monster did he just attempt to recruit? Meanwhile, Rakiel summons his loyal subordinates. He drops the bombshell with terrifying calm. He plans to join the rebel forces. The silence in the room is deafening. Gordon looks at him as if he is burning with a high fever, while Damien is convinced the prince has finally lost his mind completely. But Rakiel stands firm, his eyes are clear, and his resolve is absolute. He effortlessly spins a web of lies, claiming the spy offered vast lands, mountains of gold, and a mansion. Damien protests, invoking the sacred duty they swore to save the people of Amboise. To side with the rebels seems like madness to the knight, but in Rakiel's calculations, the equation balances perfectly. Damien's hand tightens on his hilt as he demands to know the true motive behind this treachery. Rakiel meets his gaze with icy logic. Rebels or royalists? Are they not all citizens of Amboise? "I have no blood oath to the royal army," he declares. "I am the crown prince of Magentano. To me, both the kingdom and the rebellion are simply foreign powers." The truth strikes Damien like a physical blow. He falls silent, unable to refute the cold, hard logic. Rakiel presses his advantage. The battle lines at Valio's fortress have frozen in a stalemate. The flow of patience has stopped. The camp is stable. The crisis here is over. He begins furiously penning an official dispatch, documenting that he has fulfilled every ounce of his duty to the Amboise army. He turns to his men, his eyes gleaming with purpose. "We will heal the rebels, and once that is done, we march home to Magentano." Damien lets out a long, defeated sigh, recognizing the absolute command hidden within his master's reasoning. Gordon, however, is struck with awe. He realizes Rakiel sees neither allies nor enemies, only patients waiting for salvation. Rakiel then passes a letter to a subordinate for delivery to Adeline. The man's face lights up, assuming it must be a heartfelt love letter. Smack! A sharp blow to the head wipes the grin off his face as Rakiel glares at him. "It is a status report, you fool," Rakiel snaps. "I simply do not wish for her to panic when I suddenly vanish from the map." In the same breath, he barks an order for the finest Queen Vesperus wine. The delivery must be immediate. The shipment must reach the capital by dawn. He signals to Damien they must move like shadows, unseen by the wounded soldiers. And so, under the cloak of darkness, they depart into the night. A heavy silence hangs over the group, knowing they left without a proper farewell. 3 days later, the rebel camp looms before them like a beast waiting to be fed. A guard blocks their path. Commander Javan awaits inside. Only the physician may pass. Damien bristles, whispering urgently, "Is it safe to enter the lion's den alone?" Rakiel smirks with calculated confidence. "They won't harm me. I am too valuable." Besides, he is not truly alone. He has the mysterious Gaussium by his side. Inside the command tent, he finally stands before Javan, the fervent nationalist obsessed with restoring the ancient glory of Amboise. The saint, the miracle physician. Javan's voice booms with gratitude. Rakiel can feel the crushing pressure of the warlord's aura pressing down on him. The rebel leader extends a hand, and Rakiel takes it, sealing his fate. You are the heart of our revolution, Javan declares. But then, the mask slips. I do not need you to dirty your hands treating soldiers, doctor. I summoned you here for a purpose far greater than medicine. Rakiel's blood runs cold. His instincts scream danger. This is no longer about healing. This is high-stakes politics. Later, Rakiel stands before his subordinates, unnervingly silent. Damien demands answers, but when Rakiel remains mute, the knight raises his voice. Suddenly, Rakiel snaps his hand up. Stop! His fingers dance in a secret code. We are being watched. Silence is our only shield now. Gordon's eyes widen as the realization hits him. Javan did not summon Rakiel to be a healer. Damien clenches his jaw, reminding him that this is exactly why he begged to return to the safety of the royal palace. Frustrated, Rakiel signals back furiously. How could I have known I came to heal? And now I'm a political pawn. A flashback reveals the truth. Inside the tent, Javan had unveiled his grand design, entrusting Rakiel with a noble burden. Because Rakiel carries the reputation of a saint and a noble of high standing, Javan intends to use him as a living banner. He wants Rakiel to publicly declare support for the rebellion to legitimize their new world. The warlord had asked if he agreed, and Rakiel, sweating under the weight of that murderous gaze, could do nothing but nod and say yes. Deep down, the cold truth hits him. He isn't here to save lives anymore. He has become a mere pawn on a political chessboard. Panic sets in. He realizes he needs an exit strategy, and he needs it now, before this disaster swallows him whole. A desperate scheme forms in Rakiel's mind. He spins a tale about a waiting lover, claiming his girlfriend will be devastated if he doesn't return by the end of the week. Javan's gaze is withering as he delivers a critical hit. You hardly look like a man who could actually court a woman. But then, a twist. Javan agrees that such a meeting is actually necessary, forcing Rakiel to nod in nervous agreement. However, the rebel leader's voice drops lower. If this meeting concerns a wedding, Rakiel might vanish forever, a misunderstanding our protagonist frantically tries to correct. But Javan's eyes pierce through the lies. He knows Rakiel only wishes to heal the wounded, yet he coldly denies him that right. Instead, a new destiny is forced upon him. In exactly 10 days, Rakiel must stand before the world and declare his loyalty to the rebellion. Until that moment arrives, Javan forbids him from laying a single hand on a patient. The stakes are massive. Without a formal vow, rumors of a noble figure like Rakiel joining the rebels would only breed suspicion, not support. Rakiel narrows his eyes. Is the leader afraid? Afraid that his premature presence in the camp might dilute the shock value? Precisely. The declaration must strike like a thunderbolt to shake the army's core. Desperate, Rakiel demands to know why wait 10 long days. Javan's expression remains unreadable. The time is not yet ripe. He demands not just words, but sincerity. Rakiel must truly believe in the cause, or at least act the part perfectly. Even a sliver of genuine emotion could sway the masses. But right now, Javan senses nothing but emptiness in Rakiel's resolve. He commands Rakiel to first synchronize his heartbeat with the people, a philosophical order that leaves our healer utterly baffled. Javan lays out the terms. For 10 days, Rakiel will live among them, breathing their air and learning their pain, until true conviction takes root in his soul. The leader asks if Rakiel feels guilty about abandoning his medical duties. But frankly, that is the least of our protagonist's worries right now. Feigning mercy, Javan grants him a new role, personal physician, 24 hours a day. Rakiel freezes, realizing he has just walked into a cage of his own making. Back in his quarters, Rakiel spills the nightmare scenario to his subordinates. He is forced to sleep in the lion's den right beside Javan himself. Garden presses for a plan. Rakiel's eyes burn with desperation. There is only one option: escape, return home, survive. But Damien delivers a harsh dose of reality. The perimeter is ironclad. Slipping away, even under the cloak of darkness, is a suicide mission. He scribbles a terrified warning: a swordmaster is always watching. It is a chilling fact Rakiel knows all too well. The net around them is suffocatingly tight. Damien is skilled, but against a swordmaster, he stands no chance. Still, Rakiel begs them to have faith. He just needs to verify one crucial detail. Damien shoots back, Trusting you is why we're doomed in the first place. A sharp retort that makes Rakiel's blood boil. Rakiel stands up abruptly. Garden, anxious, asks what the master plan is now. With a defeated sigh, he mutters his grand strategy. I'm gonna go whine about it. He heads to bed, leaving his loyal knights realizing there is nothing they can do but wait. Meanwhile, in the heart of the imperial capital, a shadow manifests before the golden throne. The emperor demands news of his son. The messenger bows deep, trembling slightly as he organizes his intelligence reports. According to the 107th dispatch, he announces, Prince Rakiel departed the healing camp 5 days ago. The emperor leans forward, demanding the reason. The spy hesitates, admitting they cannot fathom the prince's erratic movements. Initially, the prince intended to return to the capital, a plan he had confirmed with Princess Adeline. The spy produces a missive, a letter Rakiel sent to the princess, carrying a specific message. It claimed his divine duty at the camp was finished. He was coming home to the safety of his clinic. And, most importantly, he requested the rare Queen Vesparos liquor be prepared for his arrival. The emperor dismisses the shadow. The throne room falls silent. But then, the ruler's stoic mask cracks his nostrils, flaring with immense pride. He erupts, shouting with uncontained joy, eager to finally have his precious son safe within the capital walls. A booming, almost maniacal laugh echoes from the palace, leaving the guards outside utterly baffled by the emperor's sudden madness. But reality is far crueler. Back in the rebel camp, our poor healer lies in bed, tears streaming down his face. Home feels like a distant dream. Suddenly, a shadow looms over him. Javan stands there, his voice cutting through the silence. You're awake. Rakiel bolts upright. He scrambles to begin his morning checkup, playing the role of the dutiful physician under surveillance. But Javan stops him cold. I am a sword master. He reminds him with chilling arrogance. I know the state of my own body better than any doctor. Rakiel manages a strained smile, his mind racing. Sharing a room with Javan, sleep would be impossible, a luxury he couldn't afford under this tyrant's gaze. Javan responds with chilling composure, stating that as a master of the blade, he remains fully aware of his physical condition. Then, a cold invitation. Join him for breakfast. During breakfast, Javan devoured his meal with unsettling speed, then calmly urged Rakiel to savor his. Trapped under Javan's unblinking scrutiny, Rakiel's discomfort grew, yet he forced each bite down. The moment the plates were cleared, Javan spoke again. I have a question for you. Rakiel's unease deepened. Still, he managed to nod. Go on. A faint, unsettling smile played on Javan's lips. He called it simple, a mere hypothetical, but with each word, a chilling sense of deja vu washed over Rakiel. Javan's voice continued, a silken trap. Imagine, he proposed, a choice. 2 paths to save a crumbling nation, to revive its dying people. Then, the memory hit Rakiel like a physical blow. This was that question, the infamous dilemma from the novel, the one the Demon Sword Emperor, Javan, posed to his future subordinates. And now, Javan began to lay out the first choice. You offer your own life. The nation would thrive, reborn from your sacrifice, but your name, your bloodline, would be forever stained. Generations would inherit only shame, your family's legacy, forever marred by your ultimate decision. Then, the insidious alternative. You sacrifice another, your hands would be clean, your conscience untroubled by public opinion. Instead, you would be hailed as a savior, lauded as a hero for centuries to come. Javan's voice, smooth as silk, delivered the ultimate twist. Either path, he stated, would lead to the same outcome, a glorious nation, a thriving people. Leaning closer, his eyes like daggers, Javan demanded Rakiel's decision. The air crackled with anticipation. Javan pressed for an answer. Rakiel's heart hammered. He knew the stakes. One wrong word, one displeasing response, and his life would be forfeit. He met Javan's gaze, buying time. Rakiel meticulously repeated the 2 grim choices, which Javan confirmed with a chilling nod. His mind raced, sifting through chapters of forgotten knowledge. This was Javan, the tyrant from his past life's novel. a man of profound suspicion, trusting no one, not even his most loyal subordinates. This very question was his ultimate test, a twisted interview for those he deemed worthy to stand by his side. Yet, no one, not a single soul, had ever given him the right answer. The cruel irony, even Javan himself didn't know the answer he sought. But one response was unforgivable hesitation. No matter his grand designs for them, the moment he sensed indecision, their life was forfeit, an instant, merciless execution. Javan's voice cut through the silence, laced with dangerous impatience. Cannot make a decision. But instead of fear, a different emotion surged through Rakiel. He erupted in furious defiance, rebuking the sheer absurdity of the dilemma. How can a nation, a people, be reduced to such monstrous choices? In a blur of motion, Javan's sword flashed from its sheath. Rakiel's rudeness earned him a blade to the throat, despite choosing neither option. Pale, but resolute, Rakiel swiftly clarified. He had simply spoken the unvarnished truth, his genuine conviction. Javan's eyes narrowed, a silent challenge in his gaze. Do you truly mean that? But the expected fury never came. Instead, a strange, unfamiliar stirring began within Javan, roused by Rakiel's words. He couldn't comprehend this foreign emotion. Observing the tyrant, Rakiel instantly recognized Javan's bewilderment. For in the novel, Javan would search his entire life for the answer to that very question, only finding enlightenment in the shadow of his own death. Then, abrupt and unexpected, Javan dismissed him. Rakiel flinched in surprise. Before a word could escape Rakiel's lips, Javan's cold command echoed, I do not wish to see you again today. Stumbling out of the tyrant's tent, Rakiel finally drew a shuddering breath. Death had been narrowly averted, for now. Yet, his mind raged, consumed by one burning question, how to escape this living nightmare, permanently. Suddenly, a soldier beckoned. Rakiel was to report to a tent adjacent to Javan's. Panic seized Rakiel. Javan had explicitly stated he wanted Rakiel out of his sight. Now, the soldier led him straight back into the tyrant's direct view. Rakiel silently pleaded for a miraculous rescue from his loyal companions. Meanwhile, within his own tent, Javan sat, lost in the depths of his own mind. Blood, he knew, had always been the crucible of his revolution. But now, he grappled with a tormenting doubt. Could the kingdom he envisioned, the one he fought for, truly be called a nation? The silence offered no solace. Frustration, raw and potent, consumed him. With a savage grip, he crushed the wineglass in his hand. Crimson mingled with spilled wine, a stark reflection of his inner turmoil. He muttered, a low growl, how utterly ridiculous. 3 days later, under the cloak of midnight, Damien and Garden, ever vigilant, watched their master's tent. Rakiel, thankfully, was now lodged in a separate tent adjacent to Javan's. Garden whispered urgently, we have to facilitate his escape, and soon. The thought of their crown prince serving a man like Javan still filled him with revulsion. Damien, however, grimly acknowledged their impotence. For now, all they could do was trust Rakiel's cunning. A sudden shift. A guard's head snapped up, alert to their presence. Damien, quick-witted, let out a convincing cat's meow. The guard, fooled by the stray, relaxed his stance and moved on. Resuming their hidden vigil, Damien muttered to Garden, this is beyond ridiculous. The following morning, Rakiel cautiously peered from his tent. Guards outside Javan's camp confirmed the tyrant's presence within. 2 days had passed without a summons. Could this be his chance, a window for escape? Suddenly, he overheard Javan's voice. The tyrant desired a walk. A moment later, Javan himself appeared. He commanded his guards to remain. Then, his piercing gaze locked onto Rakiel. Tell me. Javan's voice cut through the air. What are your true intentions, remaining here like this? Rakiel froze in his tracks, the chilling realization hitting him like a bucket of ice water. His fleeting hope for freedom had just been crushed. Moments later, they stood at the precipice of a towering cliff. Our poor doctor was gasping for air, his lungs burning, realizing this simple walk was actually a brutal hike from hell. Javan stood like a statue beside him, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, looking every bit the unbothered warrior. He broke the silence, admitting he had pondered Rakiel's earlier rude retort, but had ultimately decided to reject it. Rakiel noticed the storm of conflict still raging behind the man's eyes. Javan continued his monologue, declaring with fanatical conviction that sacrifice, whether self-inflicted or forced upon others, was the highest form of nobility. The weight of spilled blood, he insisted, was the holy baptism that made their revolution sacred. In his mind, Rakiel scoffed at the absolute lunacy, yet he kept his mouth shut. He knew Javan was merely parroting the twisted ideals of a manipulator, making it impossible to reason with him. Still, Rakiel chose silence over suicide. There was no point in arguing with a fanatic. His entire focus shifted to one goal: finding a crack in the armor to escape. Desperate to break the suffocating atmosphere, he awkwardly asked about Javan's injured hand. Javan dismissed it as a minor training mishap, but Rakiel wasn't buying it for a second. A sword master of his caliber wouldn't make such a rookie blunder. He insisted on examining the wound, playing the personal physician card, but Javan's pride was a fortress too high to scale. Rakiel grumbled under his breath, frustration bubbling up at his patient's stubborn arrogance. Trying to ease the tension, he awkwardly commented on the refreshing breeze. Javan immediately shut him down, pointing out, deadpan, that the air was completely still. Flustered, Rakiel tried again, rambling about the dust in the atmosphere, his voice cracking as he tried to sound casual. Javan watched him quietly. He realized just how drastically different Rakiel was from himself, and utterly unlike any subordinate he had ever commanded. Strangely, a sense of calm washed over him. Despite only knowing this man for a few days, the walls around his heart began to lower. He couldn't remember the last time he had let his guard down like this, if he ever had at all. His mind drifted back to Rakiel's earlier defiance. He wondered if perhaps the doctor was right, but his towering pride refused to let the words escape his lips. Looking at Rakiel, he began to question the nature of their bond. Was this man destined to be a trusted aide, a loyal subordinate, or something else entirely? A foreign concept took root in his mind: friendship. With that epiphany, for the first time in his life, Javan truly opened up. He confessed that once he had dreamed of becoming a painter. Rakiel was struck dumb by this sudden, heart-to-heart revelation. Staring into the abyss of the sky, Javan revealed his childhood passion for the arts, admitting he actually had genuine talent. Rakiel couldn't help but ask, why choose the path of the sword over the brush? Javan answered with a cold detachment. It was his father's cruelty. The man had used a whip to literally beat the artistic passion out of his own son. But the blood of the stubborn ran thick in both of them. Finally, Javan revealed they had made a high-stakes bet. If he passed the entrance exam for the art academy, he would be free to paint. If he failed, he would surrender to his father's will. Rakiel assumed he had failed, but Javan corrected him sharply. He had passed, but his father had pulled strings from the shadows to have his acceptance permanently revoked. 10 days later, his father was dead. Rakiel's blood ran cold. The terrifying implication hanging in the air: did Javan kill his own father? Javan offered no confirmation, only a chilling smirk that left the gruesome truth to Rakiel's imagination. Rakiel finally grasped the darkness behind Javan's words, and his desperation to escape spiked to critical levels. Seeing the doctor's troubled face, Javan assumed he was simply bored by the story. Rakiel tried to deny it, but Javan wasn't the type to believe anyone could care about his tragic origins. Suddenly, Javan extended his hand. The condition of the wound had deteriorated rapidly. Rakiel, caught off guard, tried to brush it off, but the moment he inspected it, his playful demeanor vanished. It was the early onset of cellulitis. His voice turned serious as he informed Javan that a thorough diagnosis was non-negotiable. Activating his system's skill pulse diagnosis, he scanned Javan's body, medical data flooding his vision. His eyes widened in sheer awe at the man's monstrous physical stats. But then, a specific anomaly caught his eye. A slow, cunning smile spread across Rakiel's lips. He had found it, the golden ticket to his freedom. He analyzed the report with the focus of a predator. The system revealed a severe case of chronic neurogenic migraines, a condition demanding absolute rest and zero emotional stress. But the clincher was the warning: if symptoms worsened, immediate cessation of all activity was mandatory to prevent collapse. The discovery floored him. In the original novel, there was never a single mention of the villain suffering from such a weakness. He couldn't believe it. this genius strategist, this financial prodigy, was secretly battling a crippling neurological disorder, and not a soul knew about it. Reikiel trusted his skill implicitly. His medical diagnosis was absolute law. At that moment, Reikiel's own internal organs practically screamed with envy. They looked at the perfect rhythm of Javan's lungs and his god-tier physique, wishing they could abandon Reikiel's weak body and trade places with the Swordmaster. But before the thought can even take root, the brain roars from the shadows, berating the stomach with furious command. It issues a grim warning to the entire body. If the mind crumbles under the agony of a migraine, the entire system will shut down completely. Terror grips every organ as the brain's decree echoes through the nervous system. And instantly, their petty jealousy vanishes. They realize the horrifying truth. None of them could survive the hell that is Javan's existence. Reikiel shifts his focus, analyzing the diagnosis with clinical precision. He finally grasps the root of the chaos. It is a vicious cycle. Javan's tormented mind lashes out, punishing his stomach with neurogenic storms. Reikiel knows the medical reality all too well. Chronic agony in the skull inevitably destroys the gut. He realizes the terrifying truth. This man's body has been operating far past its breaking point. He probes into the condition of his patient's mind. Javan confesses with a heavy sigh. His thoughts are a ceaseless battlefield, constantly warring over strategies to breach the Valwis fortress. Reikiel demands the absolute truth. In that moment, Javan freezes, realizing his soul has been laid bare before this healer. The protagonist offers a knowing smile, confirming his diagnosis. Javan stares in awe, finally understanding why the world reveres Ryan as a saint. His perception transcends the mortal realm, seeing what others cannot. Javan clutches his throbbing temples. He admits this is no mere headache, but a curse he has endured in silence. He is baffled. How could Ryan unearth a secret he has guarded with his life? Reikiel simply shrugs, claiming it was mere intuition, a humble answer that leaves the commander utterly stunned. He describes the torment. With every pulse of blood, it feels as though a rusted spike is being driven deeper into his skull with every single breath. Reikiel learns the dark history. This agony has been Javan's shadow since childhood. A relentless torture that twisted his temper and forged his heart into cold steel. Long ago, before the wars, he found sanctuary only in the stroke of a brush. Painting was his only peace. The rhythm of the brush, the silence of the colors, they offered a fleeting escape from the pounding madness. He once dreamed of a life as an artist, where the pain would fade into the canvas. But fate is cruel. The gentle path of art was crushed, replaced by the ruthless call of power. The sword usurped the brush, and with the blade came a dark epiphany. As he cut down his foes, he felt a twisted satisfaction, transmuting his inner agony into outward destruction. Bloodshed became his only medicine, an outlet for the torture that refused to die. Reikiel presses further, but Javan confesses that even at the pinnacle of strength, there is no solace. The suffering remains, festering beneath layers of icy pride and iron control. He has accepted this cursed existence, believing that the cruelty born of pain is what forged his legendary status. Reikiel's curiosity peaks, wondering what remedies the commander has attempted. Javan reveals a history of desperation. From ancient herbal brews to the most advanced modern techniques, he has tried them all. Yet, the pain prevails. Dozens of physicians have failed him, and for many, that failure was their death sentence. A cold chill runs down Reikiel's spine. Javan assures him he has no immediate plans for execution, but the threat hangs in the air like a blade. Reikiel knows the stakes have just skyrocketed. He must find a way to survive this monster. His mind races at lightning speed, locking onto his greatest weapon, his healing skill. Success means safety. Failure means death. He steps forward, offering to treat the migraine at its source. Javan scoffs, skepticism clouding his eyes, having watched so many confident doctors march to their graves. Reikiel switches tactics. He abandons arrogance, presenting his offer not as a guarantee, but as a humble, desperate attempt. The authenticity in his voice strikes a chord. Javan relents, deciding that a failure here would be a mere disappointment, rather than a capital offense. As twilight falls, the two meet once more within the command tent. Javan takes his seat, a statue of tension. Reikiel stands behind him, raising his hands, wondering if his energy can truly pierce through this legendary pain. With the grace of a master, he places his hands gently near Javan's temples. Javan starts to question the method, but Rakiel silences him with a sharp command. Focus is absolute. A calm rhythm falls from his lips as he invokes the system's power. Healing hands. Instantly, a wave of divine relief washes over Javan. He freezes, shocked by a sensation he hasn't felt in decades. Absolute relaxation. Rakiel holds the connection, keeping his patient grounded. He whispers a single question. What is life like without the darkness? Javan hesitates. The silence in his mind is alien, unfamiliar, almost terrifying in its purity. Tears well up in the warrior's eyes, unbidden and uncontrollable. The iron wall crumbles. He breaks down, unable to believe that Ryan has actually slain the demon inside his head. But Rakiel cuts the celebration short. He delivers the harsh reality. Do not rejoice yet. This miracle lasts for only one day. Javan's eyes widen in horror. The thought of the pain returning tomorrow strikes him like a physical blow. Rakiel nods solemnly, but he offers a lifeline. I can banish the pain, but I must treat you every single morning. Desperate, as Javan seeks confirmation that the peace will last until dawn, Rakiel assures him it will, warning him sternly, do not oversleep, do not miss a session. A long, shuddering breath escapes Javan's lips. Relief floods his system. He swears to be there, putting his fate in Rakiel's hands. Internally, Rakiel smirks. The trap is set. The plan is unfolding perfectly. The more addicted Javan becomes to this relief, the more absolute Rakiel's control becomes. And once that leash is tight enough, once the dependence is total, Rakiel plans to vanish into the shadows, leaving the monster on a string. Outwardly, his voice remains as steady as a still lake, soothing Javan's worries with practiced ease. Every morning, our scheming protagonist repeats this deceptive dance with his captor. He hovers his palms over the tyrant's head. A gentle current of mana flows forth, washing away the agony until not a trace of pain remains. Javan gazes up at him with fanatical devotion, convinced such mercy could only come from a descended saint. The moment the light fades, Ryan announces that the treatment is complete. A wave of euphoria washes over Javan. He confesses that a life without Ryan's divine touch would be a hell he could no longer endure. Meanwhile, a cold smirk hides behind Ryan's eyes. Every piece on the board is moving exactly according to his grand design. Later that day, after another session of healing, he approaches Javan with a grave expression. He claims there is a vital matter they must discuss. When the warlord asks for details, Ryan spins a new web of lies. He explains that to maintain the potency of his healing art, he must perform a sacred ritual tonight. Javan listens, hanging on every word. Rion claims the power he wields is a loan from the heavens, not a gift he owns. He explains that under the gaze of the full moon, he must offer pure, cold water to the celestial body from the moment it rises until it sets. If the ritual is broken, the blessing will shatter. His healing gift would vanish into the void for an entire month, until the next lunar cycle. Terror strikes Javan's heart at the mere suggestion. He asks if the power would truly be lost. Ryan nods with solemn intensity, swearing on his very honor that it is the absolute truth. He adds the final condition. The prayer must be performed in absolute solitude. If a single pair of eyes witnesses the ritual, the blessing will evaporate instantly. A shiver of dread runs down Javan's spine. The thought of losing Ryan's healing is a nightmare he cannot face. The return of that excruciating pain is a fate worse than death. Ryan speaks calmly, closing the trap. This is why he requires a secluded sanctuary, a hidden location where he can commune with the heavens undisturbed. He asks Javan to make the arrangements. Though anxiety gnaws at him, Javan agrees instantly, promising to prepare the site himself. When he designates the spot, Ryan nods humbly, insisting that no gratitude is needed since he is the one serving a debt. As they part ways, Ryan delivers a final warning. Once the ritual begins, no one must even look in the direction of the prayer site. Javan vows that he will stand guard below with his elite soldiers. He swears the sanctuary will remain inviolate. Our cunning protagonist makes a false promise to return at dawn. He assures the warlord not to worry, claiming he has no reason to flee when his duty to Javan remains unfulfilled. They clasp hands, sealing the deception. That night, Ryan sits in silence before a bowl of water, his gaze fixed on the silver moon. He begins to chant, his low voice drifting on the night wind like a spell. Below, the soldiers exchange confused whispers. They puzzle over the strange ceremony, one murmuring that it must be a technique of the divine. Another admits the ways of a saint are beyond a soldier's understanding. Ryan continues his monotonous chant, the hours stretching until the first light of dawn pierces the horizon. As the morning sun bleeds across the sky, chaos suddenly erupts. The soldiers rush toward Javan, screaming an urgent alarm. One of them stammers out the impossible report. The physician Ryan has vanished into thin air. Javan stands frozen like a statue, his mind shattering under the weight of the realization. Just last night, our hero was chanting his holy verses beneath the pale moonlight, just as Ryan believed his plan was unfolding perfectly, with the oblivious soldiers standing guard behind him. He had smirked internally, certain of his victory. But suddenly, the earth itself had betrayed him. Before he could react, he plunged into the darkness. He shouted as he fell, crashing down into a hidden cage beneath the earth. Gordon and Damien rushed to his side, their voices cutting through the gloom. Gordon yells that they arrived at the extraction point exactly as commanded. Flashback to the northern region. Goyam had delivered a secret missive from Ryan to his allies while Javan was distracted. In that letter, he laid out the blueprint for his escape. He ordered them to rendezvous in the small forest beneath the cliffs before the sun rose. Though the message seemed like madness at the time, the truth is now clear. In the present, Damien asks how Ryan knew of this hidden cavern buried within the hill. Ryan replies with cool confidence. He claims that his time in captivity allowed him to study the terrain, noticing details others would miss. Damien is awestruck by his memory. But inwardly, our protagonist knows the truth is far simpler. It was all in the book, in the original novel's timeline. Damien himself discovered this secret passage during the Great War against the Empire. He snaps back to reality, urging them to move with haste toward the kingdom's army stationed in the Central Plains. As they slip behind the cave, Damien questions the safety of their route. Ryan assures him that with both the kingdom's forces and the rebels watching this zone, it is the eye of the storm. Neither army dares to make a reckless move here. It is the perfect blind spot. He points to the map, his strategist's mind at work. Visibility is too high in the daylight, so they must lay low until the shadows of night return. Morning passes in tense silence, but their peace is shattered in an instant. A booming voice rolls across the field like thunder, calling out for Ryan. It announces that the physician is rat in a trap. The horses are still in the stables. Escape on foot is impossible under the hawk-like gaze of the surveillance. Our terrified hero freezes. He recognizes that voice instantly. It belongs to the monster. Javan. The warlord's voice drips with possessive madness. He declares that despite the betrayal, he is willing to offer forgiveness one last time. He proclaims he will spare Ryan's life for this transgression. But the demand is absolute. Ryan must step forward before the count of 3 or face the consequences. Deep within the imperial castle, the emperor and his aide freeze as a distant roar shakes the very air. There is no mistaking that voice. It is the rebel leader, Javan. Raquel whispers to his trembling companions, his voice barely audible, "Keep your heads down. If they find us now, we won't just be dragged back. We will be returned as cripples." Garden shudders, terror gripping his heart. But Raquel remains calm, his eyes sharp. "Trust me. If Javan makes a move, the kingdom's army will strike back instantly." The booming voice counts down like the tolling of a death bell. 1, 2, 3. Silence follows. "See," Raquel breathes out. "We are safe." But suddenly, the air turns scorching hot. Flames erupt from the earth itself. Panic seizes him as he peeks over the rocks to witness the nightmare. The enemy army has unleashed hell. A storm of flaming arrows blots out the sky, setting the entire land ablaze in an instant. The physician's face twists in horror at the sight of the inferno. Damien screams over the roar of the fire. "We have to move. If we stay here, we'll be roasted alive." Raquel's mind races, his heart hammering against his ribs like a war drum. He makes a split-second decision. Run head northeast now. Damien freezes, confusion written all over his face. Northeast? You mean toward Ambo? That route is suicide. Garden cries out in protest, but Raquel grabs him, eyes blazing. We lied to the princess to get this far. If we are caught now, it is certain death. Move. The wildfire spreads with terrifying speed, carried by the wind from west to east. Running away just lets the fire chase us. Raquel shouts. We have to cut across the wind, move at a right angle to the flames. There is no time to argue. Suddenly, a wall of fire explodes before them, and from the inferno steps Javan. His eyes burn with murderous rage as he points a finger. You traitor, Raquel. He raises a sword wreathed in roaring flames. Advance, he screams to his imperial guard. Show no mercy. His voice pierces the chaos. Cut off their legs. Make sure they never run again. The soldiers surge forward, weapons gleaming under the blood-red sky. High in the castle, the Emperor watches the smoke rise in the distance. He frowns, his aura heavy. What madness is this? What could drive Javan to burn his own territory? Below, the rumble of cavalry shakes the ground as the chaos unfolds. His aide squints through the choking smoke. He barely spots 3 small silhouettes fleeing the carnage. Sire, they appear to be ordinary men, nothing more. The Emperor narrows his eyes, sensing something deeper. What did Javan shout before the attack began? The subordinate hesitates. I cannot say, Your Majesty. He must have infused his voice with mana to conceal the message. A psychological tactic, the Emperor muses. He seeks to unsettle us. We must not waver in this battle of wills. Shall I lead a rescue team for the pursued? The aide asks. No, the Emperor commands, his voice like iron. You stay by my side. Instead, send Adeline. Let the royal guard handle this. Her presence will be a beacon for our people. Moments later, Adeline mounts her warhorse, the royal guard awaiting her command. She draws her blade, determination burning in her eyes like a blue flame. Ride northeast for the kingdom. Her mind focuses on only one thing, saving the innocent. Silent gratitude fills her heart as she grips the reins. Thank you, Raquel. Because of you, I found the strength to stand tall wherever you are. I hope you are watching me now. I will never forget the debt I owe you. As she tears through the smoke, a familiar shape emerges from the haze. That profile, that posture. Shock hits her like a physical blow. It is him. It is Raquel. He is shouting to his men, urging them forward. Adeline, she calls out, confusion swirling in her mind. Why is the crown prince standing here? She locks eyes with him. Raquel freezes, a nervous sweat breaking out. This encounter was not part of his plan. Explain yourself, she commands, signaling her guards to hold. What is the meaning of this? He forces a laugh, trying to hide his terror behind a mask of confidence. Fancy meeting you here. He tries to deflect. But surely, shouldn't you be at the palace? Do not play games with me, she snaps. He stammers. I had reasons, everything I did. But she cuts him off cold. 10 days, she cries, her voice cracking with emotion. It has been more than 10 days since your last letter. No farewell, no word. I thought you were safe at home, and yet here you are, hunted like a criminal. Her gaze drops to this coat he wears. The emblem stitched there. Her blood runs cold. That crest. Her voice trembles with fury. You have been with the rebels this whole time. You traitor. I was with their command. Yes. He admits, his voice dropping to a serious tone. But I learned their secrets. It was a necessary evil, a sacrifice for a cause greater than myself. Sacrifice, she scoffs in disbelief. I risked my life, he insists. I infiltrated the enemy. I honed my instincts, waiting for the perfect moment to strike from within. Everything I did, it was all to serve the kingdom. Adeline stands stunned. The weight of his words, the magnitude of his gamble. It is too much to process in the heat of battle. Save the lovers' quarrel for later. Garden screams, cutting through the tension. He points a shaking finger. Javan is coming. He is right on top of us. Raquel instantly shifts into combat mode. He ducks behind Adeline. Take Damien and Garden. Get them on the horses. I will cover our retreat. Garden responds with military precision, bowing to the command. while the rest of the squad quakes in their boots, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of dread. He pleads with her, his voice frantic, insisting they settle the score another day right now. Survival is the only victory yet. Adeline stands like a statue of ice, radiating an eerie calmness amidst the chaos. Her eyes narrow as she scoffs at the very idea of retreat, pointing out that their legion outnumbers the rebel scum 2-1. To her, this isn't a trap. It is a golden opportunity to crush the opposition beneath her heel and ignite the fires of glory in her soldiers' hearts. But he screams in terror, the blood draining from his face. He warns her that staying means an agonizing death because Haviland himself leads the charge, and that monster is hunting him specifically. Confusion flickers across her stoic expression. She cannot fathom why a tyrant like Haviland would move heaven and earth just to capture a single man. A bitter laugh escapes his lips as he reveals the twisted truth to Haviland. He has become the most obsessed over prize in existence. Adeline scans the horizon, watching the inferno of war race toward them as the enemy noose tightens. Their hesitation has cost them dearly. The thunder of hooves signals that Haviland's elite cavalry is already upon them. Escape is no longer a luxury they possess. There is only one choice left, kill or be killed. With a metallic ring, Adeline unsheathes her blade, her voice booming as she rallies her troops to form a wall of steel behind her. The soldiers snap into formation, locking shields. Rakiel grips her trembling arm, begging her to flee, but she shakes him off, her eyes burning with resolve to buy time for the main force to escape. She roars commands like a goddess of war, ordering the second and third lines to level their crossbows at the encroaching darkness. Tension snaps like a taut string. "Loose," she screams, and the sky turns black as a merciless hail of bolts whistles through the air. A spear streaks toward the enemy commander like a lightning bolt, but his warhorse rears up with supernatural reflexes, cheating death by a hair's breadth. The Aerostorm finds its mark, tearing riders from their saddles. Seizing the moment, Adeline barks the order for a tactical withdrawal, her men forming a protective shell around her as they fall back. For a fleeting second, hope blooms in her chest they might actually survive this, but then a bone-chilling sound pierces the din of battle, forcing her to spin around. The color drains from her face, leaving her ghost white. Stepping from the swirling smoke like a demon from the abyss, Haviland appears, wearing a smile that freezes the blood in her veins. Rakiel feels his heart hammer against his ribs. That grin is the face of pure madness. In the blink of an eye, the tyrant vanishes from his mount, moving faster than sight. "He's gone," Rakiel screams, but the warning comes too late. The earth before them explodes upward in a shower of dirt and stone. Haviland lands like a meteor, the shockwave shattering the ground beneath their feet. Terror grips them both as the tyrant's burning gaze locks onto Rakiel, asking with venomous calm if the little game of deception was worth the price. Drawing a blade wreathed in hellfire, he swears a blood oath that Ryan will never slip through his fingers again. He blurs forward with godlike speed. Rakiel feels the cold scythe of the Reaper against his neck, his body paralyzed by the sheer killing intent. Just as the fatal blow descends, a shadow intercepts Damien, throws himself into the fray, his blade meeting the tyrant's strike with a cataclysmic boom that blinds the battlefield. Haviland's eyes narrow, assessing the intrusion. He acknowledges the strength behind the block, but dismisses it as merely annoying, not threatening. "Barely a mid-tier swordsman," he scoffs. A casual flex of his aura sends Damien skidding backward, but the loyal protector digs his heels in and launches a counter-offensive. Steel clashes against steel, sparks flying like fireworks as Damien dances on the razor's edge of death, high above the chaos. Rakiel watches, his soul screaming in helplessness. He knows the grim math of this fight. Damien is outclassed. He must retreat before his loyalty becomes his tombstone. But Rakiel is spent, his mana drained and body broken. The thought barely registers before his legs give out, and he collapses into Adeline's waiting arms. She catches him, her grip iron tight, commanding him to stand. "The vanguard is sacrificing their lives for seconds," she yells. "We cannot waste them. We move, now," she urges. But Rakiel's eyes are glued to the duel. He refuses to abandon Damien to the slaughter. She screams that staying means mass suicide. They cannot trade an army for one man. But Rakiel's mind races. This isn't just about loyalty, or even Damien's destiny as a hero. It is a secret woven into the fabric of reality itself. If the truth of Damien's origin is exposed, the architect of this world will descend, and that would spell doom for them all. Desperate, he snaps his head toward the commander. "Adeline," he shouts, his voice cutting through the noise. "The lives of everyone here rest in your hands now," he declares. She stares back, bewildered by the sudden shift in his aura. His voice drops to a lethal whisper. "You will follow my every word without question," he commands, demanding her absolute surrender to his plan. He leans in, whispering a strategy so reckless, so insane, that her eyes widen until they threaten to split. The sheer impossibility of his request hits her like a physical blow. He grips her hands, his gaze intense and unyielding, assuring her it can be done, even as she looks at him like he's lost his mind. He turns back to the chaos. His mind wanders into the philosophical abyss, how certain triggers in this twisted world carry karmic debts far heavier than their rewards. Not every evolution is a blessing. Some changes are curses in disguise. What looks like salvation is often just annihilation wearing a pretty mask tearing down the old, only to leave nothing in its place. Chaos masquerades as progress, but it only breeds suffering. The legendary Dark Sword Emperor is the avatar of this paradox, bringing both ruin and rebirth in equal measure. And Damien stands at the epicenter of this hurricane amidst the ashes of a fallen empire, where the laws of physics no longer apply. His power begins to surge. He will fracture reality itself, reforging the world from the jagged shards of the old order. This terrible weight is his birthright, a destiny he must embrace. Rakiel snaps his focus back to the immediate danger. A cold realization strikes him, perhaps pushing Damien to the brink of death. Abandoning him to this hopeless crisis is the only key to unlocking his true potential. But he shudders at the implication. Once that ancient entity awakens within him, the world as they know it will face its final apocalypse. This knowledge carries the weight of destiny. Rakiel concocts endless lies and deceptive excuses, all to keep Damien on a tight leash, never letting him leave his sight. He weathers storms of absolute chaos, but keeping the boy close is the only way to shatter the tragic fate written in the original novel. Yet, destiny refuses to be tamed. Despite every trap and trick, the gears of disaster begin to turn once more. Rakiel forces his trembling heart to still. Panic is a luxury he cannot afford. The turmoil in Cremo is nothing compared to the cataclysm that Damien's awakening would unleash upon the world. He locks eyes with the princess, a silent question hanging in the air. She hesitates, steeling her nerves for a heartbeat, before giving a sharp nod. She is ready. Chaos explodes around them. Steel screams against steel as the armies crash together in a symphony of violence. The duel of the century begins. Javon faces down Damien. Blue mana erupts from the boy, cloaking him in a volatile aura of power. Tired already, Javon taunts, his voice dripping with arrogance. He launches a devastating assault, the sheer weight of his blow forcing Damien to question his very survival. At first glance, it looks like a desperate defense. Damien barely deflects each lethal strike. But to the trained eye, a terrifying truth begins to surface. He isn't just blocking by a hair's breadth. Damien weaves through the onslaught, mitigating the damage with godlike precision. Javon's eyes narrow. He knows this breed of warrior. The type who does not break under pressure, but evolves. The battlefield is his cocoon. Realization strikes Javon like a thunderbolt. He must crush this insect now, before it transforms into a monster he cannot defeat. Javon shifts his stance, his aura sharpening. In a blink, his speed transcends human limits, a blur of motion. He materializes behind Damien, striking from a blind spot, yet defying all logic. The boy's blade is already there to meet him. The parry sends the attack crashing into the earth. The ground shatters, revealing the monstrous strength hidden within Damien's slender frame. Javon's composure cracks. To dodge a strike meant to be fatal, that requires reflexes that touch the realm of the divine. "You have spirit," Javon admits, "but this ends now." Damien stumbles but rights himself, blood dripping from his lips. I can still fight." Foolish bravery. Their blades collide in a spark of fury, but in that split second, the atmosphere shifts heavily. Javon unleashes his true power. With a flick of his wrist, he sends Damien flying backward like a broken doll. Damien slams into this cliffside, the rock cracking upon impact. "Boring," Javon spits, approaching the fallen boy. He raises his blade high, ready to deliver the executioner's stroke. As death looms, Damien's mind drifts. Of all the ways to go, He never imagined his story ending in a desolate place like this. The blade falls toward his heart, but the world suddenly turns gray. Time freezes. The cold steel inches closer, yet fear is nowhere to be found. A serene, unnatural calm washes over his soul. Even Javon freezes, sensing the anomaly. Damien's mana flow warps, twisting into something alien. Just as the steel tip touches his chest, a cataclysmic wave of energy explodes outward. The energy violates the laws of nature, but before the awakening completes, a familiar voice tears through the chaos. Now, Rakiel screams. The princess emerges from the shadows, heaving a massive boulder above her head like a titan. With a warrior's roar, she hurls the rock at the swordmaster. Javon sneers at the crude projectile. Child's play. But the rock was just a distraction. While Javon's eyes track the stone, Rakiel darts forward like a viper. Healing hands. Rakiel chants the verses at breakneck speed. You insolent rat. Javon roars, noticing the pest. Rakiel dives, hitting the dirt but never breaking his chant. He pours every ounce of his mana into the spell. Instantaneously, a wave of pristine vitality washes over Javon. The trap snaps shut. Javon stiffens. His murderous aura evaporates, replaced by a sudden, bewildering lightness. Rakiel grins from the dust. The swordmaster has no idea what he has just lost. That headache defined his very existence. Cognitive dissonance crashes into Javon's mind. The equilibrium of a lifetime is shattered in an instant. From their first encounter, Rakiel knew the secret. Every time Javon swung his blade, a spike of agony drilled into his skull. A curse born with him, a torture he endured not with magic, but with sheer, unyielding willpower. To grit his teeth was to breathe. The pain was his constant shadow, his cruel teacher. Even as he ascended to the realm of a swordmaster, the agony became the rhythm of his blade. His very technique was forged around the flinch of that pain. The pain was not just a burden, it was the foundation of his martial art. And now, Rakiel has stolen it away, while Javon stands paralyzed by the sudden comfort. Rakiel scrambles to Damien. Wake up, snap out of it. Damien blinks, staring at Rakiel as if seeing a ghost. What? What just happened? Rakiel demands, shaking him. The boy struggles to find words. I thought it was the end. The world went dark. Silence swallowed me. He looks at his hands, but then I heard you chanting. The healing hands. That annoying, familiar voice dragged him back from the abyss. And a single thought anchored him. I haven't been paid my danger bonus yet. The abyss receded. That greedy, desperate voice was the lifeline that pulled him back to the land of the living. In that split second, our main character realizes the truth. Damien has finally grasped the heavy secret buried deep within his soul. But the silence is shattered. Haviland's voice slices through the tension like a blade, demanding an end to the talk as he slams his massive sword into the earth. Sensing the murderous intent, Javon launches himself at Damien. The duel erupts once more with bone-chilling intensity. Steel screams against steel. Damien roars through the clash, promising to buy time for an escape while the window of opportunity remains open. He warns that hesitation now means death. There will be no second chances. Sparks fly like fireworks with every brutal collision. Rakiel's inner thought that Damien is a fool to linger suddenly slips out. He shouts the order, commanding the Crown Prince to run immediately. Damien freezes, stunned that his companion has voiced his own desperate thoughts. Rakiel steps closer, gripping Damien's shoulder, and mocks him for daring to doubt his master. Then, he exhales. A deadly purple haze, poisonous smoke he has been holding in his own lungs floods the battlefield. He had been inhaling it in tiny doses, saving it for this exact heartbeat. A calculated breath meant for a desperate counterattack. The toxic cloud surges straight toward Haviland. Even a single whiff of this poison entering a swordmaster's lungs could determine the victor. Ryan screams for the princess to enact Plan 119. Adeline responds instantly. Plan 119 means secure the Crown Prince at all costs, and she charges with her elite knights. Our boy grimly informs Damien that they have barely 5 seconds to form a defense. But Haviland is faster. He scoffs that no one leaves this place alive and strikes. A devastating blow flings Damien backward and crashes directly into our main character. They hit the dirt hard. Blood drips from his nose. His vision blurs into a hazy mess, but he realizes with terrifying clarity if he blacks out now, it is game over. The scene flashes back. Before leaving the palace, the royal mage had approached Rakiel with a proposal to cast a high-level disguise. Rakiel had been skeptical, doubting whether such magic could truly hold up in battle, but Zenites, with a mischievous grin, reminded him of the lightning bolt he once survived and asked if he truly mistrusted such a simple glamour. Rakiel relented and placed his trust in the mage. However, Zenites added a grave warning. One specific condition would shatter the spell instantly. He explained that a physical blow strong enough to render him unconscious would break the charm completely. His mana would form a protective shell to absorb the first fatal impact and prevent a blackout. But that safeguard works only once. Caution was absolute. Caution. Back in the present, a blinding light erupts on the battlefield. The disguise of Ryan shatters like glass. Standing there, bathed in radiant mana, is Rakiel, the crown prince of Magentano. Haviland's face twists in utter disbelief. The lowly physician he was fighting is actually the heir to the Empire. The troops hesitate, but Haviland draws his blade with renewed fury. He warns them to back off unless they want to see royalty slaughtered before their eyes. He drives his blade into the ground with a primal roar. A massive explosive shockwave sends Adeline and her soldiers flying like ragdolls. Rakiel frantically calculates his escape options, wondering if his royal title offers any shield here. He realizes instantly Haviland does not care. At best, he becomes a hostage. The rebellion claims victory, and the royal family loses all leverage. Total defeat. For now, he forces his trembling body to rise, waiting for the perfect split second to slip away. Then, realization strikes. He just survived a direct hit imbued with the overwhelming force of a first sword master. The Azrahan heart method engraved in his soul awakens. It analyzes the blow and adapts, identifying a hidden ability to observe impact and mitigate damage. A new system function unlocks HP conversion appears before his eyes, and Rakiel reels at the sheer power of the implication. It allows him to turn the health stored within his organs into raw, usable life force. Haviland screams of betrayal. He declares he once treated him as a friend and accuses Rakiel of mocking his kindness. Rakiel answers with cold scorn. He points out the harsh truth. Haviland is merely a rebel leader from a minor kingdom offering hollow goodwill to a crown prince. He asks if Haviland still sees him as the simple physician Ryan. That old kindness was never friendship. It was possessive, obsessive behavior disguised as care. He tells Haviland to stop humiliating himself and back away while he still has dignity. Haviland responds that he never wanted this tragedy, but his eyes go cold. He warns that in this chaos, no one will recognize the prince. He raises his sword, declaring that once he kills Adeline and her guards, no witnesses will remain to tell the tale. Rakiel asks if he intends to cripple him, but Haviland insists he will keep him as a captive forever to bring down the Empire. Rakiel stares him down and calls him completely insane. Haviland demands to know why Rakiel doubts his power. His dark aura explodes as he raises his blade to strike, but suddenly, his hands begin to tremble. Rakiel meets death with a calm, arrogant smile and whispers a single word, unbreakable. Rakiel activates the Azrahan breathing technique's hidden skill, Immovable Mode. It grants him 5 minutes of absolute fortitude. The durability of his mana circle hardens, shielding his nervous system completely. No matter how brutal the impact, he will not faint or lose consciousness. The system timer begins to tick down. 4 minutes and 59 seconds of invincibility remain. He recalls the torture he endured to forge this power. To unlock the immovable attribute, he had to withstand Adeline's bone-crushing shockwaves 500 times. And now, for the next 5 minutes, unconsciousness is an impossibility. No matter how broken his body becomes, he will not fall. Javan launches an assault with earth-shattering force. The impact is devastating. Rakiel's health plummets instantly, dropping to a critical 130 out of 300. The reality is terrifying. A single blow dealt catastrophic damage. Without the immovable status, that high-level strike would have knocked him into oblivion instantly. There is no time to hesitate. Survival demands the immediate activation of HP conversion. He burns 170 hit points from his reserves. The energy floods back into his veins, restoring his health to a perfect 300. The system confirms the restoration. It is flawless. This power is nothing short of a cheat code for immortality. Having survived the first deadly collision, the shadow of fear begins to lift. Rakiel sneers, openly mocking Javan's swordsmanship, but as he observes, he parries 2 strikes aimed at his legs, blows powerful enough to sever limbs in a heartbeat. Yet, miraculously, not a single scratch mars his skin where the steel made contact. The protagonist raises his voice in provocation. He laughs in the face of the so-called swordmaster, calling his strikes pitifully weak. But beneath the bravado, Rakiel has a mission. He must buy time for Damien's recovery. He taunts his enemy further, daring him to unleash his true, monstrous power. Javan surges forward like a bolt of lightning. He roars that he sees through these petty provocations. The blade connects with crushing weight. Rakiel's health bar takes another massive hit, plummeting to 190 out of 300. But he does not falter. Conversion activates instantly, pouring 110 points back into his body. Full recovery. A smirk plays on his lips. A real man faces death at maximum health, no matter the danger. Suddenly, the air freezes. An icy barrier manifests before him as the temperature plummets. Eternal frost has awakened. It is the Azrahan breathing technique infused with mana. It instinctively constructs a shield of absolute zero, but automatic defense is not enough. To master this, he must harvest mana from the very atmosphere to reinforce the ice. He enters a state of deep concentration. Mana floods his system, surging through every muscle, fiber, and nerve ending. His perception transcends human limits. Every sound echoes. Every movement slows to a standstill in his mind's eye. Javan attacks with killing intent, but Rakiel anticipates the trajectory perfectly. As the blade falls, he channels his power into a colossal shield of ice. The impact triggers the cataclysmic explosion that rocks the very earth beneath them. Dust and debris choke the air, blinding all vision. Rakiel strains his senses, searching for his enemy in the suffocating haze. The system intervenes. Meridian scanning activates, locking onto Javan's energy signature with ruthless precision. He sees through the deception instantly. The downward slash is a feint. The true killing blow is rising from the shadows. Javan strikes with full force, but Rakiel's barrier stands as an impenetrable fortress. A low chuckle escapes his lips. He mocks the swordmaster again. Javan's once terrifying power has become pitifully predictable. Suddenly, a notification blazes across his vision. In the heat of death's embrace, his mastery has ascended. Evolution complete. The skill has transformed into breathing technique single circle level 7. Javan unleashes a torrent of steel, but Rakiel moves like a phantom. His evasion is smoother, faster, effortless. With transcendent control, he weaves through the onslaught. His very organs resonate with power, granting a massive surge of 1,000 hit points. His heart screams at his body to move. Hesitation is death, and if he falls here, everything ends. The power erupts. His vitality skyrockets, pushing his maximum health to a staggering 7,000 stamina, resistance, regeneration, all stats amplified. As the clash of wills rages on, Rakiel's words cut deeper than swords, urging Javan to let go of his twisted obsession. But internally, Rakiel's hell is burning out. He is running on fumes. He just needs to endure 1 second longer, until Damien is ready to strike. If he can just bind Javan's blade here, Damien can launch a counterattack without being forced to awaken that dangerous power. Rakiel shifts tactics to conserve his waning energy. He abandons force for absolute stability, becoming an immovable object. Desperate to break his opponent's focus, Rakiel aims for the soul. He exhumes Javan's dark past, exposing the lie he's lived behind since the loss of his father. His voice is ice cold, but the words are daggers. Javan freezes mid-strike, his eyes widening in a horrifying realization. Rakiel twists the knife. He suggests that it wasn't hatred that drove the blade that day, but a tragic, foolish accident. Pure, unadulterated rage explodes from Javan. He screams for silence, smashing his fist against the ice barrier. Rakiel's eyes narrow. He has found the truth. It was a gamble based on the ramblings of a sleeping man, but that violent reaction confirms it. He has struck the bullseye of Javan's trauma. He presses the attack relentlessly. No one could have predicted that a clumsy, novice strike would actually claim a life. Not even Javan himself knew. In that blood-soaked moment, father and son discovered the boy's terrifying, cursed talent for killing. Javan's fury detonates. His aura roars like a wildfire, turning his blade into a beacon of pure destruction. Raquel braces himself as his defensive skill shatters. A nervous smile tugs at his lips. This chaotic turn was never in his calculations. Boom! The earth screams under a catastrophic blast. Smoke and debris swallow the battlefield in an instant. As the dust settles, a nightmare emerges. Javon steps through the haze, his blade raised high for the execution. Clang steel meets steel. Just before the end, a guardian intervenes. It is Damien, standing toe-to-toe with the monster, ignoring Javon's scornful taunts. Raquel's eyes widen in disbelief. His loyal shield now stands between him and death. Moments earlier, Damien had awakened amidst the choking smoke, his mind reeling from the impact. Nearby, a soldier cradles the unconscious Adeline, but in the distance, the clash between Javon and Raquel rages on. Damien senses Javon's power climbing back to its peak. If he doesn't act now, the enemy will become unstoppable. A memory flashes before his eyes. The endless days of swinging his sword, shattering wooden pillars in his quest for strength. He refuses to be weak again, not like the failure at Cremo, infusing mana into every strike. He had learned to cleave through solid stacks of timber, but it wasn't enough. To protect his liege, he needed power that transcended normal limits. Eyes shut tight, Damien forces his mana flow into overdrive. His heart pumps violently in reverse, forcing blood to trickle from his lips. The warning of his master echoes in his mind. Mana reversal is a path to the grave. He knows he is dancing with death. Clutching his chest to abort the technique, he suddenly freezes. Something is different. Pain does not come. Instead, the reverse mana surges like a torrent, shattering the invisible shackles within him. He navigates the chaos. With surgical precision, he guides the volatile energy, maintaining perfect control. His heart completes a half rotation. Boundless power floods his veins to test this newborn might. Damien strikes the earth. Crash! The ground fractures into massive chunks. His blade now sings with a terrifying weight. Back in the present, he realizes he has flirted with this power before, but never dared a full reversal. But hesitation is a luxury he cannot afford. If he fails here, Raquel dies, everyone dies. Determination hardens his soul. Today, he will shatter every limit as he closes his eyes. His heart roars with the crackle of internal lightning. He recites the ancient vow. The seed sown in the earth shall bloom into a fire that consumes the world. Explosive mana cloaks his body, ignoring Javon's sneer at his willpower. Damien charges headlong into hell. They collide. A shockwave of energy obliterates the surroundings. Raquel shields his face from the storm of dust and debris. Stubborn fool. Javon spits. Their weapons clash in a blur of sparks and violence. Raquel watches, trembling with shock. He realizes the truth instantly. Damien has unlocked the forbidden reversal heart. The blades lock with earth-shaking force. Javon's mind races in confusion. How can a brat without aura block a swordmaster? Only aura can stop aura. That is the law. For the first time, a chill of genuine fear creeps up Javon's spine. Damien unleashes another heavy strike. Javon's confusion turns into blinding fury. The swordmaster roars like a beast. He unleashes a barrage of lethal strikes, his blade slicing mere inches from Damien's skin. Suddenly, boom, a sphere of pure mana detonates, shattering Javon's aura in a single blow. Raquel stares, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Damien has accessed the Sword Emperor's ultimate secret, a technique that forcibly elevates the user's existence a full tier above their opponent. Against this tyranny, even a swordmaster is reduced to prey. Javon refuses to accept this humiliation. Desperate, he lunges forward, hand outstretched, preparing his deadliest art. One touch. If he lands just one touch, the unlimited strike will end this. Flash out of nowhere, Raquel intercepts the blow. He seizes Javon's wrist, leaving Damien utterly bewildered. Javon's hand trembles with unleashed power. The technique is already active. He realizes he's about to obliterate Raquel instead. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" he screams. Raquel answers with a chaotic grin. "I know exactly what this is. The Allion technique." But letting Damien continue, that would be the real disaster. Allion, an ancient art of mutual destruction. By channeling raw mana upon contact, it vaporizes the opponent's inner energy. In a contest of raw capacity, not even the reversal heart can save you. Damien's reserves are too small. This exchange would kill him instantly. Raquel sneers at the swordmaster. Picking on the weak, how pathetic. Javon roars in frustration, realizing the trap. You plan to die in his place. Sacrifice. Raquel's eyes glint with cold calculation. You are mistaken. I'm not here to die. I'm here to erase you. The Crown Prince activates the Kuzmin skill, casually crunching down on a sunflower seed. Immediately, the system screams a warning. He is consuming a relic meant only for mythical beasts because he possesses a fragile human body. The giant transformation effect has a strict time limit. He has exactly 3 minutes before the power fades. The red sunflower seed triggers a catastrophic rejection reaction. The system demands he seek a traditional medical doctor immediately before his body collapses. Team what? Princess Adeline and the royal guards can only stare, their jaws on the floor, as Rakiel's body erupts, expanding into a towering giant. The system adds a cruel penalty to the transformation. Once the effect ends, the backlash will knock him into a coma for 5 agonizing days. Miles away, the Emperor bellows at his aide, demanding an explanation for the Titan on the horizon, but his advisor stands frozen, unable to comprehend the absurdity before them. Rakiel realizes the fatal flaw in his plan. In this colossal form, the Elion healing magic is useless against the backlash. But there is no turning back now. He must endure these 3 minutes to stop Damien from undergoing a full, destructive awakening. He commands Haviland to surrender immediately, but the enemy is trapped. Haviland's blood vessels bulge as Rakiel's pure, overwhelming mana crushes him into submission. The enemy barely hears the warning, lost in a daze, contemplating the destruction of his own martial path. Haviland had clawed his way to the peak through endless bloodshed, asking himself if a lifetime of training was meant to end in this humiliation. Rakiel stares down, wondering why the fool won't let go. The interface flashes red. Only 56 seconds of giant mode remain. With no time to waste, Rakiel makes his move. He thrashes his arm wildly, shaking the Grandmaster like a ragdoll. Haviland shrieks in terror, begging for release, but the Titan's grip is inescapable, locking him in a prison of flesh and bone. Rakiel calculates the perfect trajectory. With a thunderous snap of his fingers, he launches Haviland into the horizon. The rebel leader skips across the earth like a stone before smashing into the distant cliffs. Rakiel grins, realizing he just shattered his own personal record. The princess sighs in relief, noting that the chaos has finally silenced the battlefield. Haviland's sword lies abandoned in the dust. As the timer hits 0, steam erupts from Rakiel's body, shrinking him back to human size just in time. A wave of dizziness hits him, but he smiles. The victory is his, yet a darker fear lingers. Is his loyal knight safe? But before he can take a step, the side effects kick in, and his body begins to convulse violently. He cries out Damien's name, his legs giving way. He collapses, barely whispering a concern for his knight. Damien catches him, terror in his eyes, ignoring his own safety to check on his master. Darkness fades as our protagonist's eyes flutter open. A voice is calling him, pulling him back from the void. Reality shifts. He suddenly finds himself in a lavish suit, with Princess Adeline clinging to his arm. His mind reels in confusion. Is this a memory or an illusion? The princess whispers that it is time for his grand entrance, adding another layer to this surreal nightmare. He stumbles onto a brightly lit stage. The host introduces him as the star of the show, and the audience explodes into thunderous applause. Suddenly, a system window materializes before his eyes. Congratulations, you have reached the double circle realm. The rewards keep coming. The second slot has been unlocked. New feature slot fusion acquired. In the background, a bartender named Garden casually shakes a mixer, explaining the mechanics of this cheat-like ability. Slot fusion allows the precise combination of stored materials, he says, demonstrating by materializing a perfect glass of wine from thin air. Rakiel's thoughts race at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Is this the system's reward, or just a fever dream? The scene snaps to black. He now stands in a desolate, empty hall. Facing him is Damien, but the knight's eyes are cold and accusing. Damien steps forward, gripping a blood-soaked blade. You knew everything from the start, didn't you? He hisses, radiating killing intent. Rakiel tries to plead his innocence. I did it to protect you. I had no choice. The knight closes the distance, demanding the truth. Rakiel tries to scream, but invisible force seals his lips shut. A chilling realization strikes him. This is not his Damien. This is the manifestation of his own guilt. The sword rises, gleaming in the darkness. Rakiel accepts his fate as the cold steel slices across his throat. So this is how I die. The vision shatters. Rakiel jolts awake in the real world, a scream tearing from his lungs. His panicked cries echo through the room. Damien is sitting right there on the bed, staring at him with concern. Rakiel trembles, sweat pouring down his face. He scans Damien desperately, checking if the knight is still in a berserk awakened state. Damien, covered in bandages and bruises, sighs. Just because you had a nightmare doesn't mean I'm forgetting my hazard pay, master. The comment hits Rakiel like a splash of cold water. Relief washes over him. Only the real Damien would care about money at a time like this. It is definitive proof that his sanity is intact. Rakiel laughs internally, thinking, "You greedy rascal. I've never been so happy to hear you ask for gold." He suddenly grabs Damien's wrist. "Let me see your hand," he orders. Damien pulls back, confused by the sudden affection. But Rakiel isn't being sentimental. He's checking the flow of mana, scanning the progress of the reversal heart technique. The diagnosis is clear. The awakening has accelerated, Rakiel murmurs. "You've already stepped into the realm of an advanced sword expert." Damien freezes, asking how he knew. Rakiel taps his head, reminding him of his divine skills. "I saw the symptoms the day we met. Your insomnia, the hypersensitivity. Your body is evolving too fast for your soul." Damien nods in silent obedience, extending his wrist for the examination. Rakiel activates his diagnostic senses. The pulse reading begins. In the system window flashes a comprehensive report. Damien is labeled purely human, just as Rakiel predicted. Yet, a subtle shift has occurred since their first meeting. The signs are unmistakable. His awakening is slowly but surely advancing. The status screen glows with promising data, exceptional vitality, monstrous physical strength, and perfect balance. But there is one glaring flaw: severe, chronic insomnia. The internal scans reveal the lingering ravages of that reckless mana reversal technique. His meridians are crying out for medicinal aid and absolute rest. And then, the system flags an anomaly: unidentified foreign tissue circulating deep within his bloodstream. This parasitic anomaly had been multiplying at a terrifying rate, but now it has gone dormant, its expansion halted by some unknown force. Staring at the floating text, Rakiel breathes a sigh of relief. It seems the awakening process has been forcefully paused for the time being. It must be the side effect of taking that devastating hit from Javelon's secret art in Damien's place. As long as the awakening remains stagnant, the situation is under control. Rakiel's expression hardens. He issues a grave warning to Damien: never attempt the mana reversal technique again. Damien tries to protest, claiming his body feels invincible, but Rakiel shuts him down instantly. There is no room for stubborn pride when death is knocking. "One more attempt will shatter your core permanently," Rakiel warns. He smirks dangerously, adding, "If you dislike my medical orders, try becoming the crown prince yourself to override them." With the lecture over, Rakiel stifles a yawn, his demeanor shifting back to casual. "Checkup complete. Now, brief me on everything I missed while I was out cold, including Xiaoman's status." Damien opens his mouth to report, but a commanding voice cuts through the air, volunteering to deliver the explanation personally. Both men freeze, turning to kneel as the Emperor of Amboise strides into the room. His presence fills the space as he requests a private audience with the Crown Prince, alone with the ruler. Rakiel listens as the Emperor bows his head not as a king, but as a father expressing profound gratitude for toppling the tyrant who plagued their lands. On behalf of the imperial family, the Emperor declares, "I welcome you and offer my eternal thanks." A wave of relief washes over Rakiel, followed by the familiar chime of the system. A blue window materializes, tallying the reputation points gained from this royal acknowledgement. He gets so absorbed in the rewards that he misses the Emperor calling his name. Rakiel snaps back to reality just in time, stammering that he was merely honored to serve the kingdom. The Emperor smiles benevolently before shifting the topic to the very answers Rakiel has been waiting for. "The moment Javelon fell," the Emperor recounts, "the rebel forces crumbled. Their will to fight vanished instantly. Justice will be swift. The conspirators face military tribunals, and Javelon himself rots in the deepest dungeon, awaiting judgment for high treason." Rakiel asks about the common soldiers. The Emperor sighs. Showing mercy, those forced into conscription will be spared the executioner's blade. But what of the ringleader? Rakiel presses for the fate of Javelon. The Emperor takes a calm sip of tea, his eyes turning cold. Javelon will become a test subject. A traitor of his caliber deserves neither mercy nor the honor of a quick death. He will serve the Empire as a living experiment, the Emperor adds without a shred of pity. A miserable end for a miserable wretch. Does that satisfy your curiosity? The Emperor asks. Rakiel forces a stiff smile, a cold sweat running down his back as he realizes the brutal nature of imperial politics. The Emperor's smile deepens, and Rakiel's instincts scream danger. The conversation isn't over yet. Suddenly, the Emperor mentions that letter, the one where Rakiel boldly addressed him as father-in-law. Rakiel's mind goes blank. He had completely forgotten his frantic bluff. Panic explodes. Rakiel leaps to his feet, bowing at a perfect 90 degrees. Stuttering apologies for his insolence, he scrambles for an excuse, claiming he was serious in the heat of the moment, but after knowing the princess, he realized they are destined to be just friends. The Emperor strokes his chin thoughtfully. So, sending my daughter to the capital was a wasted effort. Rakiel bows so low his nose nearly touches the floor, accepting his fate. But instead of rage, the Emperor burst into hearty laughter. Ah, the folly of youth. It is truly a wonderful thing. Rakiel blinks, stunned. The Emperor grins, reminiscing about his own younger days burning with passion one moment and cooling off the next. I hold no grudge, the Emperor assures him, but then his gaze sharpens. Tell me, did my daughter mistreat you during your travels? Rakiel hesitates, memories flashing through his mind. Mistreatment, well, she has a quiet exterior, but a fiery temper. The Emperor probes. Did she perhaps strike you? Rakiel inadvertently blurts out the truth, only about 500 times low, with full lethal force. Meanwhile, just outside the heavy oak doors, the princess is listening. Her face flushes a deep crimson, not from shame, but from pure, unadulterated rage. She bulldozes past the guards and slams the doors open with a thunderous crash. Rakiel! She screams, her voice echoing with enough force to scatter the birds from the palace roof. 3 days later, the chaos has settled, and Rakiel prepares to depart from Argentano, flanked by Damien and Garden. They offer their final bows to the Emperor. The princess steps forward, her eyes searching Rakiel's. Are you truly leaving this time? Rakiel nods, but she isn't done. A dangerous glint enters her eye. I haven't forgotten the amusing excuses you gave my father regarding our relationship. Her composure cracks, and she launches into a tirade as she berates him. Garden and Damien watch from the sidelines. Garden chuckles softly, watching the sparks fly, the vibrant energy of youth in full bloom. Rakiel's survival instincts kick in. Realizing he can't win this argument, he mutters a hasty farewell and literally flees the scene, running for his life toward the horizon. He salutes, wishing glory to the Empire, but before he can retreat, the princess seizes his arm, pulling him back and demanding to know where he thinks he's escaping to. Stepping into his personal space, she whispers a challenge next time. He'd better give her a fighting chance to win his heart. Rakiel dives into this carriage like his life depends on it. Shouting for immediate departure, the princess waves him off, a playful wish for safe travels on her lips. Safe inside the cabin, Rakiel exhales a long breath, thinking that encounter was more dangerous than a dungeon boss. As the wheels turn toward the imperial palace, dread fills his mind. He knows his father is going to make a mountain out of the incidents at Ambos. The court officials must be in an uproar, and cleaning up the aftermath of his chaos must have been a logistical nightmare. He braces himself for the inevitable lecture, accepting his fate like a prisoner walking to the gallows. But then, his blood runs cold. Garden points ahead. The Emperor himself is waiting at the gates. Rakiel steps out, trembling. For the Emperor to come personally, he must be apoplectic with rage. Rakiel bows low, announcing his safe return with hesitation. But there is no thunderous roar. Instead, the Emperor crushes him in a suffocating embrace. Rakiel stiffens, completely paralyzed by the shock. Gasping for air, he endures the hug. The Emperor pulls back, his eyes widening as he senses the mana Rakiel has already achieved the double circle. It took the Emperor 25 years to reach that realm, yet his son did it in a blink. They exchange pleasantries, but Rakiel wonders, is the punishment over? The silence is unnerving. Perhaps, just perhaps, his father is actually proud. But the Emperor smirks, mocking his frailty. If a simple hug crushes him, how will he ever bear the heavy weight of the throne? Rakiel sighs internally. There's the lecture, but then his father thrusts a scroll into his hands. Rakiel hesitates, sensing a trap. The emperor reveals the terrifying contents, endless marriage proposals from every noble house and royal family on the continent. Our protagonist freezes, the scroll suddenly feeling heavier than a warhammer in his hands. Meanwhile, in the bustling plaza, the common folk are buzzing. A shopkeeper leans in, whispering hot gossip about the crown prince's legendary exploits in Ambos. The customer raises an eyebrow, asking if the wild tales hold any water. The merchant nods furiously. Legend says the prince annihilated the rebel leader and crushed their master with a single finger. The customer looks at his own finger, scoffing at the absurdity of such godlike power. The shopkeeper swears on his life. He adds that the palace is drowning in marriage requests from princesses far and wide. The customer snorts, muttering that he always believed the crown prince was too frail to survive, let alone marry. Seems all the public worry was a waste. The merchant snaps back, telling him to worry about his own sorry life instead of royalty. Offended. The customer grits his teeth and demands an explanation. The shopkeeper calmly suggests he find a job before he even dreams of a wedding. Rage turns the customer's face crimson. He demands an apology, only for the merchant to remind him his rent is past due. The customer's arrogance evaporates instantly upon hearing the debt mentioned. He bows in shame, defeated. Later that night, Rakiel slumps in the carriage, completely drained by the day's chaos. Damien's voice breaks his trance, drawing his attention to the seat across. Damien points to the mountain of letters, asking if the rumors are true. Rakiel confirms with a sigh, every single one is a plea for his hand in marriage. Damien suspects a clerical error, but Rakiel straightens up. It's simply proof that his brilliance can no longer be concealed from the world. With a smug grin, he decides to tease his stoic guard, noting that someone like Damien, who grew up in the bloody fighting pits, wouldn't understand the delicate art of romance. Damien drops a bomb. He's had plenty of relationships. Rakiel lets out a strangled scream, his worldview shattering. Damien shrugs, calmly explaining that the arena was filled with more than just sweaty men. Rakiel shrieks again, calling him a traitor to the singles club. He rubs his temples, the revelation giving him a migraine. Garden chimes in, assuming his liege is stressed about choosing the perfect bride from the pile. He puffs out his chest, claiming to be a master of love, and offers to guide Rakiel to the perfect match. Grabbing Rakiel's hand with dramatic flair, he begins his tutorial. First, the gentle touch, then the deep, soul-searching gaze. Rakiel's face twists in disgust, ordering Garden to cease, but the knight ignores him, leaning in dangerously close to demonstrate the kiss. Horrified, our protagonist shoves Garden's face away. He declares the display offensive and announces he will reject every single proposal. Damien tilts his head, confused by the sudden refusal, and asks for the reason. Rakiel's eyes turn cold. These letters aren't about love, they are about political leverage. They seek the future emperor, not the man. Now that he has proven himself as the strongest heir, he has become the most coveted trophy on the continent. Rakiel scoffs, recalling the bitter past. Back when his life hung by a thread and everyone believed him weak, not a single soul sent him a gift or a greeting. Instead, the vultures circled his brother. All those marriage proposals and alliances were sent to Theodore. Garden is stunned to realize his master was aware of the slight all along. Rakiel replies with a cynical smirk. Of course he knew. He has ears everywhere, and he heard the whispers himself. But he also knows the truth of Theodore's loyalty. His brother rejected every single offer, declaring that Rakiel, the eldest, must find happiness before him. Reaching into the overflowing box, Rakiel plucks out a letter. Thanks to the incident with the Ambos, the tables have turned, and he is suddenly the Empire's most eligible bachelor. Garden insists this is a golden age. The world finally recognizes Rakiel's brilliance. Rejecting these proposals would be a waste of political power. Yet Rakiel offers no logical defense. But inside his mind, the truth is simple. He has absolutely zero intention of sitting on the Iron Throne. He stares at his reflection, a glint of cunning in his eyes. His only ambition is to live a long, lazy, and luxurious life as a wealthy royal. He smells a rat. The Emperor is plotting something with this sudden flood of proposals. But if there is profit to be made, Rakiel plans to squeeze every drop out of it. Bursting with sudden motivation, Rakiel barks an order. The carriage must head to the second prince's palace immediately. Garden looks horrified. Are they really going? There. Damien lets out a sigh, joking that he should charge extra hazard pay for this unexpected night shift. Rakiel yells at the driver to drift the carriage around. It hits him that this will be their first reunion since that fateful duel. Guilt pricks at him. He should have visited sooner, instead of just checking on the Emperor. But sending flowers and poetic letters, that just isn't his style. Suddenly, an existential crisis strikes. He isn't even the original Rakiel. He pauses, wondering what actually happened to the original soul of this body. His own heart beats a sarcastic rhythm, mocking him. Oh, so now you decide to ask that question after all this time. Rakiel freezes in his seat. His internal organs, they knew. They confirm it with a shudder. Of course they knew. They have been managing the biology of this vessel the whole time. Rakiel demands answers. Where did the original owner go? The organs shrug metaphorically, admitting they have no clue. Rakiel groans, frustrated by the useless plot twist. Before he can interrogate his own liver any further, his companions announce that they have arrived at Theodore's residence. Stepping out, Rakiel surveys the grand estate. A servant rushes forward, bowing low, introducing himself as the head steward of the second prince's household. Rakiel offers a casual apology for the ambush inspection, but states clearly that he is here to see Theodore. The steward nods nervously, offering to escort him to the reception room while he summons the prince. Protocol must be followed, but Rakiel waves him off. He refuses to wait. He turns to Damien and Garden, ordering them to stand guard outside. This conversation requires absolute privacy. The steward guides him through the winding halls. As they walk, Rakiel's senses sharpen. The savory scent of a feast wafts through the air. Rakiel asks if Theodore is dining this late. The steward hesitates, admitting the prince has been taking his meals slowly. The servant tries one last time to steer him to a waiting area, but Rakiel is a man on a mission. He marches straight for the source of the smell. His mind constructs the perfect scheme. He will dump all these marriage proposals on Theodore, then host a legendary banquet filled with princesses and noblewomen. It is foolproof. One look at Theodore's majestic face, and every woman in the empire will fall in love instantly. After all, the second prince is the total package: tall, handsome, athletic, and morally flawless. Rakiel preens with pride, imagining his trouble-free future. They halt before a massive set of double doors. The steward announces the visitor with a trembling voice and pushes the doors open. Rakiel bursts in with enthusiastic greetings, "Brother," but the words die in his throat. He freezes. The person sitting at the table is a mountain of flesh. Rakiel blinks. He must have walked into the kitchen storage by mistake. He starts to back away and close the door until the large man speaks his name. Rakiel stares, his brain refusing to process the visual data. That cannot be Theodore, but the man insists it is him. Rakiel screams in pure horror. He steps closer, eyes wide with disbelief, his mind racing in a panic. His grand master plan has disintegrated. He cannot pass off the marriage proposals to this version of his brother. What on earth happened to the golden boy? Theodore casually takes another bite, claiming he's perfectly fine. He quotes an old saying about men needing a sturdy build. Rakiel stares blankly as Theodore continues to shovel food into his mouth. The prince admits that after losing the duel, his warrior spirit shattered. Eating is the only thing that fills the void. The diagnosis clicks instantly in Rakiel's medical mind. This is binge eating disorder triggered by severe stress and defeat. He tentatively suggests a diet. Theodore raises an eyebrow. Rakiel clarifies that he's worried about his health. He needs to slim down, urgently. Theodore chews slowly, replying that he is quite comfortable in his current size. Rakiel acknowledges his feelings but presses on. Comfort is one thing, but this is destroying his physiology. Theodore sighs. He knows the risks, but since he isn't hurting anyone else, he accepts his fate. He rings a bell and orders dessert. The steward obeys instantly. Watching the tragedy unfold, Rakiel realizes logic won't work. His brother has lost all will to fight. It will take a drastic strategy to wake him up. Rakiel pauses, calculating his next move. His expression softens into one of profound sadness. He apologizes for his harsh words earlier. Theodore waves a chubby hand, dismissing the apology, but Rakiel steps closer, his aura turning grave. There is something Theodore must know. Theodore looks confused by the sudden shift in tone. Rakiel leans in, his voice trembling with a fabricated tragedy, and whispers, "I have less than 12 months to live." Theodore's reaction is instantaneous and explosive. He bellows with such force that Rakiel is sent tumbling onto his back. The rotund prince stares down in utter shock, demanding the truth. Sprawled on the floor, however, Rakiel hides a cunning smirk. Theodore hauls him up by the collar. Desperation floods his voice as he begs to know if the tragic news is real. Rakiel confirms it without a second thought. His own heart sarcastically comments that his acting deserves a grand prize, forcing a twisted smile onto his face. But Theodore refuses to believe it. He argues that Rakiel is the strongest of them all. After all, he won the duel and stands as the hero of the Ambazi civil war. Rakiel sighs, admitting the situation is indeed grave. He apologizes softly for dropping such a bombshell so suddenly. He claims it is better to rip the bandage off now than with a trembling voice perfect for the stage. He whispers that he has less than 1 year left to live. Horror washes over Theodore's face, yet our cunning protagonist continues with eerie calm. He claims this ticking clock is the reason he dedicated his life to healing the wounded and caring for the people of Embazis. Every single act of benevolence was for Theodore's sake, a desperate prayer that his karma would one day bless his successor. Tears stream from Theodore's eyes. The realization strikes him that Rakiel saved countless lives just for him. Rakiel gently nods, twisting the knife of guilt deeper. He apologizes, claiming he never realized how much Theodore was suffering in silence. He laments that he should have surrendered the Crown Prince title long ago. Then, in a stroke of genius acting, he slaps his own face and curses his own cruelty. Rushing to the window, he screams at the heavens. He calls himself worthless trash who deserves nothing but death. But his brother intercepts him. Theodore grabs his arm, desperate to stop him, insisting that none of this is Rakiel's fault. The real villain is himself for never noticing Rakiel's pain. He admits he let one failure destroy him. Acting like a fool while his brother suffered, he falls to his knees, shouldering all the blame. Rakiel tries to deny it, but Theodore refuses to listen. They debate back and forth, fighting to take the guilt. Finally, Rakiel smiles, placing a reassuring hand on Theodore's trembling shoulder. He suggests that if Theodore truly repents, he must make it up by doing something meaningful. Theodore agrees instantly. Rakiel asks for his plan. With burning determination, Theodore vows to lose all his excess weight within 2 months. Rakiel watches him, thinking his grand project is finally back on track. The very next morning, Theodore is already running laps in the arena while Rakiel supervises. The prince's spirit is impressive, but his body is still too heavy. A transformation like this usually takes months, not weeks. But Rakiel does not have the luxury of time. Just as he struggles for a solution, a subordinate announces a delivery from the Princess of Embazis. Curious, Rakiel rushes off. He suspects it must be the legendary Vesparos Queen Bell liquor. He bursts into the annex, eager to see it. But the moment he lays eyes on the delivery, his jaw hits the floor. The container is a titan. It is so massive, it requires a ladder. The Guardian collapses nearby, gasping that moving this barrel nearly killed his men. The soldiers stand around, utterly drained of life. Rakiel thanks them for their sacrifice and dismisses them. The Guardian passes out immediately. Rakiel scales the ladder and peers into the abyss of the barrel. The aroma is divine, but caution's key. He takes a sample for analysis before daring to drink. He summons his trusty companion, the immortal sunfish Pobok. He sweetly tells the creature that, as his best friend, he gets the first sip. Excited, Pobok dives into the spoon and guzzles it down, but moments later, a system skill activates. It dies, revives, and gains a growth stack instantly. It begins furiously scribbling in its diary while Rakiel stares in utter disbelief. He snatches the diary to read the complaint. Pobok writes that the delicious liquor was a betrayal of the highest order. It was overloaded with L-carnitine, a vile concoction of salty, sour, and greasy flavors all at once. It furiously accuses Rakiel of robbery. It claims its very belly fat was stolen by the activation of fatty acids. Suddenly, realization strikes Rakiel like a bolt of lightning. L-carnitine is a potent fat-burning agent. Usually, the human body cannot handle more than 2 grams, but this brew shatters the limits of logic. Unlimited fat burning with 0 side effects, it is nothing short of a miracle. Rakiel's eyes gleam with greed and genius. If he gives this to Theodore, he solves the weight problem. and discovers a diet supplement worth an absolute fortune. He bellows for Theodore. It is time to incinerate that fat. The prince downs the liquor and exercises, though he whines that his legs are giving out. Rakiel shows no mercy. He forces him to continue and shoves restorative tonics down his throat. 2 months later, the impossible has happened. Theodore stands tall, his body lean and forged in steel. Even Rakiel is genuinely impressed. Theodore cracks a joke, asking why Rakiel still wears such a grim expression. A quick checkup reveals the truth. Theodore's internal organs are exhausted from the rapid transformation. His own organs start roasting him about kidney stones. Rakiel realizes his kidney has awakened a consciousness of its own, apologizing for the internal chaos. He prepares for the next challenge. Theodore questions the validity of the treatment, but our protagonist simply offers a confident smile, assuring him the outcome exceeds all calculations. However, strict bed rest for a month is non-negotiable. Theodore flexes, marveling at his lighter body and soaring spirits, though he swears to never let that vile medicinal liquor touch his lips again. Our scheming prince insists the taste wasn't that horrific, though he privately acknowledges its miraculous potency. Theodore offers his heartfelt gratitude, but our main character smirks, his eyes glinting with mischief as he warns that the price of gratitude is steep. Theodore blinks, confused by the shift in tone. Rakiel leans in, lecturing his naive brother on the harsh reality of their world, a place governed by the absolute law of equivalent exchange. Theodore admits his ignorance of such transactional philosophies. Rakiel waves it off, noting that his brother is still a fledgling who needs time to learn the ways of the world. Then, the trap is sprung. Rakiel reveals he has but a single request, one he claims is effortless to fulfill. Theodore nods eagerly, walking right into the ambush. Rakiel drops the bombshell. Theodore must take his place at the altar and get married instead. The young prince freezes, his mind crashing like a broken system. Rakiel ruthlessly reminds him of his vow to do anything. Theodore stammers, completely blindsided by this betrayal. Rakiel lets out a theatrical sigh, threatening to find another candidate. Panic seizes Theodore. He hastily clarifies it isn't a refusal, but his brain is simply short-circuiting from the shock. A melancholic smile forms on Rakiel's face. He admits the request seems insane, but shadows his eyes with a lie, claiming his remaining time in this world is running out. Theodore pleads for them to reveal the truth to the public, but Rakiel shuts down the idea instantly. Their father's heart is hanging by a thread. Such news would be a death sentence. Tears stream down Theodore's face as he accepts the burden. He asks, trembling, what his orders are. Rakiel outlines the master plan. The goal is to charm the noble lady so thoroughly that they fall hopelessly in love with Theodore instead. With a sharp clap of his hands, Damien and the garden staff enter, carrying cages teeming with carrier pigeons. Theodore realizes too late that he is a pawn in a grand scheme. Rakiel gives the signal, and the birds are released, marking the start of a legendary operation. The flock ascends into the heavens, thousands of white wings beating against the wind. Each carries a scroll destined for the furthest reaches of the royal kingdoms. Far away, a princess watches a white messenger land upon her windowsill, realizing destiny has arrived at her doorstep. In another territory, a noblewoman unfurls the scroll, her heart racing as she sees the seal of the Magentano imperial family. Across the continent, a princess reads the fine print and gasps in horror. Only the first 50 guests will be granted entry to the royal banquet. Panic erupts. She screams for her servants to prepare the carriage, demanding the swiftest steeds in the stables, a scene repeating in palaces everywhere. Suddenly, dozens of high-ranking princesses are scrambling, abandoning dignity for speed in a desperate bid to secure a spot. Carriages thunder through the cobblestone streets, wheels spinning dangerously fast as the noble women race toward a singular goal. One screams that the top 50 spots belong to her alone. Another roar that she is already the vanguard, while one fierce competitor seizes the reins herself, driving the horses to their limit. This chaotic scramble would go down in history, inspiring the creation of the Imperial Mockhair Rally, a grueling international race held once every 5 years. At the majestic palace gates, the steward halts the line, his voice booming the cruel decree that capacity has been reached. Guards hold back the weeping latecomers, begging for an exception. Those who made the cut collapse in relief, thanking the gods for their fortune. High above in a tree, A shadowed figure observes the chaos with cold calculation before vanishing into the ether. Inside, the chosen 50 whisper with bated breath. Curiosity runs wild. What is the Crown Prince truly like? Is he a tyrant, or is his legendary frailty real? As servants distribute refreshments, the gossip intensifies. One rumor claims he single-handedly dismantled a swordmaster in a duel. Another counters, swearing he opened a charity clinic and possesses the heart of a saint. The consensus builds that he is a paragon of strength and benevolence. Suddenly, the herald announces the arrival of Crown Prince Raquel Adrian Magentano. All eyes lock onto the grand doors, hearts pounding. The doors swing open, but instead of a warrior, a withered, elderly figure shuffles in, heavily leaning on a cane. A deafening silence falls over the hall. The princesses freeze, their fantasies shattering in an instant. Raquel, cloaked in high-tier disguise magic, stumbles forward, acting the part of a man with one foot in the grave. The guests exchange horrified whispers, doubting their own eyes. Some feel the sting of betrayal after their long journey, while others stare blankly, unable to process the reality before them. Internally, Raquel smirks, delighted that Serenetti's illusion magic is flawless. He stages a dramatic stumble, allowing Damien to catch him, perfectly executing the frail invalid routine. He remains unfazed, his composure absolute despite the waves of shock radiating from the crowd. Drawing a ragged breath, he addresses the room, introducing himself as their host and wheezing out thanks for their attendance. The murmurs turn to groans of dissatisfaction. Some lament the wasted effort, while others contemplate an immediate exit strategy. Seizing the moment, Raquel announces that this venue was provided by someone special. He introduces the true prize, his younger brother, Prince Theodore Polamo Magentano. Theodore steps into the light, radiating youth, vitality, and stunning beauty. The collective gasp is audible as the princesses instantly swarm him, clamoring for a dance. He tries to maintain order, but his voice is drowned out by the tidal wave of admiration. The hall erupts into chaos as they fight for a moment of his time. Raquel calls out feebly, but he is completely ignored. Damien chuckles from the sidelines, watching poor Theodore get devoured by his own popularity. Raquel watches with satisfaction. The bait was taken, the switch was perfect, and his mission to dump this marriage proposal is a resounding success. With the princesses frantically chasing the decoy Theodore, the real mastermind finally seizes his chance to vanish. He whispers to Damien, creating an excuse to get fresh air, and orders a drink to complete the ruse. Alone on the moonlit terrace, Raquel retrieves a small, concealed vial. He unseals it and swallows the contents in one fluid motion. The magic dissolves, and his disguise shatters, revealing his true form. The night breeze caresses his face, a rare, fleeting moment of tranquility after months of hellish chaos since the Manhwa incident. But the peace is a lie. A hand suddenly clamps over his mouth, and cold steel presses against his jugular. His entire body locks up in sheer terror. An elf panic surges through him as he realizes she bypassed a swordmaster's senses. Her voice is devoid of warmth as she asks, "Did you set a fire recently?" Confusion swirls in his mind, but he instinctively denies the accusation. "Liar," she snaps, her killing intent spiking. She accuses him of incinerating the Apollos nest forest 6 months ago. Raquel mentally curses technically. That was months ago, hardly recent in his book. But the elf is unyielding. To her immortal timeline, 6 months is a mere heartbeat away. "If you want something, lower the blade first," Raquel bargains. Trying to regain composure, she demands restitution for the nature he destroyed. Raquel's conscience strikes him. He knows elves revere nature as sacred divinities. His reasons for the fire were valid, but the destruction was real. He apologizes with genuine sincerity. "I will make this right," he vows, looking her in the eye. "Tell me what you desire." Her demand strikes him like a thunderbolt. Restore the forest personally. She wants him to plant every tree and blade of grass with his own 2 hands. She adds the final nail in the coffin. He must tend to them until the forest returns to its original, pristine glory. Raquel does the math that could take 20 years, rage bubbles within him. To an elf who lives a millennium, 2 decades is a nap. To a human, it's a life sentence. He desperately tries to negotiate, offering to pay for the restoration instead of serving as a gardener for decades. "Gold is trash to us," she roars, her anger flaring. Rakiel quickly pivots, explaining that he isn't talking about mere pocket change. He offers entire chests of gold, a fortune vast enough to buy a kingdom. For a split second, he sees her resolve waver. She is tempted. Seizing the opening, Rakiel presses his advantage. "With this gold, I can hire an army of experts. We can restore your forest faster and better than my clumsy hands ever could." The elf narrows her eyes. She finds his method sly, but her logic cannot deny the truth of his words. She needs time to weigh her pride against the results. Rakiel smoothly suggests she take a break to think it over. She agrees, promising to return with her verdict. A confident smirk returns to Rakiel's face. "A wise decision," he says, promising to await her at the annex. The moment she vanishes into the shadows, Rakiel exhales a breath he didn't know he was holding. "Now," he mutters, his eyes gleaming with a scheme, "it is time to prepare my trap." The next morning, sunlight floods the room. The steward enters, waking Theodore. The body double groans, drooling, slowly dragging himself back to consciousness. "Time to rise," the steward insists. Theodore complains, his head pounding from the excessive alcohol consumed the night before. The scene in the hall is a disaster zone. The princesses are scattered everywhere, draped over chairs, passed out on the floor, completely defeated by the drink. Theodore asks about the real master. The steward reports that Rakiel returned to the palace at dawn, looking surprisingly alert. Meanwhile, in the garden, Rakiel sits on a bench, yawning. He checks the sky. The moment of truth is fast approaching. Damien stands guard, confused. "Who are we waiting for?" Rakiel smiles grimly. "An uninvited guest." He explains that any being capable of slipping past a sword master like Damien is a monster of unparalleled skill. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. A violent gust of wind screams through the garden. From the spray of the fountain, an elven figure descends like a Valkyrie, landing gracefully before them. Damien's aura explodes as he prepares to draw his blade, but Rakiel shouts, "Stop!" He confirms this is the guest and orders his knight to stand down. Damien hesitates, sweat forming on his brow. He senses an abyss of power within her that he cannot measure. The elf breaks the silence. "If we are to negotiate, we should exchange names," she states with regal coldness. "I am Sylvia." Rakiel notes she is early, but Sylvia retorts that waiting would not change the outcome, so she came to end this. Rakiel reads her expression instantly. The gold tempted her, but it wasn't enough to break her pride. He senses that while his offer was good, it lacked the final, crushing weight needed to win. Sylvia clenches her jaw, her silence confirming his theory. "I can see you agree," Rakiel says smoothly. "So, I will improve the proposal." Sylvia frowns, confused. Rakiel leans forward, his eyes piercing hers. "I will add this, I will let you live." Sylvia flinches, her hand twitching toward her weapon. "Is that a threat?" Rakiel shakes his head calmly. "No, it is a diagnosis. Even if I do nothing, your time is running out." He reveals his ace card. The night before, he heard it, the shallow rhythm of her breathing, the subtle rattle in her chest, the scent of infection beneath the mint. "You cough up dark green phlegm every morning, do you not?" he asks, his voice clinical and precise. Sylvia steps back, shaken. "What does that matter?" Rakiel smiles, the trap snapping shut. "Because if you agree to my deal, I can heal you." She scoffs, finding it absurd that a mere human could cure what elf magic could not. She tries to downplay it as a passing cold, claiming rest will fix it, but Rakiel's gaze is intense. "Do not lie to yourself. This is no simple sickness." To prove his power, he calls out, "Pobok!" Instantly, the small mythical creature materializes from thin air. Sylvia freezes, her eyes widening in absolute shock as she gazes upon a being of legend. Rakiel instructs Pobok to bring up the vitals, and in seconds, a holographic projection manifests, displaying the grim reality of Sylvia's lungs. He gestures to a sinister glowing crimson spot deep within the tissue, explaining that a parasite has taken root there, devouring her vitality with every passing day. Sylvia struggles to process the horror, denial flashing in her eyes. Humans are known for deceit, yet she recalls the ancient wisdom of the elders that mythical creatures speak only the truth. Her heart is torn between suspicion and dread. When she demands to know the nature of the beast, Raquiel identifies the intruder coldly. A lung fluke, scientific name Paragonomus, a silent killer feasting on her flesh from the inside out, slowly eroding her respiratory system. Horror contorts Sylvia's features as she asks how such a monster breached her defenses. She has never fallen victim to a curse or dark magic in her life. Raquiel reveals the mundane cruelty of it. Unnoticed larvae, an unseen enemy consumed alongside her daily meals. Specifically, raw meat. The larvae survived ingestion, crawled into her system, and made her lungs their permanent nest. The foul odor on her breath signals inflammation, and that faint rattle in her chest, it is the prelude to a collapsed lung. He adds the final nail in the coffin cysts. Writhing sacks of worms have already begun to multiply inside her. Cysts, she asks, trembling. Raquiel's answer is blunt. Nests for the worms. Her eyes widen, terror seizing her soul as she asks if it is truly this fatal. He recites the litany of suffering that awaits her: searing fevers, bone-shaking chills, blood-filled coughing fits, and crushing exhaustion, each symptom more agonizing than the last until death claims her. The realization hits her like a hammer. She has suffered these very signs, but dismissed them as mere fatigue. Raquiel issues an ultimatum: accept his offer if she wishes to live. She hesitates, trembling as she asks the cost of refusal. Then you receive no cure. He answers plainly. Her mind reels, imagining the elder's shame if she dies, having accepted mere gold as repentance. Yet, more than shame, a primal fear grips her, the absolute terror of dying. She has toiled for centuries to earn her rank as an elite agent, yet she has never even tasted the sweetness of love. Tears spill from her eyes as she silently begs the elders for forgiveness. She yields, smelling faint herbs on his clothes. She clings to a shred of hope. Surely, a grand healer like him will brew a divine elixir from rare, mystical flora. But Raquiel smirks, shaking his head. No leaves, no roots. He points to a behemoth grazing nearby, a massive minotaur. He explains that the beast feasts on toxic lacquer trees, and its dung is brewed into a legendary concoction known as luwak coffee. Just 1 cup, he vows, is all it takes to purge the sickness. The color drains from Sylvia's face. The realization strikes he wants her to drink cow dung. She covers her mouth, gagging, speechless with revulsion. Raquiel admits it sounds insane, but the science is sound. The dung contains the essence of powerful medicinal trees, processed by the beast. Still, Sylvia looks uncertain, her dignity warring with her survival instinct. How can she consume such filth? Honestly, our boy cannot blame her. Even he would hesitate without absolute proof of its efficacy. He recalls the bizarre scene from last night. His own organs had thrown a celebration. His lungs were being hailed as heroes for spotting the intruder. His heart had marveled, asking, who knew the lungs possessed such detection skills? The kidneys chuckled, wondering. And who would think to negotiate with a lung fluke? Meanwhile, inside Sylvia, the parasite was partying, oblivious to its doom. In this microscopic vision, Raquiel's kidneys approached the fluke with a friendly swagger, pretending to join the dance. The fluke blushed, charmed by the attention. As they swayed to the rhythm, the kidneys slyly asked, do you prefer meat or fish? Both, she chirped. The kidneys leaned in, voices dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. And what do you hate the most? The parasite confessed its fatal weakness, urushiol. The visitors nodded, locking away the intel. Good to know. But suddenly, the smitten fluke announced she would follow them anywhere. The kidneys grinned, the trap was set. Back in the real world, Raquiel explains the chemistry. Urushiol is the active component in the lacquer tree. When a resilient herbivore digests it, the poison transforms into a sweet, irresistible bait for the lung flukes. Sylvia stares, mind boggled by this lecture. Raquiel cuts to the chase. Can you drink boiled cow dung water or not? Her face twists in disgust. Seeing her waver, Raquiel leans in, deciding to drop the final bombshell he had held back. He needed to terrify her into compliance. These parasites, he whispers, do not stay in the lungs forever. Panic spikes in her chest. Where, she demands, where else do they go? He taps his temple ominously. They migrate up the optic nerves, burrowing directly into the brain and eyeballs. Sylvia freezes, the image of worms eating her eyes shattering her sanity. Raquiel shows no mercy, listing the end stages. Seizures, exploding headaches, endless vomiting, stiffening neck, paralysis, and finally, agonizing death. Her resolve shatters completely, tears streaming down her face. She grabs his collar in desperation, screaming that she will drink anything he prescribes. Between broken sobs, she swears her absolute resolve again and again. The scene cuts to Damien, face masked against the stench, hauling a pile of fresh cow manure. Damien cries out in protest. He is a sworn protector of the royal bloodline, not a stable boy shoveling filth. But the prince is unyielding. This is protection, Damien shudders, haunted by the humiliation of collecting the excrement with his own hands. Now, standing before the mountain of manure, Damien balks at the command to grind it into dust. The prince scoffs. Damien still lacks the resolve of a true warrior like Sylvia. Creating this cure protects the prince from disease. Raquel's voice turns cold. Stop whining and crush it properly. Defeated by logic, Damien sighs. He draws his blade, squeezing his eyes shut against the reality of his task. A shockwave from his fist sends the dung balls launching into the sky. His blade becomes a blur of silver light. Slash after slash reduces the filth to a fine, powdery mist in mere seconds. Perfection. The prince brews the concoction immediately. Drink it hot, he warns. The medicinal efficacy vanishes if it cools. This is the debut of the secondary Palace Clinic's secret technique, the Eurowowak coffee first brew. She stares at the steaming cup, her stomach churning. The reality of the cure is far worse than the disease. She pushes the cup toward him. He slides it right back. She recoils in terror, but the prince is merciless, reminding her of her vow to do anything to survive. Trembling, she lifts the cup. It's not dung. It's just medicine, she chants internally, trying to fool her own senses. The moment the liquid touches her tongue, reality strikes. Her eyes bulge as her throat locks up in refusal. The stench is suffocating, but Raquel shows no mercy. He clamps a hand over her mouth, forcing the vile brew down her throat. Gasping for air, she slams the empty cup down. Will this filth really kill the parasites? She demands. Before he can answer, her body convulses. Violent coughs rack her frame as she collapses, shaking uncontrollably. Terror grips her heart. Has she been poisoned? Visions of his cruel laughter mock her fading consciousness. I will kill you, she vows through the pain. But then, a torrent of multicolored fluid erupts from her lips. The prince nods in satisfaction. You tricked me, she screams, wiping her mouth. Look closer, he commands, his voice cutting through her rage. He points to the expelled mess on the ground. There, writhing within the fluid, the deadly lung flukes have been expelled from her system. I never joke when it comes to saving lives, he declares with absolute seriousness. Am I cured? She asks hopefully. Not yet, he admits awkwardly. Rage flares instantly as she reaches for her weapon. Calm down, he chides. It's unbecoming to look so distressed over a little medicine. That only adds fuel to the fire. Then he drops the bomb. You must drink this twice a day, morning and night, until you are clean. Her spirit shatters. Tears stream down her face as the nightmare of the dung coffee settles in. Days turn into a blur of torture and healing. With every foul cup, more parasites are purged from her body. Ding. System-administered Urawawak coffee brew using herbal decoction arts. Medical efficiency increases by 14%. The system reveals the grim truth. Without this, the lung flukes would have killed her within 3 years. Finally, the cleanse is complete. The parasites have been eradicated. Medical expense claim level 2 activated. Life expectancy increased by 7.3 decades. But wait, warning non-human status detected. Reward penalty applied. The massive gain is reduced to a mere 68 bonus days. Her remaining lifespan is now 376 days. The prince smirks. It confirms his theory about elven physiology. He turns to her with a winning smile. Congratulations on your full recovery. Do I have to drink more? She asks, trembling. No need, he assures her. The monsters are gone. Relief washes over her like a tidal wave, but Raquel eyes her sharply. Are there others in your village with these symptoms? She looks confused. Inside, his greed burns bright. He needs more patience to farm more lifespan points. She shakes her head slowly. I do not know the state of my people. The prince pauses, surprised. I have not returned to my home in 30 years, she confesses. A runaway, he guesses. No, she corrects him with dignity. I am an executive of external affairs. He demands to know why she vanishes between missions. She answers with a poetic excuse about the great elder scattering them like dandelion seeds on the wind. A dead end. His hopes of using that information crumble to dust. But the prince shifts tactics instantly. He worked too hard for that gold to let the forest fire compensation vanish into thin air. Every single coin counts. He pivots aggressively to the medical bill. She blinks in confusion, asking, "Payment?" She had believed the rumors. Everyone claimed his miraculous treatment was free of charge. Bam. He slams his hand on the table. "Who told you such lies?" She stammers that public consensus said so. He sneers at her naivety. He promised to treat her, but he never said it would be charity. He whips out a document with a flourish. Only those who fill out the registration slip get free care. Since she skipped the paperwork, she must pay full price. She looks at the paper, suspicious. Does this slip even exist? Of course it does, he declares, pointing a finger. Now pay up immediately. On cue, his subordinates storm the room. He accuses her of trying to flee without settling her debt. He shakes his head in mock disappointment. An elf, acting dishonorably. After he paid for the fire damages and treated her so well, she asks for the price, 100,000 magians. The number hits her like a physical blow. She begs for an installment plan. He narrows his eyes, sensing weakness. "Do you have any money at all?" She admits she is penniless. His expression darkens instantly. Now we have a serious problem. The lacquer trees were rare. The brewing equipment was legendary. The investment was massive. A subordinate cries out, "Your Highness, we are operating at a loss. We must pawn your belongings again." She suggests the imperial family could pay. He scoffs. "You do not understand the emperor." His Majesty gives zero support. He claims starvation fosters independence. Desperate, she asks if there's another way to pay. Any other way? A devilish grin spreads across his face. "There is one option. You can work off your debt with your body." Cut to Raquel, lounging on a mountain of gold coins. He laughs, telling Damien everything sold out in a single night. Suddenly, the door crashes open. Sylvia storms in, rage twisting her beautiful face. "You liar!" Her fury explodes. She was promised a simple modeling job, just standing still. But she was dragged into a massive scam. "You aren't a prince," she screams. "You are a fraud." He waves a hand, looking offended. "Scammer, that is such a harsh word. I am merely a prince who specializes in selling medicine." Meanwhile, music thumps at the second prince's palace. Princesses crowd the second prince, pouring wine. He groans, begging to stop after days of continuous drinking. He panics, looking at his arms. "My muscles, they are melting away." "Nonsense," one laughs. "The night is young." Another asks why he refuses to enjoy the good times. The second prince looks confused. Suddenly, a princess grabs him tight. "He belongs to me." He frowns, pushing back. "You have gone mad from too much luxury." She snaps back at his stupidity. Then, the princesses turn on each other. "You've gotten fat." "I'm not fat," she shrieks in defense. "I'm just bloated." The bickering turns vicious. "You drink so much the vineyards will go dry." One declares boldly, "I will be the one to marry the second prince." Her rival counters instantly, "No, I will marry him. You can have the crown prince position." "Thank you all for coming." A voice cuts through the chaos. It is Raquel, disguised as a frail old man. The princesses glare. Who dares interrupt their party with such a rasping voice? He smiles through the disguise, commenting on their scary expressions while asserting his royal presence. He spreads his arms wide. "I have brought you a miracle gift, an opportunity of a lifetime." The princesses scoff, shifting their target. "You take the crown prince." "No, you take him." He ignores their insults. He does not need their love. He needs to execute the plan. "Will they be so arrogant in a moment?" he shouts. "Behold, a revolutionary weight loss cure." Silence falls. Weight loss. Their eyes snap open with intense greed. He unveils the ultimate miracle elixir. Sylvia descends, draped in elegance, the living proof of his triumph. He commands attention to her transformed physique. This elixir boasts concentrated L-carnitine extracted from the Vesperos queen herself. The moment it touches your lips, fat is incinerated with the intensity of a mana reactor meltdown. He gestures to Sylvia, proclaiming such perfection is within anyone's grasp, but beneath her smile, Sylvia's rage boils like magma. He orders her to strike new poses, his whispers sharp, a cruel reminder of the astronomical debt she still owes him. His arrogance shatters. She strikes a warrior's pose, Flexing muscles rippling with raw power, the princesses gasp in sheer awe. Theodore freezes, his script ruined. A noblewoman questions if the pill alone grants such Amazonian strength. Sylvia claims she's simply overtrained since her arrival. Another notes her complexion radiates a newfound vitality. Desire ignites instantly. The nobles clamor for the miracle cure, seeking validation from their peers. Her companion's eyes burn with determination. A lifetime of struggle ends today. The price is irrelevant. The frenzy spreads like wildfire. He seizes the moment, announcing the exclusive limited edition package. A treasure trove is revealed. Dignity is abandoned as the princesses charge forward in a chaotic stampede. He brings order to the madness. Inside him, his very organs rejoice at the sweet scent of profit. One organ sneers. He is not merely selling goods, he is harvesting their wealth with surgical precision. Another voice questions the morality. An elf peddling false hope. Is this truly the path of righteousness? But his conscience remains silent. Profit reigns supreme, and his internal counsel applauds his ruthless cunning. Back in reality, he confesses to Sylvia, he knows his tactics mirror those of a lowly charlatan. Yet, the efficacy is absolute. The second prince himself served as the guinea pig, shedding weight miraculously. Realization dawns on her. The human male hidden among the ladies. He was the living experiment. He confirms the dark truth. The pills are merely a catalyst. The instruction manual holds the true power. A masterstroke of business. A full refund guaranteed. But only if the rigorous regime fails. Sylvia frowns. How can anyone prove they followed such strict edicts? He smirks. The burden of proof lies with the customer, not the merchant. Her worries are unfounded. Her compensation is secured. The banquet hall sales have generated a fortune worthy of a king. Premium packages sold for astronomical sums. Once the damages are settled, the surplus will fund his next grand ambition. Her inner voice screams in protest that wealth should be compensation for her mental suffering. She forces a strained laugh. He offers her sanctuary in the palace, for his next battle awaits. An audience with the emperor. She questions his destination. He reveals the summons arrived at dawn. A royal reprimand is inevitable. Yet, she notes his demeanor. There is no fear, only calculated indifference. He dons his jacket with a flourish. This scolding is not a setback. It is a vital gear in his grand design. The emperor's presence is suffocating. He demands to know why sacred unions are treated like trivial games. He brands the behavior as pathetic. Did the prince truly believe his schemes went unseen by the imperial eye? Internally, he smiles. The test-obsessed ruler is dancing exactly to his tune. Endurance is the key to the treasury. He listens as the emperor voices his profound disappointment. Alliances with titans of the empire were discarded, tossed aside to his younger brother like unwanted scraps. And the final insult. Peddling elixirs and signing contracts in the hallowed banquet hall, he meets the emperor's gaze. He denies treating the empire's future as a jest. The emperor knows the truth. The emperor's brow furrows in suspicion. Has the pawn seen the board? He confirms his insight. The ruler demands the timeline. He reveals his awakening occurred the moment the marriage scrolls piled up. The truth is laid bare. The emperor never intended for a wedding to take place. The emperor challenges his arrogance, but his deduction is forged in cold, hard logic. If the desire was genuine, heirs would already crawl the palace floors. A strong bloodline would have bypassed his frail constitution long ago. Succession was never the objective, and it was all a grand deception. The preparations were for his funeral, not his reign. If he perished, a powerful empress would turn a child heir into a mere puppet. And that catastrophic outcome, it blatantly contradicted the emperor's true desires. In reality, none of those noble ladies were ever genuine candidates for the throne. He was merely a puppet, executing the moves the emperor had choreographed long ago. The emperor smirked, acknowledging the truth. The rejections were a calculated shield, a political cover to deflect criticism. The boy had seen right through his scheme. A flicker of surprise lit up the emperor's gaze. The prince's intuition was far sharper than he anticipated. Rachel bowed his head, accepting the silent praise with practiced humility. But internally, the emperor's mind was reeling. The child who once caused him nothing but heartache had evolved into a man of terrifying insight and maturity. Enough with the riddles. The emperor cut the philosophical debate short, demanding to know what the prince truly desired. After all, he wouldn't have answered the royal summons so promptly without an ulterior motive. Raichiel's confidence soared sky high. He was certain he had read the emperor's intentions perfectly. Surely, any request he made now would be granted. Leveraging every ounce of his recent glory, he made his move. He requested the prestigious title of honorary professor at the Magenta Imperial Medical University. He held his bow, heart pounding against his ribs. Would the approval come? He waited in the heavy silence. The emperor offered a single, crushing word. No. Raichiel froze, his carefully laid plans shattering instantly. His mind raced even as he asked for the title. Panic began to set in. His clinic's popularity was exploding, but success was a double-edged sword. He and Garden were drowning in a sea of patients they couldn't handle. They desperately needed more hands on deck. But a massive wall stood in their way. Raichiel lacked a medical license. Under imperial law, his clinic was technically an illegal operation. No licensed doctor would risk their career working in a shadow facility. He saw only two paths forward: obtain a legitimate license, or secure the professor title to bypass the restrictions entirely. Either way was fine, as long as he could hire staff. Building a proper hospital was the only way to harvest bonus lifespan efficiently. But those sweet dreams of immortality evaporated the moment the emperor refused him. Raichiel protested desperately, listing his miraculous feats. Surely a hero of his caliber deserved the honor. The emperor nodded, but demanded to see true dedication first. Raichiel turned to leave, realizing that whining wouldn't work. He needed to change the game. Suddenly, he spun around and dropped to his knees. With passion in his voice, he spoke of his burning desire to save lives. The emperor's stoic mask finally cracked. The command came down from the throne. Forget the honorary title. The crown prince would enroll as a final-year student and face the brutal graduation exam. Raichiel's jaw hit the floor. This was not part of the plan. The emperor asked if he had a problem. Raichiel forced a smile, masking his pain. Not at all. Of course, his father would twist this into another test. Later, sitting in the medical institute, frustration gnawed at him. What should have been a handshake deal was now a months-long ordeal. But to build his hospital, he had no choice. At least the extra funding would be nice. Suddenly, a man approached. It was Belvedere, the dean of the medical university. His greeting was stiff and formal. He apologized for the lack of fanfare, citing an urgent patient as his excuse. Raichiel didn't miss a beat. A physician's duty is to the patient first, he replied smoothly. The dean bowed in thanks, but his eyes told a different story. Raichiel could feel the chill radiating from the man. The dean eyes him with suspicion, convinced that royal authority will corrupt the system. Meanwhile, the medical faculty whispers that Raichiel practices nothing but dark, unorthodox arts. There is only one path forward. He must crush their doubts with absolute, undeniable skill. He asked for a tour, but then pivoted. He waved off the general sightseeing, demanding to see the battlefield, the location of the graduation exam. The dean's eyes narrowed, but he agreed to the arrangement. While Damien was sent away, Raichiel felt a surge of arrogance, and a graduation exam. For him, this was child's play. In his past life, he was the second-ranked genius at Seoul National University Hospital. This world's medicine was primitive by comparison. He steps into a laboratory bristling with instruments and skeletal diagrams. The room is packed with the graduating class, tension hanging heavy in the air. These students represent the future elite. The dean formally announces the crown prince's presence. Every head turned, but the air in the room instantly dropped below freezing. The hostility was thick enough to choke on. The dean introduced him. His Highness, Raichiel Magentano, will be joining your ranks for the final evaluation. Assist him as needed. The students muttered lackluster acknowledgments, their eyes filled with disdain. There was no warmth here, just a sea of enemies who saw him as an intruder. Suddenly, a hand shot up. A student challenged the arrangement, questioning why the prince could skip the years of blood and sweat they had endured. The dean played the diplomat. He suggested that since the curriculum might be foreign to the prince, the students should guide him. But the student, Khaled, wasn't backing down. This violates the very principles this institution stands on, he declared. Qualification must come before authority. To hold responsibility, one must first prove they are worthy. Rachel watched the rebellion unfold, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Yet, he deliberately omits any mention of Rakiel's achievements at the secondary palace clinic. The students stare him down, challenging him right to his face. But surprisingly, this arrogance pleases him. True healers should possess exactly this kind of stubborn conviction. The dean reveals the final graduation exam. Teams of 6 must treat a single assigned patient. The objective is simple but brutal: complete a cooperative cure, or fail. Fate will be decided by a lottery. The dean explains that the box contains balls of 5 different colors. Students will draw in turn, and matching colors will form the teams. As the crown prince steps up to draw first, panic spreads. A student whispers frantically to Khaled, begging the gods to avoid the prince's team at all costs. Being paired with him is a death sentence for their graduation. If Rakiel fails, he drags the entire team down into the abyss with him. Rakiel reaches in and pulls out a green ball. Khaled watches with bated breath, his mind screaming a single mantra: anything but green. He plunges his hand into the box. But destiny is cruel. Despair washes over the room as Khaled and the others realize they too are holding green balls. Even the shaggy-haired student from before is dragged into this doomed alliance. With the teams established, the real trial begins. Rakiel's group approaches their target. The dean pulls back the curtain, asking the patient, Mr. Miguel, about his condition. "My legs," the man whispers. "They just won't move." The dean nods solemnly and covers him back up, instructing him to rest. He turns to brief the students. The case is infamous, but he repeats the details for the crown prince's benefit. This represents a medical mystery. The patient suffers from lower limb paralysis, yet there was no accident, no trauma, and no injury. The paralysis struck like a phantom. Before the onset, he suffered from severe enteritis and relentless diarrhea for days. Then came the warning signs: tingling sensations, like pins and needles pricking his feet. 6 days ago, his toes went rigid. From there, the paralysis began its terrifying climb upward. Now, his legs are completely unresponsive. The students tremble, whispering in fear as the weight of the exam crashes down on them. Their faces are masks of doom. The dean delivers his final ultimatum: the patient's future rests entirely in their hands. They must identify the cause, explain the process, and execute the cure. With a meaningful glance at Rakiel, the dean departs. Khaled steps forward, unable to hold back. "Your Highness, permission to speak freely." Rakiel grants it with a nod. Khaled's voice shakes with defiance as he demands Rakiel not use royal power to carry the team. Rakiel raises an eyebrow. "Explain yourself." Khaled admits the bitter truth: within 3 days, they will likely fail to identify the cause. Even the dean couldn't solve it, Khaled declares. "But before we face this impossible task, know this: we refuse to rely on cheap tricks." Rakiel clarifies the request. "So, you are asking me not to abuse my authority to ensure a fair evaluation for everyone?" The students stand their ground. "Exactly." Rakiel looks at them, genuinely impressed by their integrity. "I understand your position," he says, "but there is one problem. I already know the cause of the paralysis." Khaled freezes. "What did you say?" Rakiel shrugs calmly. The moment the dean described the symptoms, the answer was obvious. He begins to explain the pathology. But then, abruptly, he stops. A smirk plays on his lips. "But I won't share this freely." He refuses to speak another word without compensation. Khaled stares in disbelief. "Are you toying with us? Will you really withhold critical medical data?" Rakiel counters instantly. "Why should I offer valuable knowledge to those who offer nothing in return?" Khaled steps closer, his voice rising. A patient's life hangs in the balance. Rakiel observes them with cold, calculating eyes. "If I identify the cause and treat it, do I get the honor, or do we share it? After all, you couldn't even figure out the diagnosis." Tension suffocates the room. Rakiel delivers the harsh truth without him. They will all fail and lose their graduation. Khaled's blood boils. He sees this as nothing more than royal arrogance, using authority to mock them while practicing medical heresy. His fist clenches until the knuckles turn white, but his teammates restrain him just in time. Khaled turns to lash out, but the reality hits him. He stops and forces himself to accept the terms. Rakiel smiles cold. "Remember this. If I do this alone, regardless of the recovery, You will be held back for another year. Is that acceptable to you? Khaled stands firm, declaring that their teachings prioritize the sanctity of patient recovery over the selfish glory of graduation. Impressed by this resolve, Raquel nods, but trust requires verification. He grants permission, but demands they examine the patient one last time to be certain. The students immediately swarm the patient, their eyes sharp as they interrogate him about any recent trauma or hidden accidents. The patient shakes his head, denying any such events. They press harder, asking about nasty falls, but he swears on his life that nothing of the sort occurred. From the shadows, Raquiel observes with a hawk-like gaze, noting how Khaled maintains a mask of ice despite the volcanic pressure building within him. This is the essence of a healer. Letting anxiety leak out is a poison that destroys a patient's trust. Having seen enough of their struggle, Raquiel decides the moment of intervention has arrived. He strides into the room, his presence commanding absolute silence, and announces that he will take the reins of this battle from here on out. Approaching the patient, Miguel, for the first time, Raquiel sits by the bedside. Miguel immediately bows his head, addressing him by his royal title. Raquiel raises a hand, commanding him to remain lying down. He clarifies that in this room, he is not a crown prince, but a physician, and his only decree is to wage war against this illness. Raquiel cuts to the chase, confirming if the dean mentioned a bout of enteritis accompanied by diarrhea before the paralysis took hold. Miguel confirms the timeline with a tremble. It started with a prickly sensation in his toes, a numbness that crept up like a silent assassin before the paralysis struck. Raquiel narrows his eyes, verifying that no external trauma occurred, no devastating blows to the head, neck, back, or waist. Miguel agrees, tears welling in his eyes. He confesses his terror and confusion, admitting he foolishly thought it was mere exhaustion until his body refused to obey him. Raquiel demands precision regarding the onset of the paralysis. Miguel searches his memory and pinpoints the nightmare began exactly 6 days ago. Acknowledging the critical intel, Raquiel requests permission to touch him, his fingers finding the pulse at Miguel's wrist to listen to the body's secrets. The pulse reveals a fundamentally strong constitution. However, his inner vision unveils the horror. Focal inflammation is mercilessly stripping the myelin sheath from the motor neurons. The pieces of the puzzle snap together. This pattern is the undeniable signature of acute inflammatory demyelinating polyneuropathy, AIDP. His suspicions are now absolute truth. He concludes the examination with a sharp nod and steps into the hallway to address the students waiting with bated breath. The students immediately swarm him, desperation in their eyes as they beg to know the true face of the paralysis. Raquiel declares the enemy's name, Guillain-Barré syndrome, an autoimmune catastrophe ravaging the peripheral nervous system. The students repeat the alien terms, utterly bewildered. Autoimmune Guillain-Barré. Khaled questions the origin of such a calamity. Raquiel admits the dark truth. The ultimate cause remains a mystery even to the greatest minds. However, the shadows point to viral infections and immune disorders. It is a curse that can even descend following a simple vaccination. A shockwave ripples through the students. The mere mention of vaccinations causing such devastation leaves them reeling. Their confusion deepens as Raquiel lists the accomplices: Campylobacter, Mycoplasma pneumonia, Epstein-Barr virus, influenza, HIV, and COVID. These infections are the spark that throws the immune system into total chaos. A confused immune system mistakes the innocent myelin sheath for a pathogen. It is a civil war within the body, friendly fire of the most devastating kind. In his mind's eye, a tragic comedy plays out. The immune cells scream, enemy at the myelin, mistaking it for bacteria, and launch an all-out assault. The explanation concludes with the grim reality: the neurons are stripped bare, their signals silenced, leading to the prison of paralysis. He emphasizes that this is a leading hypothesis, not divine law. Khaled, sharp as ever, points out the contradiction. Even Raquiel does not know the absolute cause. Raquiel brushes the doubt aside like a gnat. The cause may be shadowed, but the path to salvation is clear. He knows the cure. Khaled pushes back, arguing that treating without knowing the root is nothing but deception. He accuses Raquiel of masking failure with confidence. Khaled challenges the source of this forbidden knowledge. Raquiel calmly drops the bomb. He read it in the Imperial Archives, a repository of lost medical arts from a vanished super civilization. Internal panic strikes the students like a lightning bolt. They know access to those archives is forbidden to mere mortals. But Raquiel snaps their focus back to reality. there is a threat far greater than their skepticism. The patient's breath is fading. Kelad freezes, confused by the sudden shift to respiratory concerns. Rakiel explains the grim evolution. Some patients develop acute respiratory failure as the paralysis creeps upward to the diaphragmatic nerve. His internal consultation with the organs confirmed the horror. The lungs whispered that the diaphragm feels numb and tingly. This is the death knell, a warning sign of total respiratory paralysis. If they delay, the patient will suffocate, requiring immediate mechanical ventilation. He barks an order to Kelad to stand guard over the patient while he retrieves a ventilator, the iron lung of salvation. The students whisper among themselves, fear and confusion mingling as they struggle to grasp the need for such a device. Rakiel's voice thunders, demanding to know why they stand like statues instead of saving a life terrified. They scramble to obey his command. Now standing alone in the silence, Rakiel checks under the bed, then sits, his eyes scanning the room and locking onto the window. Confirming the coast is clear, he smirks. It is time to summon a new companion. He reaches into his inventory to bring forth a secret weapon. Outside the window, concealed behind a tree, a shadow lurks. Agent number 3 of the Magenta Imperial Special Intelligence Bureau barely avoided detection. Watching intently, the agent notes the erratic behavior, talking to thin air and staring at windows like a madman. To the spy's eyes, it appears Rakiel is communing with spirits or mythical beasts beyond human perception. The agent sighs internally. Rakiel spent 10 years rotting in bed, yet now he moves with the energy of a hurricane. The spy wishes the prince would rest so he could finally clock out. Doubts creep into the agent's mind. Does Rakiel actually possess the ability to converse with ghosts? Suddenly, a blinding light explodes from the window. The agent recoils, stunned by the divine radiance bursting forth from the room. As he peers closer, more mythical beasts materialize from thin air. Rakiel wonders where this sudden legion of creatures descended from. Back inside, Rakiel rests on his bed, cradling the newborn mythical beast. As he studies it, the little pet lets out a soft cry. Kamong. Rakiel lies there, the creature resting against his chest. A system window flashes. His health points have plummeted to a mere 2,700. Sorrow fills the little creature's eyes as it watches him in silence. Rakiel wonders what's wrong, until a warm sensation drips from his nose blood. Confusion instantly morphs into panic. His mind races, questioning if this sudden weakness is even real. Suddenly, Kamong hovers in the air above him. Rakiel frantically pinches his nose, trying to stem the crimson flow. But then, a miracle happens. The blood spirals upward, defying gravity. It flows straight toward Kamong as if magnetically pulled, and the bleeding stops instantly. Rakiel stares wide-eyed in absolute disbelief. The creature just performed a blood draw from a distance without laying a finger on him. Kamong drifts closer, releasing a gentle puff of mist from its nose into Rakiel's mouth. An explosion of refreshing energy floods his body immediately. His nasal passages clear completely, replaced by the scent of a pristine forest. The purity makes his heavy lungs feel weightless and alive once more. A satisfied smile spreads across his face as he murmurs the creature's name, Kamong. The little beast bounces cheerfully in response. He stretches out a hand, his mind still reeling from the phenomenon. This little being didn't just stop a hemorrhage, it ventilated his lungs. He realizes this ability is a perfect fusion of medical suction and oxygen supply. Scientific curiosity ignites within him. He determines right then and there to uncover every secret power Kamong possesses. He commands the creature to show him the user manual. Kamong promptly tosses a tiny booklet in his direction. It splats against his face, covered in sticky saliva, before dropping into his hands, unbothered. He opens the manual, scanning the detailed specs of Kamong's anatomy. He learns that those large ears are actually biosensors. They constantly monitor a patient's breathing patterns and vitals in real time. The manual highlights a unique passive ability known as hardy suction. It allows Kamong to extract mucus or airway blockages remotely, requiring zero physical contact. Another skill, fresh breath, pumps pure oxygen-rich air into the patient. It perfectly synchronizes with their natural respiratory rhythm. Astonishingly, it even auto-regulates the output based on the patient's immediate needs. Rakiel can't hide his awe. He feels as though he has unearthed a legendary medical artifact. Meanwhile, tension spikes in the medical ward. Kellad rushes to check on Miguel, a patient lying motionless and fighting for every breath. As Kellad conducts his exam, his face pales. The man's respiratory system is collapsing rapidly. Miguel's eyelids flutter open, his voice fading to a ghostly whisper. Kellad grips his hand, urging him to save his strength, refusing to abandon his side. The patient's chest barely rises, and his hands tremble violently. Every sign screams that death is knocking at the door. Kellad recognizes the symptoms of acute respiratory failure instantly. He barks orders to the nurses to elevate Miguel's upper body to open the airways. The staff obeys immediately, yet Miguel continues to gasp like a fish out of water. Panic erupts. Some suggest dangerous herbal mixes, while others scream that it will kill him. Arguments break out about calling the dean for help. Amidst the chaos, Kellad's mind goes completely blank. All his knowledge feels useless in the face of this crisis. Suddenly, the heavy atmosphere shatters. Rakiel strides into the room, commanding everyone to silence their noise around the dying man. Kellad frantically explains the worsening vitals. Without a second's hesitation, Rakiel steps forward and orders the crowd to back away. He assesses the situation in a heartbeat and calls out for Kamong. The mythical creature materializes, landing softly on Miguel's heaving chest. With a mechanical hum, Kamong activates its power. A concentrated stream of purified air flows directly into Miguel's lungs. Miraculously, Miguel's breathing stabilizes in seconds. The medical team freezes, watching in stunned, breathless silence. One doctor trembles, whispering that the beast must be a myth come to life. Another recalls ancient legends of spirits that healed with the wind itself. Kellad feels a wave of humility crash over him. He had dismissed Rakiel's skills as nonsense before, but the truth is now undeniable. Seeing Rakiel remain ice-cold under pressure while he himself panicked, it fills Kellad with a deep sense of shame. As the dust settles, Kellad asks for their next move. Rakiel senses the sincere shift in his tone and is impressed by his newfound humility. He challenges Kellad to think critically. Kellad admits his hesitation, fearing his herbal formula might be too aggressive for the patient's weak state. Rakiel nods, praising his honest assessment, and offers a reminder. True healers rely on cold judgment, steady hands, and the courage to bear the weight of their choices. Kellad bows his head in agreement, declaring total faith in Rakiel's lead. Rakiel assures him they have options, even without modern technology like IV, IG, or plasmapheresis. He decides to employ the nerve bypass acupuncture technique, a method he once successfully used on a rampant werewolf. But before striking the first needle, he calls for a pause. They must observe Miguel's natural recovery capacity first. Satisfied with their diligence, Raquel issues a command they are to monitor Kamong closely and alert him the instant any change occurs. Back in the sanctuary of his private quarters, Raquel collapses into a chair, letting out a heavy, soul-deep sigh of exhaustion. But there is no rest for the healer. Another crisis looms, and he turns to visit his patient, requesting a specialized thorn for the upcoming procedure. His own body screams in protest, aching with accumulated fatigue, but he grits his teeth. He must perform this delicate procedure himself. He notices Gome looks just as drained as he feels and promises a gentle touch. With steady hands, he begins, inserting the thorn at the den acupoint to revitalize the liver. The response is immediate. Warmth floods the organ, and the system interface chimes as his health points begin a steady climb. Emboldened by the success, Raquel targets the Taichung point next, but the moment the needle pierces skin, a scorching heat erupts. His face turns beet red as a horrifying realization strikes. He didn't grab the healing needle, he grabbed the capsaicin-infused thorn. Liquid fire explodes through his veins, muscles lock up in a spasm of pure torment, and a scream tears from his throat as the energy surges out of control. The system mercilessly flashes a red alert, confirming the worst. User has utilized the thorn of the capsaicin flavor. His body thrashes violently as the intense stimulation forces his system into a state of agonizing, hyper-accelerated recovery.